settings from pro players to see what they see. Furthermore, you can utilize the new Auto Game Mode feature, which automatically applies different color settings based on a player's usage scenarios. This monitor has inherited the XLX monitor stand design. It has incorporated industrial-grade bearings into the height adjustment mechanism, allowing easier and smoother adjustment to the exact desired height. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games. This is a brief introduction to the new XL2566X Plus monitor. Feel free to DM us if you have any questions.
Arctis Nova 7 Gen 2. The app called the biggest cheat code in the industry is here for PC and console. It's got real-time audio control to do crazy things.
Okay.
So use it and abuse it, you crazy person. It's the new gold standard.
For the first time ever, you get next-gen power in gaming earbuds, giving you flawless wireless. That's plug and play. Now you've got 100+ audio presets at your fingertips. So you can hear bad guys better, hear whatever you want better. That's a giant leap for earbuds and a new way to play for glory.
Already? That was fast. Name tag, please. $30 damage? That's it?
Yeah.
Number 12, state your cause of death, briefly.
At risk I wasn't the first one out. Coach, can you let me for that?
Seriously? Why is everyone dying so fast? All right, let's hear it.
Hey man, how'd you go out? I don't recognize you. Rookie?
I got too hyped up and rotated early.
Keeping on the move and finding a safe path into the next circle. Isn't that a good thing?
I pushed up too fast, ended up completely alone.
And of course, the enemy squad rolled up on you, right?
Give me the gun.
Hold on. I don't recognize ya.
Where are you from?
I am Rocky pretty high on leaderboard. But this is my first time in esports.
That explains the look on your face. Everybody's not somewhere, boy. Just watch and learn.
So, sir, how do you die?
You went on even faster than I did.
It cannot be much fun to get eliminated this early. These folks need some help.
Let's roll the footage.
Our movement felt fine during the game, but no, it wasn't good play. We just kept rotating around non-stop. All we really did was broadcast our position to everybody on the map.
At that point, that's no strategy. That's a field trip.
Cause of death, chronic over-rotation.
I died fighting over a compound.
Fighting over the compound?
Yeah, I called dibs on the spot. But the other team settled the argument with better aim.
A tournament isn't a first come, first serve seating, man.
Cause of death, disputed reservation.
Please tell me this is just the first tournament jitters.
Oh no, are you about to show my death clip? Not again. I mean, the whole game just changed. We've got to rethink a few things.
We have to play more tactical, more organic, less panic.
Yeah, survival is key. Let's reset for the next one. Come on, let's go.
All right. We take the lesson and we move on.
And the tournament goes on. It always does. This is a new chapter for PUBG Esports, and we're just getting started. Get out there and survive. PUBG Esports.
We all chase that one more game. With Lenovo Legion, it's always within reach.
When everyone strive to reach the peak, Zoe is here, participating in every frame, perfecting the view for every battle. From Seoul to the world, Zoe strives for perfection, knowing that every frame is crucial to victory. As the tournament rages on, Zoe stands with you.
Battle, every frame.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac 2 technology. New Fast TN panels with Diac technology provide clearer and sharper images, helping you focus and avoid the distraction of unwanted after images caused by rapid motion. This new TN panel differs from the previous generation in its faster electrical conductivity. The increased liquid crystal responsiveness reduces overshoots. Moreover, it enhances color performance for more vibrant colors and better enemy identification. The latest Diac 2 technology provides players with clearer visuals in dynamic aiming and spray control, while also being more friendly on the eyes. Players can download and apply various FPS game color settings developed by Zowie through our software, XL Setting to Share. Also, you can import settings from pro players to see what they see. Furthermore, you can utilize the new Auto Game Mode feature, which automatically applies different color settings based on a player's usage scenarios. This monitor has inherited the XLX monitor stand design. It has incorporated industrial-grade bearings into the height adjustment mechanism, allowing easier and smoother adjustment to the exact desired height. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games. This is a brief introduction to the new XL2566X Plus monitor. Feel free to DM us if you have any questions.
Arctis Nova 7 Gen 2. The app called the biggest cheat code in the industry is here for PC and console. It's got real-time audio control to do crazy things.
Okay.
So use it and abuse it, you crazy person. It's the new gold standard.
For the first time ever, you get next-gen power in gaming earbuds, giving you flawless wireless. That's plug and play. Now you've got 100 plus audio presets at your fingertips. So you can hear bad guys better, hear whatever you want better. That's a giant leap for earbuds and a new way to play for glory.
Ninth anniversary celebrations. Some updates to TDM and IBR. And a chicken man? Well, all this and more as we dive into the Update 40.2 patch report. First up, we're kicking off celebrations for our 9th anniversary. We've decorated up the maps and starting islands with interactive anniversary statues, and a festive drone show while in the plane. On Rondo, you'll find a special 9th anniversary prize wheel, which you can spin for a chance at some gear to help your match. Just be sure to spin at your own risk. Players also have the chance to happen across a unique character on Rondo. If you hear an audible, take a look around. The herald of the chicken dinner himself, Chicken Man, is nearby and will drop some items. Or the special 9th anniversary gift egg when defeated. The egg can be cracked open to immediately reveal a piece of high-level gear. He might even drop his chicken suits, so you can lure unsuspecting survivors into a trap, or just take home the chicken dinner in a chicken suit. There's plenty more anniversary stuff, so check out the patch notes to see more. Team Deathmatch and Intense Battle Royale are getting a few changes as well. For TDM, map probabilities have been adjusted. For IBR, we've added new weapon supply boxes for shotguns, a rare supply box containing level 2 armor, and added 8x scopes to the DMR SR random weapon boxes, with a 6x also being added to your inventory. We've also added Sub-Zero items as options to UGC Alpha, and opened up more options for naming and tagging your UGC creation. There's more of everything to go over, so be sure to check out the patch notes for full details. Update 40.2 is here, so try some new loadouts in arcade mode. Chase down that chicken man, and celebrate the things that make PUBG truly special. All of you, happy 9th anniversary. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
We all chase that one more game. With Lenovo Legion, it's always within reach.
When everyone strives to reach the peak, Zoe is here, participating in every frame, perfecting the view for every battle. From Seoul to the world, Zoe strives for perfection, knowing that every frame is crucial to victory. As the tournament rages on, Zoe stands with you.
Battle every frame. Every frame. Every frame. Every frame. Every frame.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac 2 technology. New Fast TN panels with Diac technology provide clearer and sharper images, helping you focus and avoid the distraction of unwanted after images caused by rapid motion. This new TN panel differs from the previous generation in its faster electrical conductivity. The increased liquid crystal responsiveness reduces overshoots. Moreover, it enhances color performance for more vibrant colors and better enemy identification. The latest Diac 2 technology provides players with clearer visuals in dynamic aiming and spray control, while also being more friendly on the eyes. Players can download and apply various FPS game color settings developed by Zowie through our software, XL Setting to Share. Also, you can import settings from pro players to see what they see. Furthermore, you can utilize the new Auto Game Mode feature, which automatically applies different color settings based on a player's usage scenarios. This monitor has inherited the XLX monitor stand design. It has incorporated industrial-grade bearings into the height adjustment mechanism, allowing easier and smoother adjustment to the exact desired height. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games. This is a brief introduction to the new XL2566X Plus monitor. Feel free to DM us if you have any questions.
Arctis Nova 7 Gen 2. The app called the biggest cheat code in the industry is here for PC and console. It's got real-time audio control to do crazy things.
Okay.
So use it and abuse it, you crazy person. It's the new gold standard.
For the first time ever, you get next-gen power in gaming earbuds, giving you flawless wireless. That's plug and play. Now you've got 100+ audio presets at your fingertips. So you can hear bad guys better, hear whatever you want better. That's a giant leap for earbuds, and a new way to play for glory.
You heard what I said.
They wanna see me in a shiny flash. Who got to sell a pretty face? Got us something dope, heard you mad. I don't really wanna understand. Got a missile aim, got a pretty face. I don't partake with them fakes. I don't like that, you heard me say. Repeat again. I don't partake.
I don't bargain, sat him down and raise a bargain. I beg your pardon, caution. No fleet, I make him nauseous. I'm all in this stone, my home ain't never auction. One of them break your necks, make them get the double take. When I dictate, so straight, no debate. The pressure elevate, ain't got no time to negotiate. Never chase, I set the pace. Got my 5-star click from the cradle to the grave.
You wanna see me in the shining flash?
You got to sell a pretty face. Gotta sell a dope, heard you mad. I don't really wanna understand.
Got a missile aim, got a pretty face.
I don't partake with a face. I don't like that, you heard me say. Repeat again.
열심히 뛰어봐 나는 놈이 구며발치 앞에서 해줄게 인사 반응도 못해 다 쓰러져 도미노 원인 I'm fair game yes I'm a 신사 기상 pack it up 팀사 긴장 shoot it up 비상 산책하듯이 니들 티타임이 판이 so boring 내가 할 말은 피사
Locked and loaded like my gun, you told it. Take me to the battle, my team, you know it. Sky's pitch black till we pull up and glow it. I'm all day with it, no I never get off it. Everywhere I go is drama, all the boys I give the trauma. Diamond spoons stir up the pot, pretty face don't let it fool ya. They say I paid making me really wanna. Now gotta pave the way, they'll never walk
Got
on.
a missile aim, got a pretty face. I don't partake with them fakes. I don't like that, you heard me say. Repeat again. So tired of hates and comments. Why you got no sense that's common? Talk the beef get cooked like ramen. I just make gala and I dress her up with diamonds. I know what I know, I don't bargain. You can price me, look at all my garments. 나는 놈 위에 있는 놈이 난데 채널 고정해 5번으로 내 향이 남네. 난 got a missile aim, got a pretty face. I don't partake with them fakes. I don't like that, you heard me say. Repeat again, I don't partake. Got a missile aim, got a pretty face. I don't partake with them fakes. I don't like that, you heard me say. Repeat again, I don't partake.
We got
for the first big time match of the year. These teams all qualified through PGC performance.
Yeah, 17 looking just too strong right here. And beautiful positioning work from Wembo.
And it is good.
Oh, there you go. The only problem for Myth was that I think they're running low on smokes, and Scappy tries to make the push off of that grenade, but immediately gets spotted out by Xiaowu. So Xiaowu not falling for the bait, and now down with this, and you can see he's just got nothing left in the bag, and 17 survives to win game 1 with 10 kills.
December 12th goes quite low, so they've got to be very cautious about this. Kickstart is absolutely a rebel. He is moving up on these smokes here to try and really shut down JDG. That's insane, but could work.
Oh my God, Tiggleton got it. They actually have the terrain advantage too. Kickstart's gonna lay down here.
No way.
He's got 3 nades and 6 stun grenades. Start throwing them right now, brother. You need to get this opening here. You have an opening up. You're gonna find probably one. Huge amount of damage done. Kickstart finds Suze too.
Nice
they
drop.
got the rest onto December 12th. Now stun grenades are starting to get lobbed in. 1 stun, 2
Throw
stuns.
the nades. Throw the nades.
Oh
No!
man, Snade.
He goes down. He goes down. This is crazy stuff. Kickstart that already has 5 kills himself. And now and H-Win also putting a lot of damage on in here. Tiggleton on fire at the moment. He's supposed to try and peek over and get as many shots in. Shrimps, he was able to hit Nans as well. JDG at the high ground, but it's been wrestled away, and Falcons takes game number 2 here of the group stage. What a win for them, Avenger.
Look at this circle,
Right.
Poppies. Again,
For
the
three-
hard shift to the east.
2 circles ago, I was like, oh, it's a nice vanilla circle for Rondo.
Knows exactly where they are. You feel like Myth is in a better position, right? They got the center dot. They got the gonna try to send it, but Kiss in a beautiful position, but Ferris will trade it back. So 1 down for Myth, but 3 down for Navi. Ferris, the last player left alive, and Myth will eat here in game number 3.
We have B and C going head-to-head, and me, as well as Avenger, are going to be bringing you the grassy pastures, my friend.
As you saw here, that southern shift going away from water phase 4, that's what we expected. And you're gonna have 1. That's 1, that's 2. Oh my God, Opons clears it. That is crazy well played. 4AM looking super strong off this spot here. Look how much damage they're doing. Shen finds another one. Shen finds a 3rd onto Vitality and almost finds the 4th too. And he finds all 4 of Vitality. What? 17 kills. 4AM. Let's take this one home.
No way. They've played an absolute blinder here. We were singing the praises about the potential monster at the beginning of the game. They've had this home turf circle, but they are destroying destroying everybody else in the lobby. Heavens is trying to respond in kind for this. It is down to a 2v1, but surely Heaven cannot contend with this firepower from Shen and Winder. Oh, he gets another! No way!
It's a 1v1. Coming in. 2 damage being done here, Shen. Can he find another kill? He does it! He takes it home.
What?
For him. It's a 21 kill victory.
What?
And a chicken dinner for him. Absolutely.
They've got some high ground. They've got Vitality just off to their north, but Vitality doesn't have any angles. Shen will spot him. And Shen's reign of terror on this lobby continues. 350 damage. And they're going to have to move once again as the circle is shifted off to the east.
This is tough. Destroy. I don't know that he's not in a great position to win this 2v1.
There's not much he can do, but that's a nice spray. He'll get him low enough to where he goes down to the zone. And now it's just a 1v1 Destroy versus Guman. Destroy gonna lead in with the flashbangs. Does he use that to try to make a run? He's gonna pick up something. He immediately goes out, but knocked down to 1 HP. Good work from Guman to spot him while he was blinded.
Flores already finds Looker, start things off. Kirexi trade on F, and there's Virtus just in hand for time. What's he gonna do? He hits Kirexi, gets a second in Beanie here. Virtus Pro, Kirexi was trying to shut things down. It's stolen away from Hello by Bad in the distance. Chicago Road's gonna push on this. If they can catch them on the edge here and use this lip to finish them off, that could be perfect.
NB tries to do it. Jumps in. He has a cover. Now Nate comes out, tries to go for the molly as well. PO, can he make something happen here? That's a great nade onto NB, and Onyx finds him. Critical Road already 14 kills. 11 kills for Crazy Raccoon. They could also end on 14 kills if they get all of these locked down here. 6 kills on NB.
It was looking good for them down on the south side here for Crazy Raccoon, and I think that it's going to be difficult for Drew to make anything happen. Crazy Raccoon gets their first international win as a squad. Americans take it away. Toffees at Poro for our game 1 of ANC.
Oh, I love this boat.
Owen will trade him down. So this 3-way fight here between Team Liquid, Falcons, and Anyone's Legend, all being overseen by Full Sense. There's a beast waiting inside that warehouse. JDG not really having to do much of anything, but Juice will find one. JDG has been sitting in here forever, and they just go down, and Falcons in a perfect position to take advantage. A second win with 13 kills for Team Falcons.
Onyx, what can he do? The legend himself is the only one up here for Crazy Raccoon, but a nade gets posted up through. Oh, and they shove down with the molly as well.
That's
DN Supers
crazy.
back on it.
Now clearing this. Oh, finds him. Oh my god, he had even had the 3 gear on him too. Spiro finds Lukaruk confirmation too. And the DBS from Nixie gets the confirmation. They lost Lukaruk there. If they were faster about it. Oh my god, that's an amazing shot for the Red Dog, Nixie. You're actually connecting so much of those bullets onto him. More shots coming in here now. Surely 17 finds him now.
Oh, well, this alerts 17 to the fact that all of this fighting is going on the other side. Belmoth just to get one knock, but I mean, this should be 17 just rolling in and cleaning this up. There it is. 17, a second win on the day. They look fantastic.
Almost half of this zone really is unoccupied right now. So a lot of these teams off to the south have some decision making about how they want to approach this whole, you sneaky snake. It's gotta be, it had to be Supers too, didn't it? He's got the grenade primed and ready to go. He's gonna try to send it right as they're leaving. He takes the spray, but he's not gonna find it. Heaven will roast him. Soul looking pedestrian there. every Chinese team has made the cut line, and I don't think that is something that a lot of people were expected here. As Shen, the last player left alive for 4 a.m., is trying to hold off the onslaught from 17. The utility being sent over in that direction. Shen just trying to survive as he is dancing around through the smoke. It's only a matter of time before 17 finds them, and they get another win here on the day with 14 kills.
Welcome back for day number 2 of PGS for 2026. We have got ourselves the winners bracket today. Know about it here for the Expendables. I think he was trying to time it out a little bit better. Here comes the Ram Raid in once again from Falcon. They are just driving from location to location and absolutely destroying individuals on arrival.
It forward to just coming in, trying to find Scabby. Finds Scabby, actually. Etzememe also finds Baron.
No way.
And it's a return from Kiss. Etzememe, last player here standing for 4 a.m. versus 2 men from Maiden Thailand. It's Jacob, it's Kiss. And it makes something happen. He has a tree to work with. He finds one with a headshot with the M4.
It's got to be too much. Oh, the nade forwards as well. It was indeed too much for Etzememe. But I mean, looking at how that all went there, really beautiful moves by these teams to try and get themselves in the right spot. Avenger.
They do have Twisted Minds kind of looking over there. I think that might be 4 a.m. taking shots over in that direction as well.
Now, it's okay. If someone has a mortar, okay, they do. They do.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
I was just thinking to myself, there's no way to kill these guys unless, and then there it is. The smoke was a big old beacon that says drop it right here.
Goodness. And now I-26, he's going to have to make his way down through the smoke cloud. Shen hold the spray from Ming Ming. He's going to get him low, but Shen managed to survive. Ming Ming, no, he's down. 4 a.m. after getting second place in game number 1. Come in big with a 12-kill win in match number 2.
New year, new you. Well done, 4 a.m.
And he's not doing too bad about being able to survive. Oh, the
No way.
Oh, Solosy, that was perfect.
That's gaming right there. I've never
he's
seen
gone.
so fast reaction for that. 0-4 and B here. Finds a nade onto Jacob here. This looks like an easy game for Petroglyph Road after just having a banger of a game here, James.
Falk actually goes for some pre-fire shots from that and actually takes his head off. He is gone for Baron. There's just one more remaining and he walks into the fire. That's more damage. 0-4. Once again, 15 kills for Petroglyph Road.
Smart. Lavanda tries to define. He actually did. He decided to not fully deny it and actually take a little bit of a fight. He couldn't help. He couldn't help himself. He wanted to try to flex on them, but it turns out being a Petroglyph Road 16 kill victory here, James. What an insane performance for them. They had 26 points going into this match.
Teams on the outside have no hope. You have teams tucked up under the bottom trying to find a little bit of real estate. T1 and 4 a.m. under the bridge going back and forth. Raining pushes around to get the flushes.
Yeah.
Points in the bucket. And honestly, JDG has such a king spot. There's no way that T5. Maybe you get a 1 pick and a flush if you're lucky. I think you just wait and hope the blue closes and you deny.
Yeah, it's tough, man. JDG's just got him absolutely pinned. And there you go. One good grenade from Suze will do it. Spaceman, he'll find a knock. There you go. Done and dusted. JDG with the victory. And that pushes them all the way up into 5th place overall. So one big game. We were saying, Toffees, how much of an impact it can have. JDG finds theirs.
0-4 is in. Deal versus... Oh, what a great angle here on Chewy.
Brutal stuff there. Deal still holding it on out. Evan finishing off Ming Ming as well. Little Ghost, a little bit of a steal. Yeah. Not too bad at all here for 17, who is not in. Deal's going crazy. A Panzerfaust straight to them. That's Petrichor Road out of this game.
Just 3 points away from 24 points here. It's very likely that they're going to be made. December 12th finds T here. It's just down to Wang F. If he gets eliminated here, they're also out. Our PGC 2024 winners is put down into the survival stage, despite of them having a decent game. Easy to see that from him. Fair is just driving around trying to fish out, and he sees him as shots coming in now. Connects quite a few. Gets touched after that. It's Na'Vi with the 8-kill victory here, but T1 again, another case of them getting 11 kills here game. What a fantastic day for them too. And wow, what a fantastic last game of this best of 5 today here for the winner bracket.
We all chase that one more game. With Lenovo Legion, it's always within reach.
When everyone strive to reach the peak, Zoe is here, participating in every frame, perfecting the view for every battle. From Seoul to the world, Zoe strives for perfection, knowing that every frame is crucial to victory. As the tournament rages on, Zoe stands with you.
Battle, every frame.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac 2 technology. New Fast TN panels with Diac technology provide clearer and sharper images, helping you focus and avoid the distraction of unwanted afterimages caused by rapid motion. This new TN panel differs from the previous generation in its faster electrical conductivity. The increased liquid crystal responsiveness reduces overshoots. Moreover, it enhances color performance for more vibrant colors and better enemy identification. The latest Diac 2 technology provides players with clearer visuals in dynamic aiming and spray control, while also being more friendly on the eyes. Players can download and apply various FPS game color settings developed by Zowie through our software, XL Setting to Share. Also, you can import settings from pro players to see what they see. Furthermore, you can utilize the new Auto Game Mode feature, which automatically
We got next, we ready to flex, we're ready to rock, give it all you got, we got next. Y'all rockin' to the top, can't stop it, must be off your rocker, then you gon' stop her. We got next.
Day 3 of PGS, and it is a big deal here because it's the survival stage as 16 teams now look to try and stay in the tournament. That's right, we are saying goodbye to 8 teams for about a week, and then they will be back. But beyond that, we will see which 8 teams will drink from the skulls of their enemies.
That's pretty good.
Oh, look at that. That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
It's time, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, God, this guy rolls out with his big PUBG cup.
Classic.
Wait, was that really his choice? Is that the
That's what he went. That's what he went with. that's the really quirky, amusing choice he went with.
It's the
Quirky
first
fun.
PUBG mock from 2000 and I think 18.
Fair.
Gosh.
Oh, I'm sure it's got some amazing lore behind it.
It does.
All right. Let's talk about it though, because I think one thing suffice to say, I've got Toffees with me, I've got Avenger, I've got Porosaurus, my name is Kalaris, and Toffees, this 16 team lineup for the survival stage is pretty darn stacked.
Yeah, I mean, I don't say it's hilarious. It's unfortunate for the folks who are like in the first stage. They're like, oh, well, let me get through Survivor. It's not going to be too hard. It is too hard because a lot of teams that I did not expect to struggle in the winners bracket are here today, which means this may be the most fun I've had watching a Survivor stage while I feel bad for the losers in a very long time.
Yes, the West has been kind of victims of a lot of what we've seen so far. Avenger, we only actually have one in the winners so far to go on to that final stage. But here, we've got a lot of EMEA, we've got a lot of America's Avenger.
And that also increases the chances of our American friends being happy today because there's a bigger chance of more America's teams going to the finals with that. But yeah,
True.
of course, our bottom 8 from the winners and the bottom 8 from group stage here, it's pretty stacked if you just look at it for now. But if you look at from how they played in the group stage, there's no surprise. They actually failed quite miserably compared to some of the teams we have in the winners bracket. So 17 Gaming for me is the biggest surprise considering what they did in the group stage for them to turn around and do that poorly in the winner stage.
And bizarrely, I think through especially 2024, end of 2024 into the start of 2025, we had Vietnam, Poro, sitting on top for a lot of international PUBG esports. But they're here and now. The Expendables, anyone's Legends, a Cerberus roster here as well. They've not had the best start of it.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of that has to do with just it's roster rotation, isn't it? Like that Cerberus is not the Cerberus that we're used to, right? Like I guess you could make the argument that the Expendables probably a little bit more disappointing than the others. But yeah, I mean, it seems like they're having a hard time creating any Vietnamese super teams that can manage to stick together for more than one tournament right now for whatever reason.
Avenger?
Yeah, I think that's the kind of curse for the majority of the reasons or regions. We always say this kind of line, and it's a little bit disgusting. Is like we always hope for one super team to come out of a country or out of a region. It's been Korea for a while. It's been Vietnam. It's been Thailand. There's always been these kind of sub-regions or countries that's like, okay, imagine if we actually took the 4 absolute best players, if the roles kind of aligns as well. That would be sick to see some of these lineups. I have an idea though, guys. I heard we love predictions out there. We're 4 guys. There's 8 spots to the winners brackets. What do you think or say if we take 2 each that we think is going to go to the winners bracket, and if it's already been chosen, you cannot take it again?
Can I go first?
Yes. We take it by age. Toughies goes second then.
Take it by age.
Wow, dude. Come on.
Go on, Poro.
Sadji. Oh, that's amazing.
That's a good cup. That's a good cup.
That's a great cup.
Thank you.
That's a
That was my cup for the Americas today.
That's true.
I mean, easiest choice in the world. 17 and Twisted Minds.
Okay,
Easy.
that's good. Toughies, you get the second.
Like
wait, I'm last.
You're last. Yeah, you're the host.
Am I picking who wins
whippersnapper.
today? Is this what I'm picking, or just who gets through?
Top 8.
Top eight.
Yeah,
2 teams.
Top
let's
8,
go.
and you can't pick
And I
Twisted
picked
or
2?
17.
Oh, well, obviously Falcons, right?
That's one, yeah.
Yeah.
And then let's go with, did you say Virtus Pro yet?
No.
Nope.
All right, Falcons and Virtus Pro. Easy peasy.
So Falcons versus Pro, Twisted and 17. James, it's looking a little bit dire, isn't it?
Keep going.
James, please. All right, who am I going with?
I was mad about the age thing earlier. Now I'm quite happy.
I'm feeling great.
Yeah. I think you guys are
fantastic.
chilling. No? You guys are chilling. All right, I'm going to go with some bangers here. I'm going to go with Gen G and
I like it.
Team Vitality.
Okay.
Okay. I was we look at the schedule. Thankfully, I think I might be able to survive this picking in the end. I'm going to go with Crazy Raccoon. And,
nice. That's a great pick. I like that. Yeah.
A little bit more of a wild card one for me. I think I'll go for E-Arena, actually. I think that they underperformed a bit compared to where they could potentially in that group stage.
Let's get that written down and remember that throughout today here. So that's going to be cool. So we have the participating teams here. It's Twisted Minds that's picked.
See the host now?
Yeah, no, I'm just reiterating. You're
doing great, honestly.
You just talked, so I might as well just
take it away,
here.
sir. We'll just be here.
I'll chill. Yeah, go on.
Twisted Minds, Gen G, Vitality, Virtus Pro, Falcons, E-Arena, Vitality. What did I miss? Is that all of them?
Oh, this is some great stuff, Avenger. Keep going.
17 Twisted. Virtus Pro Falcons, and then mine is.
You know, at any point
Vitality.
we could just dive in here and save him, but
Yeah,
I'm
you
not.
can, you can.
I'm vibing.
No,
I'm
exactly,
vibing.
exactly.
I'm riding
Mine
out.
is
I think I
Vitality
like it.
Gen G, and you said what again? E-Arena and Crazy Raccoon.
Yes,
Crazy Raccoon.
yes, I
That's
did.
good.
All right,
Okay,
well,
good.
I
Now we
appreciate
remember-
this.
So
Now we
car
have
crash of a segment.
That's great. I love that.
So that brings up a question then. So now that we've picked those 8 teams, look at the 8 teams that didn't get picked. Why do you think that those teams aren't going to make it? So like Theraton 5. I would be kind of surprised if Theraton 5 didn't make it. Wouldn't you?
They were on the cusp both times, though. They only
were.
barely
Both times.
squeaked into the winners, and then they barely didn't squeak into the actual final stage.
I think you could actually say crawled in, because I believe there was at least 1 or 2 games where we just watched
That's
their
true.
players crawl for at least 3 or 4 placement points, which I don't think is quite enough. So I also, you challenged us to pick who we thought would advance, right? There's always like a chance that these off runners down on the bottom are going to pull it off because they are some of the 24 best teams in the world. But I think when you talk about, the bright spots, look at that. Look at on the bottom. Shrimsy, an example, always amazing in winter stage, but I'm loving the group stage bright spot. Gedrock's getting a love, and Kwepa is actually pretty cool in my opinion.
I mean, I think Example has got some fire back underneath him. Like, the
Yes.
start of the performance that he had was, like, spectacular. And, of course, I mean, also those mortar shots that we saw in Miramar were absolutely insane. So it was a big surprise, I think, to see Twisted Minds kind of fall down into this on the second go-around here, Avenger. But 2 other teams that we can really talk about, Gen G and T5. I think a lot of people came in with big expectations for Gen G here at Martin, considering the caliber that is on that roster.
Yeah, I mean, Gen G is a team, when you look at it, it's like, okay, this is a team that's actually brought together to win things. We're probably eventually going to see them win one of the PGSs, I hope. But yeah, we're going to have to see that, of course. T5 is just one of those ever-consistent teams. But they were too much on the cusp in both stages where it's like, I need to see more from them. I need to see some pure dominance before I really prop them up.
I hate the side by side, okay? Because T5 actually did sort of, they got into winter stage and played it out. Gen G, like this implication of 1 point short plus an entire bracket, right? Like they're not only did they struggle to break through, they had a whole day off where they had to sit there and sort of, figure it out. So hopefully that pays off. What's actually destroying me is the 2 teams that I picked for this when you asked are featured right here. Falcons and VP. And both of these teams are the only, if my memory serves me correctly, teams that have made no roster changes or do not have substitutions at this event. And yet, both of them are in the losers bracket. That does not compute, is like constantly going through. And so I don't understand what's happening. The fact these are top tier rosters who finish in the top 5 and haven't changed anything, yet here we stand, is mind boggling.
And the teams that had to make a change or have a sub horror are the 2 that you chose in 17 and Twisted Minds. And I think that they're excellent choices, right? Even though I think 17 had a little bit of a rougher day compared to what I was expecting yesterday, considering what we saw in the group stage. But these 2 teams should be in the final.
Yeah, for sure. I think 17, it's a question of like, who do you think is the real 17, right? Do you think it's the one from group stage or do you think it's the one from yesterday? And I think, while they had an insane performance on group stage, I think their actual level is probably closer to that than it was to what we saw yesterday. And then Twisted Minds, you're not going to catch me betting against those guys. Like every day that they play, they're knocking the rust off a little bit. And getting a little bit better. And then, I mean,
don't you think
kind of the same with Falcons and VP, right?
I got to follow this up though. Like, do you feel like Molodok?
The Molodok thing, though.
Yes, but does he feel disjointed to you? Like, this is my question as you watch. Like, I don't like writing him off, but it feels like he's like a peg leg attached to a pirate. Like, he's not quite as effective as he was with both legs. I don't know. Does he feel disjointed to you, Poro?
I mean, obviously they would prefer to have their full roster there, right? Like, but it's at the same time, it's it could be any one of us out there with those 3 guys, and I would still expect them to find a way to make it to the final. But Tulins knows how to make use of you no matter what you're good at. Like, he'll find a way. So an example is he's still example. He's still insane. So I mean, I don't think like. Yes, they have an excuse for not being the world dominant Twisted Minds that we've seen in the past because they're playing with a sub, but I still expect them to be in the final.
Still looks good in the group stage, even with the sub, right? Yes. Well, of course, we have on the opposite side of this, for the Americas, it's Falcons. Let's check in with them and see, would they rather for the moment?
H-Win walked past my room this morning and he said he heard me singing Buffalo Soldier by Bob Marley.
Hi guys, it's Bella. I'm with... Say your name.
Tiggleton from
Strimsy.
Oh, perfect teamwork already. And we are here to play some Would You Rather. Are you excited? Yeah. All right, first question. Would you rather beat your rival team or, what was the question? Win the championship. On count 3. 1, 2, 3.
Beat your rival team.
All right, you gotta persuade each other.
Twisted Minds are like the benchmark. So like every time we beat them, like it just feels good, you know? If we have a bad scrim set and they did worse, that's like, hey guys, we beat Twisted Minds, you know, it doesn't matter. You always feel good about it.
All right.
I've never thought about Twisted one day in my life. I only care about my bank account, which is low right now because we haven't won in a while, so
no one.
We need some wins.
We gotta win.
And second question, would you rather win MVP or your team wins the championship? 1, 2, 3.
Win MVP.
Oh, okay. You gotta
win the championship. Of course.
Yeah. Why are you looking around?
That's what I said.
Why are you looking around?
No, I agree. Well, if you get MVP, then your team won, because that's just how PUBG does it. Like you have to win to get MVP. So like, that's just a double win for me. You know
It's a bigger picture.
Yeah. I get an MVP and we're winning. That's like a big dub.
I have a last question. Would you rather, every time you get a kill, would you rather dance or sing your heart out? 1, 2, 3.
Sing for sure.
What would you sing?
Actually, H-Win walked past my room this morning and he said he heard me singing Buffalo Soldier by Bob Marley.
Do you want to sing a line for us?
Nah.
No? Maybe.
Yeah.
All right. Well, what's your song?
Crazy in Love by Beyonce.
All right.
I think I'm crazy to that song in the shower.
Could we get that on?
Spin.
Could we get that one day?
Maybe.
No,
if I MVP. Who knows?
Okay.
I might bust it out on stage.
Fingers crossed. All right. Thanks for joining me. Say bye together. Bye.
안녕.
Have a great time, and hopefully you don't fail.
What are we doing?
That's small hearts.
No.
Don't you see? It's a small
Tiny
heart.
hearts.
No, yeah, that's what it is. That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, tiny hearts.
Bella has this method by which she kind of like makes everyone do as cutesy things as possible. And it's like, oh God, kill me, kill me. But anyway, right, let's talk about all the teams, of course, though, because Therodon 5 is actually one that does come up from me when it comes to them also being on the cutoff point in both moments, right? Not only in from that group stage being able to make it through into winners, but also just barely not being able to make it into the next stage. Is this a team, Martin, we should be looking at to be able to get into that final?
That's the thing, right? Because we in group stage we had a situation where you just need to get top 16. Everyone's not playing the way that they would be playing in the finals. And then with the winners bracket, everyone is like, okay, are we chasing to get the 10 points, or are we just chasing to survive here? It's a little bit difficult to kind of pinpoint until we see the finals performance.
We are ready to head on over to Korea to see what's going on down on the ground here for our survival stage.
去年比，因为我们现在今年的阵容有转变吧，就是换了2个人嘛，然后可能有不一样的感觉吧。我能相信你们吗？
จุดเด่นของทีมเราน่าจะเป็นเรื่องการเข้าวงครับแล้วก็มีสไตล์การเล่นที่ค่อนข้างยืดหยุ่นครับการแข่งครั้งนี้จะไม่ปราณีใครเลยครับ
I think everybody should be looking out for us, especially with the performance we had last year. Since then, we only improved as a team, so I think we're going to be for sure one of the dominant teams coming into PGS. I think our teamwork right now on the team is for sure one of the best in the world right now. When we are all playing our A game, we are for sure a top 1 contender. Plan is to keep defending the title. I think we have what it takes.
Thì em đã thi đấu rất nhiều giải rồi nên là
해줄 것 같고 몇몇 선수들은 좀 이빨 빠진 호랑이 아닐까라는 생각을 또 할 것 같고 그들도 경험해 보다 보면 느끼겠죠. 호랑이는 호랑이라는 거.
올해 저희 T1이라는 팀은 우승 경쟁을 충분히 할 수 있는 팀이라 생각하고 새로운 역사를 써보겠습니다.
So our style is an aggressive style that we are working since last year and improving every day. Courier came here from the other side of the world to win.
我们队伍就是一直敢打敢冲的队伍，然后谁也不怕。我们 JDG 会比去年打得更好。
저희한테 PGS는 좀 어려운 편은 아닌 것 같아요. 운영적이로든 교전적이로든 선수들이 다 잘하기 때문에 한국은 우리 홈이니까 저희가 우승할게요.
Kiss Update กลับมาแล้วครับอยากจะมาโชว์สไตล์ส่วนตัวของตัวเองให้โลกได้เห็นครับ
去年比，因为我们现在今年的阵容有转变吧，就是换了2个人嘛，然后可能有不一样的感觉吧。我能相信你们吗？
จุดเด่นของทีมเราน่าจะเป็นเรื่องการเข้าวงครับแล้วก็มีสไตล์การเล่นที่ค่อนข้างยืดหยุ่นครับการแข่งครั้งนี้จะไม่ปราณีใครเลยครับ
I think everybody should be looking out for us, especially with the performance we had last year. Since then, we only improved as a team, so I think we're going to be for sure one of the dominant teams coming into PGS. I think our teamwork right now on the team is for sure one of the best in the world right now. When we are all playing our A game, we are for sure a top 1 contender. Plan is to keep defending the title. I think we have what it takes.
Thì em đã thi đấu rất nhiều giải rồi nên là PGS lần này em không cảm thấy áp lực gì hết. Phải bị bắn rồi thì mới biết là súng của chúng tôi mạnh như thế nào.
ครับก็สิ่งที่เราได้เรียนรู้จากการเป็นแชมป์ในปีที่แล้วก็คือเราแค่เล่นให้เต็มที่ที่สุดในแบบที่เราเป็นแล้วก็ผมคิดว่าในการแข่งขันครั้งนี้ PGS นี้เราสามารถเป็นแชมป์ได้แน่นอนครับก็สิ่งที่พวกเราขาดไปใช่ไหมครับก็คือถ้วยแชมป์ PGS นี่ครับก็พวกเราจะมาชนะที่นี่แล้วก็จะเป็นทีมแรกที่มีถ้วย PGS และ PGC ครับ
All right, well, we have got ourselves now the opportunity across 5 games to determine which of those 8 teams are going to be moving forward into the final. And of course, Poro, you're hoping for the Americas. Miramar starts things out. It's an exciting time to see if they're going to be able to prevail.
You would hope so, right? Like when you talk to teams from the Americas, pretty much universally they say that this is their favorite map. So, and then we're going into today with the same bit that we had yesterday. You got 5 games, so you really don't have a whole lot of time to kind of figure out, get your feet underneath you. So, hopefully they can start out strong and start that snowball rolling.
Genji's back, here they are, and again, big hopes for this roster. Always great, Toffees, to see Soul back on the field for 2026. We missed him for a while. He's got excellent gameplay, but again, can he carry it through into this year?
I think it's an issue of can he carry it through, but also like how does adding the new player, how does sort of, I don't know, man. Genji.
It's a whole new team.
Yeah, but for 2 years. 3 years, Genji's been like resting on this GPT vibe, right? And then they had this like 2 years of just crap all, then a mediocre year last year. And now they're telling me they've rebuilt the team and it's going to work. And at this point, I just don't know that I even believe in the brand anymore. I don't know what to do.
It's funny because I think we were like towards the middle part of last year and then towards the end, we were all of a sudden like, wait, Genji's gathering momentum. Genji's like getting their feet under them, Avenger. And then, of course, they have to make the wild switch that they do because it's very difficult to turn down the likes of Soul and Salute, I think.
Yeah, you cannot deny that having that lineup is an absolutely insane lineup. Like D coming in as a prodigy and the other guys is just all stars, right? So you cannot deny that.
I mean, listen, in the interview, he said, am I a toothless tiger or a tiger? A tiger's still a tiger. It's not. A toothless tiger is a kitten. And that's how they've played so far. Sorry to interrupt the throw, but it is a very frustrating team with how they've done so far.
Hey, Toffees, it's yours and Poro's Miramar, so you take it away. Bring us the Dust Goons.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Let's go.
You got me all gassed up. You got me all mad about Soul. You go, let's do this. You do.
Well, no, I mean, I think it's a good point because I think Genji was really starting to show some signs of return to form with Flame and Orca and Tosi, and then but I guess that's the age-old question, right? Like, is it when you see names like Salute and Soul and these guys that have this huge history and resume of greatness. Like it's obviously very hard, but man, now you kind of look back and you're like, well, did we jump the gun? Should we have maybe stuck with what we had going? Because it was looking like it was going in a pretty positive direction. But again, though, Salute, Soul, D, all these guys are great players in and of themselves. And when you throw in Bean, I think you give them a little bit of extra time. Like again, this is our first international, right? And nobody really had. I guess Gen G had a little bit of a warm up there with that. PGS Prelude tournament, but again, still a whole new roster.
Speak of the
That's
devil,
a good start.
He doth strike fast. The tiger has teeth. As Soul comes out with an early knock there on Beamy, he's going to be crawling for some safe. Doesn't look like there's really a follow-up just yet. Nixie's going to go ahead and get loaded up. Decent firearms as Lucarux tries to get involved. Little M16 so far. Not my favorite thing to take into the fight, especially because there's no ammunition in it.
Yeah, no, not ideal. Tommy gun, probably a little bit worse.
Yep.
But Nixie, I think Beamy rather, dropped down, and he's just going to make it so that they can grab his chip. So Virtus Pro don't only have to worry about taking this fight. And again, I don't think you're really expecting a full-on 4v4 in Los Leones. There's just so many different places to hide. So
I think if anything, this is a symptom of Gen G sending a message of like, this is our side of town going forward, and you just need to stay farther over there. You know what I mean? Like, so he pops up, but I think again, this is a nice move. We go back to this Gen G. Oh, hold on a second. Looks like Falcons are having a bit of a kerfuffle as well.
That's replay.
Oh, thank God. Well, they slipped it in there, man. I thought maybe we had a double
I know,
shot.
they sneak it in on us sometimes.
They really do, and there's no tags.
First game of the day, man. It's okay.
So anyway,
we got to get warmed up.
The Gen G roster. Soul, obviously great kill right there. Phenomenal player. This is a two-part question for me, right? Because you said they were building, they were getting strong, and then they gut the roster. This feels like a weird move. So either Soul has absolute power at Gen G and can choose to just drop people and try to build supers as he wants, or there's an implication that he felt those three weren't going to be as committed to the new era as maybe these guys were. And so I'm kind of leaving space for judgment, right? Because if he comes up and he goes, these are three guys who were absolute grinders and I knew we're going to be out here grinding this out with me, then I think it makes a lot more sense. But I really do struggle because Orca was doing so well at the end of the season, and the growth of Tozy was unfathomable. And now they don't even get to play at the international level right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you're Gen G management, they probably look at that and they're like, okay, well, maybe we know we think we know what the ceiling of this roster is, and the ceiling with Salute and Soul and D, we believe is going to be a lot higher. So I guess we'll find out. We're going to learn as Alo is going to get spotted out by Change the Game. You want to talk about a team that has not had a great start to things, Change the Game. Obviously just a completely new roster. So you're not I don't think anybody's really surprised to see them struggle, at least at the beginning. So we'll see if they can find a little bit of footing here, though, in this survival stage, maybe get some confidence going for these guys.
Yeah. Dude, Change the Game is... so there are some teams that made switches and I'm like, oh man, these guys got here on their PGC prowess. Like, I'm skeptical about you being here. Change the Game. You know what? They got gutted. It's okay. I'm giving you time to do what you need to do.
When 17 comes knocking.
Exactly. Yeah. So it's like, if CTG struggles at the start of the year, you're not going to hear a lot of chat from me because, again, this is one of those situations where you just have to sort of make do, right? We saw this with FaZe right after, VP ripped away their top tier player. They sort of had this, like, we got to figure out a new system and make it work. I'm able to give that grace to CTG, I think, without too much trouble.
Yeah. And again, there's a lot of PGSs this year. A lot of PGSs. So they have plenty of time to try to figure themselves out as we check in with Team Vitality. Martin has them going on to the top 8. What do you think?
I think if you look at the history of the team, 6th place at PGC, they have a high potential. They've been a little slow to get running, I think, that the way that they want to right here. But I could also say, just like the Falcons, I think Circles had a little bit of to do with that in the 5-game series. The reality here, you guys, it's Survivor. Top 8 go through. And all you really, really need to have in a 5-game series is a chicken dinner, right? Finals, it's going to be all about points per game. But right now, in the qualifier stages, in the winner stage, and in the survivor stage, it is all about, honestly, winner, chicken dinner format. Like our PPG teams, our point per game teams, like Falcons and VP, look where they are right now because they've been playing their PPG system.
Well, keep in mind that, again, it is top 8 that are going to be going on today. And yesterday's cut line was Full Sense in 8th place with 28 points overall. So that, I guess, is where we're kind of looking, maybe higher, maybe lower, just depending on how our teams at the top do, if we have any more point sponges. So obviously a lot still left to be determined, but that was what it was yesterday. So that's kind of what we look at here today as we check in with Twisted Minds. They have a little bit of a hold here on the west. You see an E pickup getting popped from way off in the south. I believe that's Virtus Pro coming down from the Partona Island. And then we still have what's left of Team Liquid after they lose Alo and change the game, still outside of zone.
You know, if you guys are CTG fans out there, I want you to take a screenshot real quick while you're in front. It's gonna be, this is the time, and I hope that
you don't think they're going to be up there.
I mean, I don't. Like I said, I hope they prove me wrong, and I'm not going to like hate on them if they fall down. But as far as first place in the survival bracket, I have some skeptibility, and I think that's fair. Skeptability. Hey, Beamy's back. That's fair. He got killed early.
Back.
Right. You know, it was that we called him the Toothless Tiger on Soul's behalf. And so he had to prove us wrong. And Beamy, unfortunately, was the side effect of that. So I'm glad he got to come back after we did that to him.
Well, Virtus Pro, the rest of the team, now that Beamy has arrived, they are putting themselves in a good position here to take advantage of another Korean squad as Pio and Glaz will get picked out in rotation. So Crazy Raccoon now down to 2, and their other duo are still a little bit farther off north, and they're running into that Gen G 2-2 split. So we'll keep an eye on the kill feed to see if they run into any trouble here as we're back with Team Vitality. Levante looking up the hills as they hear Falcons starting to arrive.
Falcons.
Yeah, just flexing out a little bit there, I think. Yeah.
Coming into roost. See if they find something up and over the top. Levante I think this is a good idea. Get a little farther forward because you know this is going to be, if they do have a crash, it's going to be right up at this point to try to close that angle down. Though I don't think Falcons will be coming anywhere near them. Comfortably stored away.
Yeah, just slowing things down a bit. And that's something that Falcons could definitely use, right? Like they aren't trying to go any further in than what they can scout. And they are about halfway between the center of C1 and the north side of this first circle. So got to get in there pretty deep, and as Beamy, after he has arrived, gets a really nice loot infusion off of those 2 players from Crazy Raccoon. Looks like the other duo did manage to avoid Gen G for now, and now, well, this is the struggle. They're creeping a little bit closer towards E Arena.
Liquid. Big rotation. This is the safest rotation I think I've ever seen. They went into the blue all the way to the South Island to make sure that they weren't picked off elsewhere with the second group on the split. So Team Liquid guaranteeing, they're like, we've got to make a certain amount of points. We're going to send these guys south just in case. Sent Cowboy up on the north, so he, I guess, could have been under duress, but got away with it. And Team Liquid now going to backfill into CTG and VP, who don't seem in a hurry to move.
And it looks like Falcons may have spotted out Vitality. A few shots were sent over towards Hello My Bad, but not enough to get the knock. And the duo from Vitality are going to try to get a little bit closer towards their teammate. Ooh, Beamy. A little bit close to explosion there. But yeah, so even though everybody's inside the zone, Toffee's a lot of movement now as teams are getting closer to each other. Vitality had this big 2-2 split that they're forcing back together because of the presence of Falcons, and they're also getting pressured from that eastern side by Therodon 5. So a lot of teams still on the move here.
VP looking good. Remember, this is a team that did not make any changes. They got second place at PGC and do not like being in the survival group. So they are going to want to prove something here as they make a big push in from the south side. Meanwhile, jump over to Quizzy, gets a nice shot, but Gedrox is the one with the knock on the Falcons. We didn't know if they get into a kerfuffle, but the Falcons are now in a little bit of trouble. They're going to get that res, I think, without too much trouble, but the fight is not over. Hello My Bad leads the grenade and says, we're going for this. No reses for you today.
Smart play by Falcons. They didn't try to stick the res there. Instead, they threw Kickstart into the vehicle and brought him back to safety to go for the revive here. So slow play, smart play here from Falcons. And now Vitality, they are kind of outside. They're on the hills as Furia and Theraton 5 are kind of making their way over in that direction. So we'll see if that fight picks up anytime soon here now as S2G, they try to get in. Oh my goodness, the Expendables. What happened there? I think they might have gotten crashed by 17 and they just immediately get deleted.
That's wild. Not quite sure. Didn't get the sound cues to sort of signal what was happening there, but now we jump over to S2G as Kwepa is just like, did we get them all? I better smoke just in case. Is there anybody left? I think they got them all, right?
Yeah, look at that. I mean, I guess it must have been I think the Expendables are trying to pull up maybe. Yeah, oh yeah, you gotta get the loot there, don't you? It's a very easy loot infusion here as we check in back with Virtus Pro just on the side of Impala.
All right, back up on top. Luca Rocks on the rocks as he gets ready to pop a few heads here. Tucked in E-Arena, another team that we're like, okay, what are the expectations going into these guys? Will they be able to pull it out? They lost Jacob, which was a pretty big shakeup. But I wouldn't say they looked bad in the groups in the last couple stages here, Poro. I just feel like they weren't quite clicking in, and you really had to have that chicken to advance.
Yeah, I think they looked, serviceable, but I think Jacob was that little extra bit of spice. Like you need to have that superstar on your team that's capable of just kind of winning battles that maybe you would otherwise not win, just to kind of put you over the edge. And right now, E-Arena trying to decide who that's going to be. The addition of Padampong, obviously a noted veteran there, so should be able to find their footing pretty easily. We'll see if they get any circle luck as they are on the south side right now playing on that road. As we see Cowboy still in the air, looking ahead, trying to find out where the next move for Liquid might be.
All right, a lot of space out here in the open road. I like that Anyone's Legend has a decent spot right in the middle of the map. Twisted Minds with a very big spread. Molodok out in sort of side defense, but this is a massive, this is just bold, beautiful defense from Twisted Minds, and they can do this using the terrain and the difference in format. So they have a lot of cover potential and a lot of escape inside of this crater.
Yeah, looking at how the map's laid out now, it feels like everybody's kind of got their spot that they want to play. Everybody's kind of anticipating that this circle would cut off to the north. Only a few teams really still in motion. Vitality, Theraton 5, I guess this northeastern side of the zone probably the most active still with Furia. You can see they're now trying to make their way in as the new circle has popped, and it is going to center up on Anyone's Legend just off to the east of that Kintera crater.
They are going to be ecstatic because if it didn't center up on them, they might have been in some serious trouble trying to get out of that spot. So good for Anyone's Legends. You can see they're going to just lock in there. I would hope for a collapse in the middle, but it might be too late as Vitality also comes in. You see the backfill of T5. Right behind them is Furia. It is about to blow up on the Never Eat eastern side of this map as these four teams collide. Cowboy right in the middle of the massive mix-up.
Yeah, this is honestly great for Liquid as Cowboy has that eye in the sky perspective, and he can tell the rest of the boys not to come this way because it is Mad Max Central right now as Team Vitality just driving in between these ridge lines. Furia have pulled out. They've stopped up on the hills, try to take shots at anything that moves, but unfortunately they're not going to find. Never mind, they will find Quizzy. Nice shots from Bielcalmo will start things off for Furia. Can they get the flush? They will indeed, and Draft King will find another one as Vitality is getting ripped to pieces right now. Levante gonna go down, but Levante got two before he eventually went down. Gedrox now the last player left alive for Vitality.
A smoking car, 25% HP in a prayer. He saw Levante do amazing things, but he's got to get out of there. Cowboy getting shot out of the sky. Kickstart not having it. Furia eliminated at the same time after a chaotic fight with Vitality, and Levante able to finish off with that flush, even though he was dead. Tailton throws that grenade. They know Cowboy's down there. There's just nothing Cowboy could do. It's a hunting party, baby.
Oh, just put it right on top of him. And Cowboy, the smokes weren't going to be enough to keep that man alive. But Luke 12 and Purdy Curdy still up.
Do it to him!
For the time being, Gedrox, the last player for Vitality. What a transfer!
The transfer!
As he gets 2 more points picked up for Vitality.
The government is going to tax that transfer. It was so big, baby. That was incredible. He had 4 bullets left in the chamber when he finished. That was super hot. You got to love it. Gedrox showing that they still have it when it matters most. And Falcons going, man, maybe we should let Cowboy fly past.
I say a lot of destruction going on. So many teams up here on the Northeast, and right now Theradon 5 might be the only one that's coming out so far unscathed. They've got 4 alive still, and they've managed to pick up 2 kills, and they're looking down their scopes towards Falcons, towards Team Liquid, as Team Liquid having to retreat back into the blue once again. Gedrock's still alive for Vitality, but he's got a long way to go as we check in with Virtus Pro coming in from that southeastern side. They're pulling into the duo of Crazy Raccoon. Crazy Raccoon hears the engines roar, and they will get on out of Dodge.
They are going to bang out of there as fast as they possibly can. You're actually looking for a few shots. We need an emoticon or something we can spam when a play like Gedrock's happens, because that was like hashtag, like, obviously not report, right? We know he's that good, but like, oh my God, that was such a cool play. Like, you feel like that. Like, if it was a random person, I would have reported him at the end of the game because it was so hot. All right, takes a shot from behind. Flucky hit in the back of the head. Meanwhile, him ass out there putting in work with the as Iononix gets put down in a combo with 17.
That new circle did pop, and it's going to go off to the northeast, and looks like Cerberus actually going to be in a great position as Crazy Raccoon does get eliminated in the end. It's going to be a combination of teams, as there just really wasn't anywhere for them to go. Anyone's Legend still has that big 2-2 split along the roadside. A number of teams off to the west have to figure out a way to get in, most notably Twisted Minds. 17 also has a duo alive. E-Arena just trying to send it from the south side, but they're going through a gauntlet right now between Virtus Pro and Anyone's Legend.
Liquid kind of get up here. Luke 12 lost that scout ability when Cowboy went down, so Purdy and him have just been trying to bust through the blue for what feels like forever. Remember, this started on the South Island, a circle and a half, maybe 2 circles ago at this point. So they have just been busting blue and hoping to put some points on the board. They saw what happened in the early stages, and they need to make sure that they stay up in front.
Let's see how these teams from the west and the south decide to try to fight their way in. E-Arena, they managed to get at least a couple of guys. It looks like they lose Padam Pong, but they still have 3 up. Gen G, well, it looked like they were about to maybe take the same path, but instead they're going to go ahead and eat a little bit more blue damage, try to follow around where Virtus Pro is. VP has an angle on this. You see them taking the shots, but not finding any joy just yet. And the question for Gen G, though, there's not really anywhere for them to enter here on this side of the circle, and there's no way for them to know that. Obviously they have to go somewhere, but we'll see if Theradon 5 is ready. They're going to hear these engines as Gen G pulls up, and they're already damaged from the blue. Rossinen finds 1, he gets 2, and Gen G in a lot of trouble. There's another one down. In being the last one alive is Salute, who had to stop and heal up as he was getting shot at by Virtus Pro.
What? That last shot was absolutely beautiful from distance. I got a little help from a friend. That said, though, that was a huge hold. And honestly, I think a lot of it went to Rosidid, but Fluky handled a huge portion of that spray down on the crash, and that team worked really well with the way they had set up.
Well, you see 17, they are down to a duo, but they do have that BRDM, and it looks like they're using it to great effect right now. They're pushing into this northern side of the Anyone's Legend split, and they're going to take down Delwyn, so they at least find a little bit of a foothold in this new zone. And Anyone's Legend destroy now kind of on his own, and I think Twisted Minds, they saw this, and they are pushing directly in, not giving 17 a chance to set up. They're going to push in immediately, sprays through. Nice shots from Example, pre-fires Wenbo and puts him on his back.
Shazam! As he comes in and gets the smash. They're down to 2, though, as the fight goes on. Exploding cars, Molotovs, Blue Zones, grenade, and heavy ordnance ends. Twisted Minds crash. They had to do it, and 17 is busted down to just 1.
Tian Halvo just took down all of Twisted Minds. I thought they might have a shot there, Toffees. They got that initial knock on the pull-up, but Tian just put him right where they needed to be. Good stuff from him. Keeps 17 alive, keeps them in this, but now they might have changed the game pushing on him. We'll see. Virtus Pro, Circle has pushed away. They've got eyes off to the north on Theron 5. Crash! They need to have eyes in. There it is to change the game. Crash coming through, and now 17 once again on the clock.
There was a firefight. Meanwhile, Nixie put in work from VP up in the distance. The push around from Change the Game. They're desperate. They're in a 4v1 on this crash. Meanwhile, VP has to transition over here to put a fight together. 5 kills for 17. He's holding, but Mamau got him. Back to Beamy and the boys as they try to handle this fight with T5. Fluky is on fire as he gets another knockdown. And Beamy and Curexy, the only guys trying to hold strong for the Bears.
Yeah, third on 5. They're going to lose. X grows it as well. He's off to the north. They can't get the res as Correxy. Nice spray. Not going to find the knock as third on 5 trying to send it back into the compound. This is still all outside of zone, so they're just repositioning themselves. Oh, Padampong from range is going to take down Beamy, so now everything is on Corexy's shoulder
He
as
left
he
the
pushes
team,
into the
but he
warehouse.
still matters, Poro. He left the team, but he still helps. Corexy has to go. Padampong making a big move for T5, even though he's not on the roster. Tries to look up both sides. How do you cover the front and the back? Corexy's got the blue closing, trying to use that for safety, doing a good job of knowing he's going to be coming around. Tries to shoot through the car, peeks left of the boxes. That's the spray. Corexy in a 1v1. Watch out for Padampong. He's closing as well. Good flash over the top, and the car runs away. See you later, Flucky. Because Corexy is the lucky duck.
He's out of there. Fluky will keep third on 5 alive as E-Arena continues to look over in this direction. Kickstart, the last one up for Falcons as H-Win has been spotted out. So Falcons will rely on Kiki to just survive a little bit longer as Cerberus finally will have to leave their compound. And where are they at right now? No kills so far. Everybody avoiding their lines, any lines of sight that they may have. So Cerberus, despite the fact that they're 4 alive, not been able to get many points here, as that one's even going to get stolen away by Nurens.
Nurens, you know, and that was the severe kicking given to them by Corexy really threw that into chaos. T5, I think, had no really options after he had to flee that fight. So good on Corexy for forcing them backwards. Some big plays so far in this game. And I know eventually we're going to have to go back to the burning car fort because it wouldn't be Miramar unless we had a burning pack of cars somewhere. And the fact that 17 also managed to get a kill off of that crash earlier to hold CTG was pretty impressive, though CTG was able to ultimately take that compound. I know we cut away from it, so a little bit of a how it finished for you.
Yes, some solo heroics already here in match number 1. You saw Vitality with Gedrox and Levante pulling out the stops to get their team some points. And then Tian keeping, just holding the line for as long as he could. And now we've got Corexy. Can he do even more for Virtus Pro? It's going to take some work, though. He's off in the blue. Uria, I can see he's just nothing left in the tank. And yep, he'll go down. So Virtus Pro goes down in 7th place. He'll get at least a placement point for it. And E-Arena, for all, I mean, they had to make just a desperate send over to this little shack here on the side. They lose 1 in the process, but they've been able to be active since then. They've only got 2 kills so far, and I think their shack is just outside of this new zone.
Well, let's take a look at Finhay Cerberus here. Completely new roster. The life of Brian has been short so far in this event, but we're going to see if they can turn it back around as they have 4 up going into the late game. The problem is it's going to be a big push forward. Then we jump over to a lone survivor in Kickstart, a man who's used to working alone and can obviously win by himself if he needs to, but that is a tall order against S2G, a very, very strong lineup ahead of him.
Yeah, we haven't really spoken too much about S2G so far. They've had this compound on the northern side. They've kind of been dictating the flow of traffic around them. They do manage to have 2 kills so far and could get more off of that. Is Kickstart actually going to start shooting at him from the north side? I think he might be out of meds and is just trying to get a point before going down here. As we see, change the game. They try to flex out, try to get a couple of different angles, but nothing presenting itself, and now they're going to have to retreat back.
Okay, nice little piece. S2G, I think we've seen them do a little activity. It's Aquepa, Pepper, a couple of folks. They got a few knocks, if I remember correctly, but nothing where they're able to convert. And that's just a symptom of this position. Great defense, not a lot of offense, but their cars are safe. Their transition will be good. Meanwhile, Kickstart is going to go ahead and let himself go down to the blue. And this is something to be aware of. For the first time ever, we are seeing denials in game 1 and 2 because of how aggressively fast this format is. And I'm glad the team started to think that way.
Absolutely. Well, this fight was brewing over on the east. E-Arena got 2 knocks. Everything's getting third-partied as well. They can't afford to stick around and hang out. They have to push in, and they will lose 1. Nuren's now the last player left alive. He's going to find Cerberus up against the rock, hiding in the smokes. He's going to try to stop down, pause long enough to heal up, but stand on the move once again. It's a 1v1, and he's going to get spotted. Nuren's from the prone position will keep E-Arena in this thing. Oh, no, he won't. Him ass. No. Oh, no. The from anyone's legend.
He's been sitting on that for a minute. And so he did get the extra point. He got the burn down. But ultimately, they were just laying there hoping that no one would notice. Quepa on a decent spot here on the high ground. But Poro, no one is in the circle.
Nobody. Nobody. This is the last circle that anybody wanted to see, but I like what S2G is doing. They're sending Shilla in already with a vehicle just to get a foothold in, as they'll reposition everybody else around there. I think the priority, obviously, you would think it's changed the game, but they can maybe get angles onto anyone's legend here as well, as you see Change the Game just throwing all the utility they have over in that direction, but nothing is finding the mark, as they will lay the smoke wall down and immediately start to cross with 2.
I mean, they've been holding so long. There's that little push. Kwepa gets destroyed. Destroy goes down. CTG steals it at the last second. CC next. Going to try to move around the right side here. He's got that barrel locked in. Knows he's got CTG on the low ground, which is going to be very, very tricky for him. They're getting a bunch of grenades prepped up. Jumps down to 2 HP. Has to duck down and heal. Using his buddy for a little bit of cover. Trying to jump up a little higher.
Oh, S2G has a stranglehold on this one. If they can manage to finish it off, Himas does go down in the end, as S2G trying to force change the game's hand. Shilla pulling right in. He's got plenty of utility to use. 4 grenades. That one's not going to go where he wants it, as you continue to just dance around and change the game in a lot of trouble. The blue zone grenade from CC and next will take down XCDH. And now it's just down to Mau Mau and Su Ting. And they're just dancing. I mean, there's just so many grenades coming in. There's only so much they can be expected to do.
Right? Like at this point, what could possibly be left to try to kill these guys? So he's going to flash the final in. He knows that he can't be in the molly spot. The blue zone was genius to push away the back. They were just throwing everything they had to make sure that win comes out. And S2G, who we didn't have to talk about for much of the game because of their positioning, ultimately comes away with the victory for them.
Oh, man, and that is a huge way to start. Obviously, you want to be able to get that first victory, get that snowball rolling, and these guys are going to be feeling a lot more confident after that one, because it took some work there. It took some work, especially towards the end, to make sure to clean everybody up. They managed to get a nice little stack of points to go with their victory, so great start there for S2G.
All right, let's bring back the lads. It's Martin and James. They had to sit out the Miramar match, and I'm sure that they hated that, because we had some very big moments and some big skill plays during that match, James.
EMEA being able to get themselves a victory. Awesome stuff. S2G, I'm so excited, Martin, to see that EMEA's finally done something. Great.
Yeah, and especially S2G here. We had some questions of how are they going to be able to perform here? And they start off, of course, with the survival stage popping off. And sure, they did have the compound, but they defended it well. Baron was in there, Shilla was in there, and they actually defended extremely well, making sure that fending off everyone. And also, being that last team to come in from that north side in the later stage of the circle, easy peasy for them to shut this off. BP also having some kills in here, starting things off with great, especially here with the T5 engagement, but it ended up being Corexi finishing this one off here and then dying to the blue. He still got a placement point, that's fair. But it's good to see from S2G.
Yeah, absolutely. Very kind of a formulaic circle, right? We get this circle quite a lot, where it's kind of west of Impala, Poro. You're having to deal with some of these compounds, but mostly with these open, huge fields. And then for that last circle to be as open as it was, it's brutal for the teams that are trying to do something about it, and S2G just moved well, I think.
Exactly. Yeah, no, it's brutal every single time. And I think one of the things that impressed me the most in this first game is we're starting to see, like, when you're in these short format type situations where so much is on the line, you got to make top 8. This is where your superstars have to earn their paychecks, right? This is where you have to expect the big plays to come out. And we saw a couple of big plays there from the guys from Vitality. You saw Beamy, you saw Tian just holding the line there. And this is what's going to make the difference between getting that top 8 spot and finding yourself sitting around and watching the grand final.
I have to ask, is that from a monster truck show? Did you go to a monster truck show for that?
It's the most American thing of all
Monster
time.
Jam.
All of it.
I got my Gravedigger. All right, I got our favorite, my kid's favorite. There we go, Megalodon. Yeah.
Wait, even I know the name Gravedigger. That's crazy.
We had the other one signed. We got the kids. I got them tickets. We went back and met the driver. They got to climb around the truck. It was pretty sick.
Oh, amazing.
I'm jealous now, honestly.
Good dad for the win.
S2G like monster trucks moving through that field and being able to get themselves the victory. Good stuff here from them, Toffees. I think that also I have to give a big shout out to Tian on those holds, right? Being able to dispatch of Twisted Minds and even do a bit of work against CTG as well.
So this game was honestly about these incredible moments, right? Tian had this beautiful hold. I think it's going to go down and highlight real stuff. Like, I thought Twisted Minds had the crash perfectly lined up. They had the opening spray when they came in that got the knock, and he still absolutely played out of his mind. We also had the Curexi play, which we just talked about, and then Gedrox. Don't forget him. At the very start of the game, he had one of the best 4x transfers I've seen in a very long time. So the amount of individual skill, I think we saw Fluky with a double spray on a car that was absolutely beautiful. So this was just an individual showcase of some of our best players. And that was my favorite part, is just how cool on Miramar sometimes you see these 4v4s get.
Oh, there he is. He's going to get MVP off the back of it as well.
Oh,
yeah, I'm so excited.
That's so likely that's going to happen, yeah, for sure. With all three of them going his way, man. That's crazy.
Yeah, because the thing is that I think there was, who was it? Was it Wemboa who was also in there who insta got headshotted by Example Poro, but then to hold off against
spray from Example.
Yeah, just
I mean, in all fairness to Twisted Minds, like they were getting kind of third partied as well by Anyone's Legend. Like they didn't have time to pre-smoke it or anything like that. Like they hit that nasty spray from Example through the window on the pre-fire, but then it just took. There was just no way for them to kind of get inside and avoid the fire from everywhere else. So Tian in a perfect position to kind of take advantage of that. So really good stuff from him, and well earned man of the match.
Yeah, I love it. It's a very difficult circle to get like really high kill counts, I would say, as well, unless the circle bears down on one of your single compound locations, right? And then just it's very, very spread game to start our survival stage off.
Yeah, even like the compound in like the jungle compound that Cerberus they were holding down to. Hey, it's Nomi, look at that, an extreme. When you're holding that compound, you have so many teams kind of encroaching at that. Even though you have the high ground advantage, there's all these kind of bridges around it where you can't really come out and take a lot of control. Even with the Suji, like all the fights are happening so far away, even though they had kind of the center of the circle for quite a while and they could put out so much damage. It was everyone that's fighting, team versus team or getting third party that's grabbing all the kills. So you don't see these 21 kill victories where a guy's dropping 10 kills in these kind of games here, to be honest.
Yeah, and from that now we move on, of course, from Miramar. We will have another one though at the very end of the day, which is always exciting, and of course we're not going to get to cast it.
Sorry, bud.
You got mud,
boys. You guys got a hell of a final game yesterday. I mean, there was so much on the line, and I expect it's going to be the exact same way today, guys. So if you're watching, make sure you stay all the way to the end, because I'm sure there's going to be a lot of changes done at the very last minute.
Yeah, the fact that we have like just multiple cutoff points almost every single day now compared to what the previous format was, it does make especially those last games, as you were saying, Poro, very exciting. And then from that, of course, I think that with only 5 games, Toffees now, it gets to the point as well where that barrier to moving on forwards is just so close every single time.
I think you got to make those moves now, right? And we talked about that. The fact that we saw Kickstart do a blue denial in game 1 signals that teams are very now aware of how valuable it is sort of in that transition phase. And teams need to make better upfront choices. A good example of this is Crazy Raccoons. I know they're the Crazy Raccoons, but you don't have to go to trash spots. They keep making bad rotations. They're going to spots that are just not great. And every time they get there, they're getting dumpstered. And I either change the name or change the play, but you got to stop doing this because you are a better team than that. I mean, this roster, if you go through it, Pio, Inonix, Glads, Guyan, like these guys are really good players, and yet I keep seeing them getting taxed early. I want to call it the bad planning tax, because it feels like they're not moving quickly at the start of the circle. They're doing late transitions, and their spots are just not well planned out. I mean, again, I don't speak Korean. I haven't been in their comms, but that is how it feels to me.
Well, that's fair. That's fair. One of the teams, of course, that has got a lot to fix here and get things rolling, but got a lot of firepower. It's Team Vitality. Let's check in with them here at PGS.
IGL and trolling.
He's captain.
Default in our team.
Hi guys, it's Bella. I'm sitting here with Team Vitality, and I got some point questions ready for the team. Hi guys, how are you?
Hi, I'm fine. Good.
Perfect teamwork right here. This is great. Okay, first question. Who is the best driver on the team? Okay?
Get
1,
rocks.
2, 3.
Get rocks.
Oh, do I see it? Not me.
We pick Gedrox.
IGL.
Yeah, he's always in the map, so he is always
Big brain.
flipping.
Oh, big brain. Okay,
We
well,
always need to pick him up.
you need to pick him up. Well, who is the worst driver then? 1, 2, 3.
This is gotta be him same.
Oh, it's still.
It's same time, it's same. He's the best and the worst.
Depends on like.
So he would be the one that forgets to pick up a teammate.
No, he's always flipping, so we need an extra car.
Oh. How about this then? Who is the troublemaker in your team?
Gedrox.
Well, then who is the biggest troll on your team? Okay. In-game troll. 1, 2, 3.
Надо показать пальцем.
You're very popular today.
I think it's Gedrox.
Why?
Почему?
Because he's
Troll?
IGL and trolling.
Oh. He's Captain.
Default in our team.
He's Captain Troll.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Well,
Big brain and big trolling.
well, who never stops talking? Who's the chattiest? 1, 2, 3.
Gedrox.
Well, do you have anything you want to say?
I've got a lot to say, but it's gonna take so much time.
Oh, too much time to talk about. Okay, well, last question. If your team had to replace one member with a coach or a manager, who would it be? You gotta point
Who is
fingers
that?
here.
Me.
Oh.
Me changes with our coach.
You need to point yourself. 1, 2, 3.
Me.
Me. Okay. Well, he volunteers. Well, this was fun. Thanks for joining me, and good luck to you for today.
Thank you.
You want to say bye? Bye. Oh.
Levante was like, I've got a game to play. I'm getting up and going away here. So, yes, we are ready to get on into game number 2 for this moment to figure out what's going. He's got so many cups.
So many cups.
He's
so
tiny
thirsty.
One. All right, anyway. Get away here, you guys. We're already in. We've got game number 2 here. Me and Martin are going to be bringing you all the action live from the grassy pastures of Erangel. So let's do it, Martin.
Yeah, we did start over on the southeast side and going all over to the northwest, so we're deep into this game here already. It's always cool to see Vitality here having fun with each other, especially after the new member Chrissy joining them. And yeah, Gedrox, the IGL, the troll, the captain troll, I love that. That's some good atmosphere in a team, and that's exactly what you want when you got a new member in this new season here. They actually got a really great start in this circle here, James. They got the cubes. They already got Gedrox in there. And Chrissy is already moving over there together with the boys. So, hello, my bat's going to be the third guy. Levant is going to be looting just a little bit more. He needs that extra ammo to be shooting everyone.
Awesome stuff. Got a lot of love for these guys. A great roster. Some good personalities as well as good class on the battlegrounds. So, hoping for some success here for these guys. It will be difficult, though, I think, because the quality of talent on this international scene is ever rising, and that is no more evident than the fact that you get legends coming back in, and they still struggle on having a bit of a hard time, right? Soul's back in, struggling at the moment. Inonic's back in. Crazy Raccoon was down here, only getting 17 points yesterday. It's a tough one internationally.
Is this the toughest year so far in PUBG Esports history, James?
It might be, because it's not just a case of, you know, the level keeps rising. It's also that there is massive sweeping changes as well. Right. And because of that, everyone's got to continually learn, continually adapt. You hear it from the likes of guys like Batulins, right, of all people, arguably the mastermind of PUBG. He knows that it's going to be a monumental task to try and be able to renovate your playstyle all the time. Do you also kind of concur?
Yeah, I agree. I think even though it's I don't know if you can even call it karma that Batulins in the first interview of the first PGS of the year calls everyone's noobs, and now he's here in the survival stage, not getting any of the advantage points,
I love
not getting a direct. Yeah, it's great banner, and that's he's actually a specialist at that too. Great personality, great player, one of the best IGLs in the history of PUBG Esports. So it's good to see, obviously. But I'll say this though, I have big expectations for them. I don't think no one of us or anyone watching out there that knows just a little bit of esports history here in PUBG that wouldn't pick Twisted Minds to go through, because back in the day when we had these loser brackets and the kind of group stage, they always went down into that group stage, out into the loser bracket, and they dominated it. It was a perfect warm-up for them to then go into the final stage and do some big damage. Now, though, on this side, a helmet not on Beamy, New haircut for his character as well. That's cool. But this is a setup, James. And are they waiting for CTG to come in and have a free set of points here? This is a big setup for 4 potential points. They're expecting them to come this way directly.
I normally like bridge camps. I don't like it without a helmet. That scares me. Terrifying.
No helmet.
But I mean, who knows? I mean, the CTG might not even come this way. They're all currently driving down towards what looks like the ferry location.
Oh my god, they're not gonna come.
If they're going to go ferry, that's wild, and Virtus.pro's just wasting a lot of time. Now, one thing that's important, though, Martin, is that for almost all of our Erangels so far, or a lot of them, we've had this 50-50 river divide. And it is constantly causing problems for these teams to try and decide where they want to go. And then, of course, when it shifts away from them, the problem's in rotation.
Yeah, it is. School now here. We do have a red zone around this. Swiss Mines will be looking outside here. There's a Groza and a full set of 3 gear. You'd love to see that. But gotta wait just a little bit. Shots coming in, though. So also taking a bit of damage from this one here. And now we see Falcons and the Boys. They're actually in a huge rotation. On the eastern side, they're going to be going all the way up to Kameshki and then going around Stalba to come in from that northern location here. They're maybe pitching their bets a little bit that we're going to have a northern circle shift here. And we do get a Groza shift onto Betulins. Is this... I mean, Betulins is a great player, but you have Example on your lineup. Don't you want him to play Groza?
I mean, okay, well, it looks like maybe we're just in recovery mode here for the moment. Maybe he was going to ferry it back to him, but no, I mean, having dropped all your guns here, it's a little bit dicey to do. So it goes back straight towards the crate. BL is going to move away. I guess they feel like they can't get much more done on the shots from this location.
He was low.
Yeah.
Tulins was like 38 HP, like 1 or 2 more bullets and it's a knock. Yep. And then 2 more guys can maybe focus it. There's that a little bit of a scout there towards Gen G. Salute was inside that. Levante's taking shots now here as well. And we see the teams kind of converging. And once we're closer and before the first circle pops here, yeah, it's very ambitious here. Classic Levante, though. I like the ambitious shots. And then, boom, headshot. And then he's knocked. And then, you know, it's just going to be another flex on us here. And I love that. I want more of that. But James, once we have this circle closing here, and I agree, I think it's pretty much a 50-50 when you look at the circle. Maybe a small, like a 1 or 2% chance higher at the southern side, but not a lot of teams on this northern side so far. We have T5 up there. We have Vitality kind of close on the cube. We have Cerberus. We have Crazy Raccoon that's also sitting at the other bridge on the eastern side close to S9. And then we have Falcons coming in late. So only like 4 teams is actually on this northern side just right now. And then we have CGG that's actually driving cars, actually missing a lot of time here out in the blue, and then they're going to be driving over. The question is, how long does VP commit to this? Because VP is also on the landing party on the northern side. They could be going close to ferry pier because surely they think that they are on the other bridge or coming on the ferry. And yeah, they're actually taking cars now and leaving. So they might be thinking, okay, they've gone on the eastern bridge with no idea of them taking the ferry.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, you could drive that into the ocean and leave it there. Yeah,
insurance fraud.
We've caught them red-handed. Look at them. You're not getting anything off this.
We've got it on camera, guys. You're not getting any money back for this one. That's for sure. No G coin for you.
I can't believe that. That was so left field. Insurance fraud of all things.
I knew I was going to hit you with that one real quick.
Oh, well, I mean, it's going to be fraud as well if they're able to get away with a central position from a rotation like this. They're going to be playing edge for quite a while. But at the same time, from a circle like this, right, I mean, technically center is cool because then you can transition across the river nicely, but edge play, oftentimes you can wrap around if we get like a north shift, for example. If you go over maybe the George Bridge, right? That could actually work out.
There's so much opportunities here because we have 4 bridges that is still active in play. Actually, we have 6 bridges that is still active in play. My bad on the first count. And you always have teams that is kind of sitting around this. Kickstart with another chance here in the glider, James. I kind of like this strategy. Kickstart is always great to gather information, always great to pass it along with the teammate, and then the decisions are being made from the ground. The other guys are driving a car caravan, and they're slowly getting in there, and no one's going to be close to their location here. But 15 seconds until this next circle pop, James, and then we're going to have to see. We're going to be going north. That's a FAMAS Oh, sure
lovely.
hope don't see Chrissy get a P90 here, because he's also going to drop that FAMAS like we saw yesterday with the greed from Ian getting both the FAMAS and the P90 here. Hello, my bad. Getting shot here from Tanwu, or actually returning the fire. He was, guys, shooting him. We actually have another Northern shift here, James, as you see. The circle kind of popping off a little bit. Tan was actually outside, and that's going to be rough because the vast majority of the teams were actually out. Luke and Alo finding Lukarooks here.
An extremely similar game to what we saw at the end of yesterday, potentially, with a circle like this. And it was absolute bedlam. It was an apocalypse towards the end of that game because everyone was scrambling for those points. But as mentioned on the desk, right, with only a 5-game series, I think a lot of mentality shifts are going to change very rapidly in these moments where we only have 5 games to be able to get yourself to a barrier and to be able to move on. There's going to be more denies early in these games. There's going to be a bit more onus on trying to survive for as absolute long as possible, whilst not taking as many risks as you may have normally done, say, for example, if it was a 12-game series or something like that to be able to qualify.
Yeah, as much as it's rough on the players, this is extremely mentally demanding being in BO5s back-to-back, but that's also what we want to see from some of the best players in the world, right? We're going to get rest back on Lukarooks quite quickly here from VP. They're going to be going up to Varus and scouting just ahead of them quickly. But yeah, I actually love the excitement that we get from these BO5s here. And we also, for today, we have an excellent benchmark because yesterday, obviously, it was also a BO5 and the cutoff was 24 to 28. We kind of had a little bit of a separation here. So I would say now, if you're in the 30 plus points, you are safe to go into the finals. Now, meanwhile, the 2C Arena take on anyone's legend here. Himas finds 2 though. He finds Nurens and Patampong. And that's a big turnaround for that. And Lyrics also goes down to Sololza here. And we're just down to Opans.
Can their star player make this work, make the recovery happen? Because the Arena started this fight off strong, but it's not going well here against him as in himself. And also, Kraken comes along, goes for the steal. Sololzi finishes them off. Arena absolutely destroyed here for all intents and purposes. Pretty much sandwiched against the star in Himas as well as Furia.
Yeah, that's crazy. Perfect third party for this opportunity as well here. And this compound is actually in a quite decent spot, but it's difficult to defend from these riches here. You have the high ground, you have the cover. Lou, Twisted Minds also coming in for a third party. He finds a nade knock as well on Draft King, and that's Furia getting third partied on their third party opportunity.
Looking for more, looking for more. Molodoc's able to hit Posa, and now this is going from bad to worse here for Furia. The instant complete finish offs here from Molodoc as well, who, let's be real, always has big shoes to fill when he's filling in for someone on Twisted Minds, like Perfectix in this instance. Do I think that Twisted Minds would have been able to qualify prior to all of this with Perfectix there? There's moments where, as you've mentioned, they have fallen down to the lower bracket and been able to recover from all of that. But only 2 points in that first, or 1 point in that first game. Not the best of situations. So they've still got some room and moves to make.
Yeah, and if Genji actually saw this opportunity for a little bit of, oh my god, Kraken!
He's getting
finds
destroyed.
Soul, and that's just exactly why you don't want to get closer into these players, because all of them are just absolute superstars, no matter how much pressure's on you. Shots coming in from the side though. Salutes does find Kraken here, and now he can turn it on. BL, last player here for Furia. They only got 1 kill, off to a bit of a rough start for them. Twisted Minds also see this in the kill feed. I see a Beard M on the side as well. Samble finds a little bit of damage onto BL. This seems like it's a done deal for Furia, James.
I must say, though, for a lot of what we've seen from Genji so far in these first couple of days of gameplay, they've looked relatively directionless. Like, they're kind of meandering around what choices they want to make, disconnected when they're losing people on these rotations. And we need to see some shoring up of defenses. I would love to see what they would be able to do from a proper central position and then being able to kind of play out a full long game, because it really hasn't materialized just yet in these first 2 games of play that they've done.
You know what I noticed here immediately from the second game? How fast that all these teams are confirming the kills. Every single point is so fast
100%.
and down and just confirmed immediately. You see knock, boom, it's stolen or it's confirmed. There's a time missing on this one here. Dog Shoes is not driving as fast. Shots is coming in here. A lot of damage done already. Falcon's sitting pretty tight here. We do have an Eastern shift on this phase 3, which means that Falcon's actually in a really great spot here to put out a lot of damage and get a lot of points from this game, potentially.
Those kinds of scenarios that Shrimsy and the boys kind of didn't quite strike on just then is something that a lot of pros practice on. In the test range, you know, you see them up against the cars. Obviously, they know the exact movement and the exact distance of that one. It's a little bit more to judge in these kinds of moments, but some missed shots means that Duck Juice does get away for the moment. And we have a BRDM here. Okay. Twisted Minds. So we were saying that they need some more to do. But with the BRDM, that might be just the trick to make it work here in what is going to be effectively a very open circle of Benja.
Yeah, it is. It's super open. They do have the cover of the compound too, or well, the single house it is, but it's extremely central. And having a BRDM in this open of a circle here, we only have the gas station. We have these few houses that Falcons and Twisted Minds and Anyone's Legends currently occupying. This BRDM could have a huge impact later in this game here, but we'll see once that evolves. Now on this western side, VP has gotten back to a full format after getting Lucarix back up after Team Liquid had a little bit of an execution of him earlier. And now this western side is pretty well occupied already. If you look at it already now with VP, Cerberus, Vitality, and Team Liquid, big names, big organizations just next to each other. And if we do get another shift here that goes either middle or east or anywhere away from them, they're going to have a really, really rough fight in between all of them.
I do find it funny that CTG ended up coming in on the very south side of this circle, just on the Rozhok Bridge, and being able to get in completely unshot at. So it's either the case of they got quite fortunate in where they were moving for the ferry, and obviously they probably expended some materials like healing items during that movement.
Right.
Or they have read the idea that Virtus Pro is very keen on the idea of a potential bridge camp from past studies against some of these teams. So it's not too often VP goes for a bridge camp, but they were able to mix it in, and it was not successful this time, of course.
No, it wasn't. And we do get a northwest shift. Look at Falcons. This is their game to win and to take home. Big moves with them here. Circles. But like this is extremely difficult, though. There's not a lot of cover that's inside this next circle here. And this is actually one of the spots that you could be setting up a little bit of a car fort alongside this ridge here. So VP does get a send in and get a little bit of a car fort set up here. Hello, my bat goes down in the distance to Purdy Curdy. They're inside on the western side, just above shooting range, making it impossible for anyone to try to get in here. Meanwhile, Cerberus now, later in this game, is going to have to move out of these two houses that they have, that's so-called twins. And if they do not make a big move now, they're going to get forced to make a drive and just going to get shut down. So I'd love to see them make a move or push onto either Team Liquid or VP earlier rather than later.
It's a tough one to decide on, right, when you're in twins, because it's like, okay, yeah, the circle is shifted east of us. Do we want to go down to those rocks, or do we give up? What is this location? Because if teams leapfrog ahead of you already, well and truly, then it makes it more dicey to move out, but you kind of don't want to move out of the cover and the safety of these houses. So difficult decisions to make for the Cerberus guys, especially with a lack of experience on an international stage and knowing exactly how all of the teams are going to move around you.
Yeah, exactly. Cowboy now out here with Team Liquid. Newest member of this pack here, trying to get some really good smokes alongside this ridge here, enabling them perfectly to get up along here.
Incoming.
Peel is getting pulled up on from Gen G, and we have Twisted Minds holding the above ground here, and Furia gets taken down here. That's them down in 15th place here, and eventually that's going to be Gen G finding them. Bean actually also finds Example here with a great bold action headshot, puts him to his knees, and they're going to have to get the rest. And now CG's going to have to make a move with them. But back to Liquid, back to Falcons. We see Tickleton with some trigonometry here. See if we can get a little bit of a knock. He actually have lots of mortars readily available for him.
I will say, for Gen G, obviously, being critical of them before, I think that if they're able to make a edge-sweeping playstyle work in a game like this, for example, when it's so open, then, oh dear me, I have jinxed it, then I will take back a little bit of what I'm, was kind of preaching earlier, but we will see, because that's not a good sign, is it? And there's teams moving on them, actually. This could be disastrous for Gen G.
Yeah, that's actually a really good opening for CTG. They saw that knock, they had an idea that is them, and then it's just a full send onto them rather than fighting the Twisted Minds squad with the PRDM readily available here. Salute finds one. Salute finds another one. Double different utility here from him. He finds two. Lou steals one. That's good. And now Gen G is going to have to make a move here.
400 damage are done already by Salute. He's going to reverse on out and try and get out of dodge with all of this said and done. I think it's, smart to be able to get out of this, as Example does more damage to peeking as well. So it's not easy really for CTG to make something happen. Again, they were coming in very late, coming in from the south. There was always going to be barrier teams, especially on those prime positions that you actually want to take. Halo takes some damage from the nade, has to fall back from the position up against Therodon 5, as Purdy Curdy's going to cover that angle.
Purdy has a great angle here. Also, utility is readily available for him here too. Let's see T5. Can you make a move here? They know this Rich is also, but this next circle, have you seen it, James? It's gone all the way east here. Even with Cerberus, they're going to have to make a move here. VP, Liquid, T5, Crazy Raccoon, S2G, anyone's legend. Twisted Mind has a sliver to play with here, but look at that map. That is absolutely insane. Liquid's now thinking, let's try to see if we can get some points here from T5, because it's going to be very unlikely that they're actually going to have a foot inside this next circle. So the points that's the easiest for them to get here for the rest of the game is going to be this T5 fight. So let's see if that's their focal point now.
Ooh, big moves again, but we're on board here with Team Liquid at the moment. We were talking about Cerberus and how that's going to test them now that that's shifted away, and they are also trying to go for a move. But Luke as well, as Purdy Curdy, still looking towards Therodon 5. They know that they're going to have to move eventually. Cowboy walks into the firing line of Therodon 5. That's a disaster, really, for them. Purdy Curdy's going to respond in kind. It's almost a sacrifice here to try and wean them out of this position, but Halo's gone down as well.
Oh, it's been really rough for them here. He sees two. He sees one more running here. That's Amishi shots hitting here. Nice knock here from Purdy Curdy. Clean it up. Get the points confirmed here. He gets shot from the side. T5, actually, it is super well played by them here. And now we're down to just a few ones. Confirming points on both sides here. It's a mutual destruction. Batulins finds another one on the S2G here. S2G tried to come in and clean up quite nicely on anyone's legend. They succeeded so, but Twisted Minds is the defender of this ridge here that is enabling to have them a foot inside this next circle.
Big hold down on the south side. Batulins is calling the fact that mortar shots are moving that way as well, so they've got to be mindful of that. As I think that one thing that's really important about the Twisted Minds position was we see even more shots coming in from Beamy here. S2G is going to be going for a ram raid through the middle of this circle, but Schiller is taking a lot of damage, being shot at by a lot of teams. He's going to go straight towards the jaws of Cerberus here. I don't think he's destined for this world much longer.
I don't think so either. Sheila in the smoke here trying to survive Cerberus. Sheila finds one. The tall man himself finds Tabin. And now it's just one player left from Cerberus. Sheila with the mad dash here, trying to get a bit of points here after their great game last. Tiggleton does find the confirmation with it. Oh my god, finds Sheila as well. Tons of damage done here with the mortar.
Big trigonometry coming in from that mortar shot. Great stuff here from just along the way. It's a short range mortar, but it checks out as now Batulins and the boys in Twisted Minds. One good thing about their hold was the fact that Lou was still in the compound or the building over on that east side, making sure nobody was wrapping around back on them, whilst the rest of the boys were doing a lot more damage to all of this. And Batulins has eyes on exactly what's going on that west side, so he can kind of call that in and maybe start moving towards the circle, especially with this moving fortress that they have available to them.
This BRDM with Batulins in is probably the most scary thing to go up against, because he can go around, he can scout, he can call, and yeah, it's just about time that someone starts shooting this, because the impact that this has when your RGL can from safety put out calls and say, okay, this area is safe, we're gonna make a fort here, come to me. Like, all this information is super, super crazy, and now they're going to try to shut down VP here. Damage is already done. Correxi's down. VP's already been found one. Chan finds Nixie's knee and gets some shots in here. He's going to be disengaging from that res.
My knee! Proper brutal stuff, I think. But also, Twisted Minds doesn't know about Beamy, I don't think. I think he's been laying in wait on that side. The Expendables is able to shut down Crazy Raccoon and all their movements. 9th place goes the way of some of the vets there from South Korea. And now Twisted Minds is deciding what they want to do. Loading up Molodox, going to be moving around on this east side. There is still Genji waiting in the wings, still 4 alive.
He sees CTG, James.
Yes.
They saw him at that tree there. That's a potential easy point to be picking up here. He sees him. There's a little bit. Yeah, but there we go. We go for him. Oh, whoa, jumps out. Easy jump out to get some points here. Back in. Boom. Well played, Example. Actually gets it, but Sui got Lou, and then Levance immediately confirmed it to get the points done here. Beamy up in the high ground now. VP's going to have to make a move for it. They're going to have to make a run in the open. Other teams could be seeing him. Genji in the distance could see this, but Beamy's making a run for it. And he actually gets to this rock here without damage being done.
Nice. 2
nades in his hand. Nading this Bladen is not going to have an impact. They're all in there. One jump out, actually. Oh my god.
Get back in!
The nade! Oh my god, that's crazy. Damage being done here.
Falcons do a lot of damage against Vitality as well on the other side of all of this. But again, with all the steals coming along here, Avenger, it's exactly what you were saying before. The fact that this circle is so open. Nixie goes down. It's another steal from Bertulins. Everybody can see everybody if they are not going to cover. And now, once again, the butt just sticking out of Beanie here. Oh, dear me.
That is crazy. Yeah, VP in a bit of a hard pickle here, and a bit of a pickle for and a hard point. There's only one rock, James. There's only one spot for them to be able to play here. And Lukuruk just knocked 2 to the blue zone. Correx is trying to make a run for it. They're going to see him running in the open here. Shots are going to come out. Tanwu shooting from the side too. Kickstart finds Beam meanwhile, and VP's out in 7th place.
That's across all the way from the other side. So not too bad at all here from the Expendables to be able to shut that down. But again, running down an open hill with almost no cover whatsoever, what you were expecting at this moment. They knew it as well. It was a desperate move. They didn't have vehicles to be able to work with as well. But Falcons has now moved into a central-ish position after realizing that they put in a lot of work against Vitality. Levante is still alive, though. He's got a nade in hand. This could be dire here for one of the 2 of the Falcons members.
Smokes are being deployed here. Levante finds Tiggleton, actually. Great nade for him. He runs forward.
Moving.
Half HP. Shots being through.
It's
17
crazy.
HP now. Can he make something happen? Nope. Molotux finds him. And the rest could be happening on Falcons.
The problem, everyone can see everyone in a circle like this. It is not easy to be able to make work. Everyone knows where the other teams are currently. Well, one thing that is definitely scary is the fact that eventually TE is going to have to make a desperate move from that north side. That could hurt some of these teams closer towards the edge, because the Expendables, they can come in like a jackhammer and do a lot of damage. Even though they will be exposing themselves, they're still very good in those kinds of situations. So got to be careful about that.
Yeah, for sure. The repairing has been happening here in the BDM, but now shots are coming in. At this point here, with no more smokes available, Genji is going to be taking that down. Shots are coming in. That's 2 headshots delivered as well to Twisted Minds. Falcons actually has a great spot here. They're going to be taking shots at TE.
Desperate moves.
Glorious. Super desperate moves here. Trying to get something happening here. The other guys are moving in too, but we have great car pops coming in. Oh, Doctor, he's going to drop a nade. He pinned that nade too. H-Man had it in his hand. He's going to nade himself and die for that one there. Tickerton has 4 kills though, and there's still 3 alive, but they're going to have to defend this push here from the Expendables.
Big Tig Gaming right now with those 4 kills, and the Expendables trying to move in a desperate way here against this hillside. Actually lying down on this spot actually does negate quite a few of these lines of sight, but you've still got to be careful about what Falcons wants to do. They want to peek over. Effectively, if they're going to do it, they kind of want to peek over as 3 at a time, but then you're exposing yourself to other teams around you because of the kind of flatness of a lot of this land.
Kickstart, but that does tell a story that they probably don't know that Tanwu is this close here. Hawanga has been spotted. Tanwu takes shot now. Kickstart's going to be aware that he's right here. And let's see if they can clean this fight up here with TE quite quickly. Great shield here to defend off that nade there. That's super well played by him, but Shrimps is going to find him in the end.
Yeah, if he'd have been able to soak that up. Oh, Soul comes out on the hidden room. Oh, dear me. And Genji gets taken out by all 3 other teams looking that way. So 17 manages to survive the onslaught here from Genji, who kind of felt a little bit desperate as well to get in this circle, Avenger.
Yeah, they were indeed. 17 surviving this as a 2-man here. It's kind of crazy to me that that's actually even happening here, but 10 kills for Twisted. BRDM still active. Chan finds Shrimsy. 17 making absolutely huge moves here. Chan, superstar on this new roster here for 17.
He's been doing great work. This has been the absolute sanctuary that they needed here in a field so open. This little hidden room has worked out beautifully for them so far, but now it's not in. So, Twisted Minds as well as Falcons, 2 titans of the Western PUBG scene, are going to be looking down on a titan of the Chinese scene.
Let's see here. Can Falcons make some moves here? It's a 3 versus 3 versus 2. The circle is kind of beneficial to them compared to where 17 is right now, but they do have some smokes available to them, and also they have plenty of bodies to loot. A car. Is this car going to be used? I see something like 10% life left on it now. The BRDM is gone though, James. We still have crate guns available in the hands of Twisted Minds, and that's a scary prospect for anyone opposing them.
Potential. I'm wondering how many nades people really have on them. Shrimps has got nothing, nada to be able to work with. Panzerfaust in hand for Wembo. Jeez Louise. I wonder how much they've been able to truly recover from that position there. And they are just biding their time now, our Falcons. They know that they don't have to peek over against Twisted Minds just yet. The imminent threat lays with 17 Gaming, who has to move very soon. Here comes the blue. Flash goes out here for Wembois. Goes for a little bit of a spray through the smoke. The flash actually connects for Tiggleton there for a second, but he's going to be peeking around this tree in just a moment's time. That Panzerfaust is going to have to do some big work, and it doesn't do anything. Wembois is down, so is Tian Tian in just a few moments' time. The blue's nipping at his heels. He's gone.
Oh, Shrimpsy finds another one here. 777 damage and 5 kills for them. Falcons is absolutely tearing them apart right now. But now the circle advantage is to the side of Twisted Minds. The question is Falcons gonna have enough time to get the angles to clear all of these trees? I'm not sure. Great headshot onto Example. He loses his helmet down to 13 HP.
It's a great head-to-head. And let's see who will come out on top. Nade goes forwards here against Tiggleton's position, and Molodoc's already able to hit him with the AUG anyway from that off angle. Everyone's trying to take the off angles here, but Example and Batulis do plenty of work against all of this. And Kickstart goes down too. Twisted Minds feels like finally they're able to put some big numbers on the board here, Avenger, to get things rolling.
Yeah, Twisted Minds, and with a BRDM all the way to the late game here, that very much set them up for this successful end-game victory here. For me, in this case here, be giving a BRDM to Batulins is an almost certainty to get that deep into late game, but it's not a certainty to get 13 kills alongside that chicken dinner. That's 23 points, and we're talking about a hypothetical cutoff for the top 8 for 30 points. They just need 7 more to go along with that.
It's looking good for them. Of course, joining us, Toffees as well as Poro to talk about this one. Here's the highlights as well. Twisted Minds with the win. EMEA starting off strong here, but of course, Falcons towards the end as well. Porosaurus were able to really kind of dig in and hone down on this game.
I mean, I thought that Falcons had a great position early on. They had the compound, they got the circle. Like, I was a little bit nervous that they were going to get a little bit too close to Crazy Raccoon, get involved in some early game shenanigans, but they managed to avoid all that, and they avoided the temptation to try to clear their north whenever Vitality was on top of them as well. And they just, great job. But I'm still like in awe of how good these guys are at using these BRDMs whenever they get them, and keeping them in the game until late, and just the influence they have on them. And then again, solo performances. Tian Tian, like, I know Toffees, that was one that you were really excited about.
Tian Tian is Tian Man. In fact, I wasn't convinced that once he was killed, he wasn't going to find a way back into a 1v1 to win the game. Like, that's just Tian Tian because he's shocking, right? But Falcons having a great game. Shrimsy, Himsy outside the box was looking good. And I got to give love to Tanvu on the fastest deployable shield I have ever seen in my life.
So good.
Didn't work out in the end, but
there's
was
no way
super
that was intentional,
epic.
right?
I mean, if it was, he's a god among men.
Yeah, for sure. I have to ask though, Avenger. I'm just going to ask the hard question, really, which is it's not so hard to answer. But does Twisted Minds get away with as much as they do here without that BRDM?
No, of course not. I mean, there's no way they get safely down to the CGD player with all alive as they do. There's no way they get that much information as they are. Also, it's set up in a way where they're playing around that with them also having the all-in-one repair kit, right? You saw the PRDM going lower than 20% multiple times. They, smoke it up, repair it back up. They disengage from some of the fights. They play around having that. Also because they know exactly how the terrain is up here. Like, this whole area has a gas station, 2 houses, and 1 big ridge and a few trees, right? That's the only thing they play around with.
I think that what we're seeing is a change to the strategy of the BRDM, and they've done it well, but a few other teams are as well, right? They're not using it as an aggressive attack piece. They're using it as a defensive set piece. They're keeping it out of lines of sight. And in fact, I think Twisted Minds is doing something even more epic, which was they were going in and out in a way that drew fire away from it. Like, they were making sure that it was never the main priority until you were below 30%, and then it was your cover. So you'd see them go out, you'd hear a grenade hit, they'd all jump in, right? And they come back out and do repairs, spread the damage. When I think was it VP up on the hill, just like they would peek and it was like, I want to shoot your BRDM. And then all of a sudden there's 4 guys once you're halfway through your magazine shooting back at you. Then you reload and they're back in the BRDM. It was a genius usage, and everyone's really cracking open a new way to use this thing.
There's a funny
Batu's moving castle.
Yes, it really is. It's got little legs, it's running around, steam's coming out of it and everything. It's funny because I think that also there's a theoretical world, Poro, where it's like expending nades from your opponents that they can't use later on, right? Because you're like, okay, yeah, go for it, ha ha ha, jump back in, which is also a very powerful usage.
I mean, it felt like it was like a bait for a lot of teams too. Like Gen G spent so much time and utility and bullets and rounds trying to get that BRDM taken care of. And between just a good mix of the smoke wall and using the deployable cover and all that stuff, Twisted Minds just never evaporated. And so Gen G's forced to make that wrap towards the north side where they run into Tian Tian and Wembo in that lower position, which at TPP is just extremely hard to push, and Gen G ends up getting destroyed. So it's just that bait that the aggro that the BRDM draws kind of forced Gen G's hand into doing all this other stuff.
Big points for Twisted Minds. Big points for Falcons as well. It looks like we might have a little Shrimsy MVP here from all of this. I am so happy we have MVPs from not the winning team.
Right.
You don't know how happy I am about that, Avenger.
It's so nice.
Fantastic.
It's perfect. I know. I love that our MVP calculation is just like, it's pure and simple. It's how we do it, and that's also the MVP going through it, right? But I'll say this though: 4 kills for Molotov and the 700 damage alongside the longer survival. We'll see if it's gonna be enough. I think still Shrimsy might be able to grab it, but yeah.
4 kills and 700 damage from the sub.
By the way. But he's also a crazy sub. It's gonna be Shrimsy though. The 5 and 900 is gonna be more than enough. Very well done, of course, to be able to show on up here from all of this. I think that kind of Falcons up towards the top of this circle went through the ringer, and it was good to see them kind of prevail for as long as they did. It was always going to be difficult versus that Twisted Minds position towards the end, though. I think that watching 17 from the hidden location was fantastic to see how they were able to perform from its offies. I'm excited to constantly see if 17 can keep replicating that through the next couple of games.
I mean, this is a new 17. These guys are fire. They played Jack in the Box out of that hole so incredibly well. Guess, was I praying that Tickleton had one more mortar that he could drop directly inside, because that would have been awesome? Yes. That said, no one could crash them. It used to be an impossible position to defend, in my opinion. The fact that it's TPP now has made those things absolutely bananas, because you can just sit on the stairs and 360 degree view, no push ability. If you don't have a mortar, or at least someone who is just dead on with grenades from, really, I think, almost nowhere nearby. I don't think there's any grenade range to that spot. You can't get them out. So I think 17, again, adapting well to the change and using it.
I think one of the most important things about one of those locations, like the secret rooms, is that you also still need a car fort, because if people do post nades in, you need to be running out and being able to still have that kind of cover as it does sit. So anyway, that is game 2 in the books. Let's head on over to hear from Example from Twisted Minds after their fantastic win.
Hi guys, it's Bella. Guess who I have next to me? It's Example. Woohoo! He's very excited for this interview. Well, Boostic said I should talk to you next, so here you are. How's that?
I don't know.
I don't know. Are you excited? Are you happy that he called you out?
Of course.
Well, can you tell us, did you guys do anything for your prep while coming to PGS Circuit 1? Anything?
No.
No?
Just focusing on our individual skill and some little bit IGL stuff.
Okay. When do you think your team performs the best? Like, when do you think your team has the best teamwork?
Communication. Do everything together. And it will work.
Oh, it will work. You sound like you are a believer. It will work. Okay. No. You're not a believer. Okay. Who do you think is the mood maker on your team then?
I don't know. Everyone is pessimistic.
Everyone is pessimistic?
Okay, I would say Lou.
Oh, Lou's the fun guy? The energetic one? You're the energetic
Sometimes.
one. Are you?
Yeah, of course.
If you had to give your team on the practice, like a score, 1 out of 10?
Practice?
On your practice score. Your team's preparation, practice, you need to give it a score. 1 to 10, what number will you give?
8.
8. That is good. With example, the energy guy. Okay. And if you could describe your team's energy in one word, what would it be? Pessimistic.
Beasts.
Beast?
Beasts.
Oh, okay. I like that. We should use that. Beast as a caption. Okay. Give a message for your fans before we head off to the winner stage.
Thank you everyone who's watching, who's cheering for us. We appreciate that. See you.
See you. Thank you. Thank you, example.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.
We all chase that one more game. With Lenovo Legion, it's always within reach.
When everyone strive to reach the peak, Zoe is here, participating in every frame, perfecting the view for every battle. From Seoul to the world, Zoe strives for perfection, knowing that every frame is crucial to victory. As the tournament rages on, Zoe stands with you.
Battle, every frame.
Arctis Nova 7 Gen 2. The app called the biggest cheat code in the industry is here for PC and console. It's got real-time audio control to do crazy things.
Okay.
So use it and abuse it, you crazy person. It's the new gold standard.
We all chase that one more game. With Lenovo Legion, it's always within reach.
Three more games of the survival stage. The West is finally fighting back. Oh god, it feels like a millennia ago since they were able to do that. Of this. Of course, I've got Toppies, I've got Oro, I've got Avenger, I've got everything that's going on here. Toppies, we're on the warpath.
We are on the warpath, and the Falcons are finally making some moves. I wish Liquid was doing the same thing. The only moves they're making has been towards the lobby, and I'm really getting frustrated by it. I don't know what's going on. I will say this. You started the day, Martin, by saying we would have more to cheer for because there's more America's teams in this lobby. And so far, Poro, I feel like they're letting us down. Furia, Liquid,
What do you mean?
Falcons.
The Falcons is second place with 20 points.
Yeah,
I said there's a third. There's
Our entire country cannot pin their hopes on one team who's owned by a foreign conglomerate.
But you've been doing that for 5 years.
This is coming from the guys that have back-to-back EU wins. So, you know, I'm taking it with a grain of salt for sure. But
all right.
No, I thought obviously Falcons fantastic game that last game. Liquid looked like they were in a spot to maybe do something. But man, like, is Therodon 5 just that good to where it just took that long and Liquid just could not get anything done about Therodon 5 on that side of the circle? Like,
they're good at delaying it out.
It seemed like they were in Liquid was content to get delayed. So, but I mean, they did pick up like 6 or 7 kills in that game, so they got some points.
They did.
So you can't be upset about it. But you know, you got some climbing left to do. Virtus Pro kind of in the same boat, aren't they?
Yeah, here's the leaderboard as it does stand at the moment. And I will say, Toffees, you know, Falcon, Saudi Arabia, Team Liquid, originally from the Netherlands, Furia from the South America.
Okay.
Yeah,
Where's Twisted Minds from?
Saudi. Anyway, moving swiftly on as fast as possible. I think it's fair to say, though, that for the top teams, for Twisted Minds and Falcons, I think that if they don't absolutely ruin these next couple of games, Avenger, they should be through already, considering what they've done so far.
I mean, you need to have 0-point games, right? Let's look at a head-to-head here with Falcons and Twisted. 24 and 20 points. We're talking 5 more points and 10 more points, and you're chilling. That's really the big one here. But we have 3 games to go, and if you want to be on a struggle bus or on a choke bus, this is going to be kind of rough, right? And we've seen it before, having 0 and 1 point games. It's not going to be enough. I think, though, with the confidence you have from already having 20 points in 2 games, that's going to be plenty for these teams.
Wow. Toffees, your thoughts?
I'm just dealing with choke bus. I think the Falcons in danger of falling to 3rd place right now. They're the team without a chicken dinner who's up there in that top 3, so that's great news for them. They don't need that much to advance. I think what we've seen, though, is everybody below that 1st and 2nd right now, as we look at the next 3 games, they got to think chicken. They can't think averages anymore. They have to go for the win. They're going to have to take a few risks because that, I think, is going to be the difference. If you're below 5th right now, your only option is to go for chicken.
We are ready to rondo as we get our game number 3 well underway. My 2 American compatriots, please take it away.
I will take it away. And I mean, I think obviously Twisted and Falcons in a great position. On the other side of that coin, Toffees, 2 games in, 0 points for Crazy Raccoon. I mean, that is crazy indeed.
I was being somewhat, I don't want to say pedantic, but maybe making a little bit of fun when I said they got to stop going to trash spots as raccoons. I no longer am joking. Like, that was terrible in the last game. The crash up on that shack, they got eaten alive by the Expendables. They just are not looking at all like they look like a pubs crew, and that at the end of the day, that is where we're at, and it kind of stinks to watch. But maybe they'll have some big moments, right? I just haven't seen anything from the raccoons yet. You see any? What do you got?
Well, that was kind of their vibe, wasn't it? Like whenever they were Bagopah, they were the pub team that was actually like rolling, and they were finding success based off of their own individual talent. And when you live by that, you kind of die by that as too. And you're expecting that maybe the addition of an Onyx would be like, oh man, remember how good an Onyx used to be? Remember how good PO used to be? Like now we're just sitting here like, okay, well, are they still good, or are we just going to keep talking about how good they used to be? Because so far hasn't really shown a whole heck of a lot of anything. As we check in with Twisted Minds, they do have 17 just off to their east, but I mean, they're all used to that by now, right?
Yep. I mean, at the end of the day, you're right. Bagopah had vaguely friends playing games vibes last year. Nonix basically took 25 off if you look at his numbers. So there is also that side of things. Crazy Raccoons, maybe they knew they needed some time to get their feet back under them, and the scene switch was their chance to do it, and it's just a slow start. This could be like America's adjacent. You and I talked in the green room again about what happens when there's no qualifiers, because they look rough.
Yeah, look, at the end of the day, I'm not writing any of these teams off for the entirety of the year, right? Like, I mean, we just got here. We just got started. And again, we talked about it yesterday, just not having, any of the regionals to kind of start things off has led to all these teams coming in here a little bit rusty. And I think we're seeing that play out in real time. But the rust is going to get knocked off here eventually, and I fully expect the cream to rise to the top.
The cream will rise.
The cream.
I think wasn't that our slogan for PGC like 2 years ago? Rise above. The cream will rise above. It was okay.
I'm just bringing back Macho Man Randy Savage. I don't even know about the rest of that.
Snap it to a Slim Jim. Do Europeans know what a Slim Jim is? I'll bet they don't. They missed out on
processed
the good meats.
meat, man.
Yep.
Yeah. Well,
do it
let's pump the brakes on that good meats, but
All right. So highlights on the bottom right for you guys.
Meat product.
Well, it's meat adjacent is what we like to say here in the States. Meat adjacent. Just like we've got some fight adjacent moments building. The circle all the way up to the northwest is going to slow a lot down, as I think a lot of teams out from the south side of the map have tons of transition ahead of them. And what's happening now is April is just around the corner. Well, the Easter egg hunt for emergency pickups has begun on the southeast of this map. They are frantically scavenging, hoping a rabbit left a little bag behind.
Yeah, and I think while I might be hoping for a stadium finish, because I love stadium finishes, I love the verticality. We've seen it a couple of times, but they are kind of a little bit rare. I think maybe everybody else kind of hoping that that's not going to be where the thing ends up. So because there's just so many power. There's only a few power compounds down there that you can play around, right? And you can already see, like, on a lot of these circles, when you see these people, they'll go 4 deep, they'll find a little 2-2 split, they'll find the good compounds. But right now, everybody's just kind of taking their time, right? Like, they're still spread out, everybody's still in rotation. All the teams that looted down towards south, they're in no hurry to try to get up there. And even the teams that were on the periphery aren't in any real hurry to try to send it towards the middle, right, around stadium, just because there's just so few things there to really lock down.
Watching this rotation from Vitality as they move into the circle. Anyone's Legend just ahead of them. Gedrox, who had such a really amazing play in the last couple of games here, on a track, and I think he doesn't know. That left side could be really dangerous. Destroy's already watching. He's got a bolty, so at least maybe that saves his life, as no one's going to shoot at Gedrox. He had a Car 98, and that was it?
Well, no, I think he might have picked up a shotgun. I think he swapped for a shotgun, expecting to get crashed, and there it is. Holy!
It was
Destroy. Welcome back, son. Gedrox, no opportunities there for the young fragger as he gets summarily dispatched, and Levante going to immediately turn around.
If I understand what I saw in the icons correctly, Destroy heard a car, picked up a bolty, got it ready, and then one-shotted Gedrox out of the car as he circled around on the move. That's actually really impressive.
That was pretty gross.
That
was pretty
wild.
gross.
Yep.
Well, you see everybody is starting to arrive now. Team Liquid Arena, they are way off to the south here. I'm not too terribly surprised to see Team Liquid take their time getting into the circle. This has kind of been their bread and butter for a long time, but their bread and butter is only good enough for 13th place and 8 points overall. So
plus they're trailer hitching EA.
Left,
EA is going to turn around. They hear the cars coming. This is unfortunate. And again, how does Liquid plan for this? They're trying to make long outside rotations to avoid trouble. And here they are running up on the back end of EA. If EA hears this, which they're about to, they're going to turn around and wait for them because they're spread out in the entire rotation path. So we'll keep an eye on that as it develops. Meanwhile, back to Vitality, who just lost their player to Destroy, playing cleanup as much as they can, trying to find at least something to grind out a few extra points in the late game.
Yeah, it looks like they're just playing high ground right now. Yeah, here we go. You see Larix had stopped down, and he was looking behind him. I think he heard the vehicles making their way through, but got the call from the rest of the arena to just keep on moving. And that's probably good news for Team Liquid, as they will not get taken by surprise by somebody just camping behind a rock ready to spray them down the second they drive past. But
yeah,
this will force them off into a different angle.
Well, it forces them off left, and the big problem they're going to run into is if you go just south of Jateng where the circle closes, there is a incredible pinch point between the mountains and the hilltop on the right where you have only like 2 road options. If EA is smart enough to push up there, they can lock out Liquid completely.
And we're good. Okay.
Listen, if there's anyone who knows how to ride a flipping car, it's a Cowboy.
Oh yeah, for sure. He knows his way around. He's working the rodeo. Our northernmost team is Team Falcons, and they are kind of just north of center. So there's still a lot of empty real estate on the hard north right now. I don't think anybody is anticipating a hard shift to go in that direction. It's like most teams are kind of favoring the center part here. There's a big chunk of land down to the south as well. So we've seen some hard shifts that have caused problems for a lot of these teams. Erangel in particular, that last game, that shift up to the north really threw a spanner in the works for a lot of different teams as they ran into trouble early on, as going Perez, they get both of them or one?
I wish there was a way for us to pull the map really quickly because I think this is fascinating. The bottom of the circle is completely empty. And the reason for this is every team has taken either their rotation all the way to the left or up and around to the right because they were avoiding the most obvious vector into the circle. And in doing so have over consolidated and like crammed in what would have been the safe entry angles. So I think that's fascinating that everyone being careful and planning has actually resulted in those plans falling apart.
There's actually a couple of compounds there that I'm surprised nobody is in. That one in particular, right between Furia and 17 along the road, I feel like that gets a lot of love in circles like this, but we'll see what happens. As we see an E-pickup has been popped up. Actually, no, I think that's just Vitality's. Yeah, the Vitality getting their man back. They got Levante. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like they're going to get Gedrox as he got roasted on that hillside by the Ironside Bolty. So Vitality at least back up to 3 strong, but they do have the Expendables over here. They have a split Twisted Minds. They also have a little bit of Cerberus, although it looks like Cerberus, they might be in a little bit of trouble here as the Expendables are running right past Zest, but he might survive.
We got a really good showcase of Levante's fashion choices as he fell back down to the map. Now we join Liquid, who has been on the longest rotation since the last game as they roll around the left side, blue closing in on them. Remember, last game, they literally spent half the game on the south in the blue. So they do make it around. They jumped past EA, and they will, in just a second, enter the circle and join the game. Here it comes. It's a big moment.
There it is.
You did it.
It is a big moment. Even a bigger moment is that hard shift, Toffees, to the west there.
Yes.
And that is going to be huge for them because remember, we were talking about how much space is available on the north side. A big chunk of that now you can see is still in. So all of these teams that are kind of have to make their way in. But the question is how many of them know about that?
Why'd they stop?
As we see, they continue to make their way around. I mean, Bailey, I think they maybe they heard shots from Gen G. That might have put them on pause, but yeah, a lot of real estate available here.
That EMP is proof that the PUBG gods hate them. I'm just saying.
Well, they're still moving. They're fine.
But it's trying. It's trying to hurt my Liquid. Haven't we suffered enough? Haven't Liquid fans
all internal combustion engines in there, baby. They don't have to. They're not worried about any battery powered nothing. Well, anyone's legend. Also, still trying to make their way past. They see Falcons stop down. They hear the vehicles. Looks like one might be able to get past. No, Destroy will get picked out by Tiggleton. By Kickstar, rather, finished off by Tiggleton.
Very, very nice.
Oh, wait, that was 2. I can't see. I got Destroy and Delwyn.
Yeah. Destroy, he got a good shot earlier, but did not work out. He's got a taste of his own medicine as they drove up over a hill that in this new perspective is a very dangerous prospect. They peeked it, and the guys were just waiting.
Good timing there for Falcons as they'll be able to pick up that point basically for free as we check into that EMP zone. Your screen, do not adjust. That is just what it's going to look like here for the next few seconds as Virtus Pros come in from the south side. It looks like they maybe have spotted out Team Liquid. Oh, yeah, Kurt knows. Yeah, he sees them. Okay, so fully aware, and both teams are really fully aware of each other.
I mean, Liquid stopped down for this. They circled around the north side of Bailey. They stopped here.
I see what happened.
Yeah, they saw the beacon go off.
No, he wanted to pick up the vehicle, but he had to wait for the EMP to go away. So he ends up the EMP goes away. BB picks up a Pico, and Corexy picks up a Pico, and now the EMP pops again. So maybe Virtus Pro also not getting a lot of love here from the EMP gods.
Where's your Pico going? Nowhere. If you ever finish second at a PGC, you will be map punched for the rest of your life, right? Because that's where we're at right now. I got 2 second-place PGC finishers from different years getting EMP blasts as they try to move around this map. So it's true. Confirm my bias.
You know what? I don't have enough information to say that you're wrong. And in fact, all information currently is at least in the last 5 minutes is pointing to you being
points
correct.
To my truth. Subscribe to my podcast, PUBG Truthers for life.
Toffee's branded tinfoil hats available.
Bruh.
Where your favorite retailer. Well, Twisted Minds coming in from the south side. Fortunately for them, nobody really hanging around Zhao Tin as, again, remember we talked earlier about the north side being empty and the south side being empty. Well, as a result, Twisted has a pretty free path in. New circle does pop, and we are going to favor a little bit more towards the north. It will pull away from Stadium. A couple of E pickups already been popped. We'll see if 17 decides to take theirs.
Tig loves high ground. So powerful. They've got multiple levels up on these Pride Rocks. They've got low-hanging cover that no one can see them. This is a guarantee, I think, that they're going to probably show into the top 5 or 6, get some placement points, and be pretty comfortable here.
Yeah, that was the second E pickup. I saw 2, and I was like, okay, I see 17 with 1. But what was the second one? The second one was just to get Falcons on that high ground so they could cause havoc around everything on the north side. Another one looks like that's going to be just a Gedrox coming back. So Vitality, 2 different revive stations, and they will get everybody back on their feet as they come into the north side of Stadium. Now, Gedrox, though, he has been sent towards the center of the new zone. He's going to have to survive, but he's landing right on top of Falcons. So he might be in trouble.
But to that credit, not only did they get everybody back, they cooked 17, who has been dominant. Tian was knocked there by Vitality at weak strength as they brought people back. So that is a huge play for them. We were like, who stopped 17? I didn't expect it to be Vitality.
Oh, I didn't see that. That's a great eye. Yeah, Wembo now the last player left alive. 17 has been kind of hanging out around that Stadium area. And down to just 1 player, 14 points overall so far. Not too shabby for 2 games, but it looks like that might be all they end up with through 3. That's going to leave them with some work left to do with 2 games remaining.
Not a ton, but it is fascinating that after 2 such good games from 17, that they are actually in a spot where if those 3 teams below them pop off and get chickens, etc., it could theoretically knock them out. So it's fascinating to watch how this 5-game series is sort of forcing players' hands in terms of these fights. H-Win with the M24. Gotta love the bolties we've been seeing popping off here in these games today. Nixie and Virtus Pro also trying to make a rotation. One of those teams that has not changed rosters this year. 2nd place at PGC, 1st place at PGS's, dominated after they added their newest player and are really probably one of the best teams in the world next to Twisted. Obviously, I guess I gotta say Full Sense and then like some others, Falcons, etc. Today they have not looked that way, so I want to see them pick that up in this game and really vibe forward.
Yeah, you mentioned the unchanged roster. Another team that has coming back into 2026 with the same roster, Therodon 5. They're down to just 1 player as Exgrozit will be the last one to survive their run-in with Cerberus. As Cerberus managed to pick up 3 points. And now everybody kind of playing around each other as they wait for this next circle to pop. Vitality, despite the fact that they were able to do what they did to 17 and kind of cause a lot of havoc, all of a sudden now they are down to just 1 once again.
Crazy Raccoon went so far from his car to try to get that spray. It didn't pan out and just gave away positioning. So he's got to find back and get it. Glaz up here on the top of the hill. He's going to try to get that peak. They know the cars are coming, but again, they do not manage to get too many shots here, and I don't think it's going to slow them down. Instead, it's going to expose them as S2G goes, hey, all right, you want to shoot at us? We're going to turn back around and shoot at you. And now you're in the blue.
Yeah, this is a lot of split focus here from Crazy Raccoon. You got a couple of guys looking at S2G. You got PO down there looking at E Arena. You got nobody looking at Change the Game, and Change the Game is looking at them. So Crazy Raccoon, I think maybe kind of resetting here after causing a little bit of problem for S2G. See S2G able to get in their vehicles, start making their way off to the north to get into this next zone. And Falcons, well, they get a little bit lucky. Circle will pop over in their direction, and they still have Kickstart on this high ground. And you can see he's just lying prone, looking around, getting information about everything that's happening around them.
Well, I hear Cerberus is traditionally the defensive dog who guards the gates of hell. It's the Expendables this time. They're going to be the defensive dogs that guard the Falcons because the Falcons don't have to do anything, right? Expendables get to they're going to sit there. Falcons can say, hey, we got a low defense. We know what's under us. We have the circle. Let's just chill. And I think that's going to work really, really well. And then when it's time to get down, they can create a red zone with grenades and follow it in.
All right, we got a little situation over here on the east side, or west side rather. Twisted Mind's going to pull right through a liquid split, and they're actually going to be the one that suffer here. Cowboy going to go down. Molotov will get taken down. Alo will stop in. He will get Lou. So a little bit of a 2-2 trade, as I think as Gen G actually had vision on this. So you see Purdy Curdy got knocked by him, and he's going to get flushed out as well. As it, they might be able to get Cowboy back, but he's out in the blue.
I think they did a little split offer too. Halo got a decent burn down there. Nice little kill. Furia, Posa. Furia has been so slow to start here in this event. 1 kill, and this should be a South American super team that they put together specifically for this year. So we're going to give them some grace. Maybe they need some time to get their feet under them, but so far it has been frustrating both for us and the players.
That's been tough. And oh no, Crazy Raccoon, they're going to run right into the expendables. And as you said, Falcons getting defended by TE on the low side. Glaz and PO now the last 2 players left alive. Glaz having to make a decision about, do I go for this res on the Guyon? He's actually going to try to stick it. No smokes on him just yet. PO will at least try to defend him. But the expendables, they suffer a lot of casualties as well, as S2G has arrived, and they are landing some well-placed grenades. And now Furia off in the distance, you can see looking up in this direction. The smoke's kind of the only thing keeping these guys alive. Oh, there you go. Virtus Pro actually going to draw Furia's attention now.
So STG is actually the saving grace for the Raccoons and TE down there, because the Falcons was peering over the edge, picking off flushed players until S2G rolled up and started shooting from the outside. So that's actually going to draw that one out a little bit. 17 is eliminated, slowing down the Juggernauts, who seemed unstoppable in the first couple of games, and that will expose them as we go into game number 4. Now S2G on the long range, they're still trying to figure out how do we get Clories out of this hole while also not exposing ourselves to the Falcons, who are roosted high above as they were built to be.
There they are. S2G, a lot of decisions to make here, as they do have a path to the south if they can try to figure out where Crazy Raccoon is. And there's a lot of teams south of the roadside right now that are kind of in a bad position to make any moves. Oh no! Twisted Minds get absolutely taken by surprise by Exquisite, the last player alive for Therodon 5, and he is getting work done.
Exo Zit, Exo crit as he rips him apart and pops Twisted Minds off the map. Excellent engagement. I mean, it was just that trap. They waited, they set the moment, and they got the move. Kickstart now. He's back up to standing. S2G has already been under a hailfire from him and will accept a little bit more as Kwepa tries to drive away in the Pico, but gets booped. Can he go? Can he? Come on, surely Kickstart. You've got more than enough time.
Oh, got the wheel.
Now he's
at least got the tires. Yeah, Kwepa in a little bit of trouble. Baron going to go in. Cruise right by. Didn't even pick up his teammate as they continue to try to find a way in, as Cerberus actually getting caught in a little bit of a 2-2 split. So we'll see if S2G can survive a little bit longer. Furia trying to hold off the push from CTG. The utility just not finding its spot right now. As you see the kill feed lighting up, that's Cerberus finding most of S2G. I think there's 2 remaining as they continue to try to push in. And yeah, Furia, they have that BRDM in hand, but it's just down as a Kraken and Posa.
BRDM jousting, my favorite of the medieval sports. S2G gonna get wiped out here. Well, they both had them. They're just driving them past each other. What a wild experience. All right, so Furia, Posa gonna keep moving. Virtus Pro got 3 up. Beamy, I don't know. I think he's savable right now, so they should be able to stay at full power here. Meanwhile, Tiggleton from the high ground. What is it? A Falcon's Nest called? An Airy or something? I'm gonna have to name this because these guys love being up here.
It's working out a treat for them so far. 4 kills, and they have pretty much ownership of the entire western part of this circle. Cerberus hasn't really sniffed around over here. They're instead just keeping track of what's going on in the north. So you see the entire north, the entire east is completely held in check by 2 teams. Everybody else is just left to fight for the scraps of what's left along the roadside, and you see the mortars just raining down. Change the game. They've got their BRDM, but Shrimsy will land a mortar right on top. And Virtus Pro, they see it in the kill feed. They're going to make the push as Beamy will lead the charge.
He's like, I don't even care about your mortars. I'm coming anyway. So he pushes in there, makes a move. Shrimsy's still blowing stuff up. Changed the game, eliminated, and now Falcons leaving the area as they come in for some fun. Kickstart manages to land on the high ground again. He's not giving up the height.
Yeah, the circle pulling away, and Falcons will immediately try to take advantage of all the information that they have gathered from up there. Now, I don't know if they know that Crazy Raccoon has this duo of Guyon and Glaz just on the other side of the rock, as Falcons just look off in the distance to spot out E-Arena holding down their little dip, as E-Arena is looking off towards Virtus Pro as Crazy Raccoon. Oh, they try to make a move, but no. Guyon will get picked out, and now it's down to Glaz.
Man, I would be winning so hard if this was a fantasy league day. I don't want to talk about it.
Your Shrimsy captain.
My Shrimsy captain would be dominating whole week.
The perpetual Shrimsy captain pick. Oh, yeah, it would have been, and it probably will continue to do so, as right now those boys are popping off, and we'll see where they decide to go. It looks like they have abandoned the long-range fight against E-Arena, and actually Kickstart's going to spot out Glaz too, so that'll be it for Crazy Raccoon. And Falcons have they're fighting in the shade of this last mountain on the south side of it. Now Cerberus is on the north, but Cerberus still split, still doing their thing, so not a concerted effort to try to deal with anything other than what they see on the north side.
Crazy Raccoons averaging 1.3 points per game roughly is untenable with players like Anonix on that roster, but maybe they'll turn it around. Well, Furia in a similar
had 0
boat.
points before they got into this game, so
True. That's what I'm saying.
It's positive things.
Furia, EWC MVP, I believe. Was that BL that won that at EWC last year?
No, that was Fantastico.
That was Fantastico. Okay, well, he's still playing for Rock, I think, so that's fine. All right, BL and the boys from Furia, again, also in that same boat, and I think we'll go back to, I think, Crazy Raccoon in the same bucket, as we got to get our feet under us and learn this new roster. That's abundantly clear. Falcons, same roster, looking strong. They definitely
6 kills so far.
Yep.
Yeah, 6 kills so far. They've got E-Arena in their sights. H-Win blazing with the bolty, but Cerberus now, they've started to collect everybody on the other side, and they hear these shots, so they know that they have company just on the other side of these rocks. Tickleton, oh, nice spray from Opons. That's a pretty long range spray with that AUG. But Tig should be able to get rezzed here.
They're deciding who has to go down and get them. Fine, I'll do it. Well, that's why they're running in pairs. Easy pickups, easy reses. This is big time. Unless someone's got a mortar to... What? They even had a backup res ditch? This rock is OP.
Oh, it's not too shabby. Unfortunately, there's nobody's hiding any helmets in these little crevices of this rock, and that might cause a problem here eventually, as you see the mortars continue to rain down. Actually, I'm not even sure who's the one sending those currently. I think it might be...
Shrimsy had some earlier, so he might have popped it back up. I know he was carrying a mortar around with him, which...
might be.
Yeah. I think is actually harder to hit when you're on the high ground. I'm not great at mortars. My math is terrible. But I'm pretty impressed that he was hitting mortars accurately from the top of the pillar.
Well, these guys are pretty good. I think that if we know anything about that, it's that they are good. Well, it looks like Falcons have made the decision to make a move. Now, where are they going to move to? Just above E-Arena, it looks like. And actually, though, they're going right in. Falcon immediately will find Larix gets taken down by Tickleton. Tickleton gets traded. Shrimsy runs over Nixie, as Shrimsy now in kickstart the last 2 players. Falcons taking 2 fights at the same time, as Cerberus, they are just laughing. They'll find Shrimsy, they'll find H-Win, and Falcons now all of a sudden just down to kickstart. They had to go somewhere, and unfortunately for them, everybody was looking.
That felt a little bit like a we qualified send. Like, there's not a lot of options. Let's just go here and do this, and at the end of the day, it is what it is. Kickstart gonna be...
Maybe it'll work out.
Yeah, exactly, right? Like, once you're at 27, I think that's a totally fair way to run a rotation in a 5-game series. Kickstart not giving up, though. He's like, I'm gonna get some more points for us because that's just how I do. Zakraken still playing BRDM bounce around, as Pozo and him have been really making this thing work for them. They watched Batu closely in the last match.
Yeah, the only bad part for Furia about this is that every time they get out of their vehicle to try to take a fight with somebody, somebody else kills them. So they've only managed to collect 1 point so far, as Kickstart will find Opons. That'll be another one picked up. He retreats back into the smoke. Survives a little bit longer over the top. He's getting shot in the back, though. He's going to pick up another one off of Larix, as Posa is shooting him through the smoke. Kickstart just dancing around. Eventually, Pathapong will take him down.
Pathapong was like, fine, I'll take care of this, you guys. Seriously? He ran around and got a knock and then confirmed both flushes using smoke jukes. That was beautiful. That was Kickstart in a nutshell, making big plays.
Oh, no. Wow, Cerberus, they had to send it somewhere. They decided to push right into Anyone's Legend's compound, and Anyone's Legend was ready. And now Brian, the last one left alive, might try to go for this res onto Tanbin, as Gen G has now drawn the attention of Anyone's Legend as they were trying to come in from the other side of the road. But now Gen G, they're going to continue their push. They find Furia in the BRDM. You see Posa knocked low before he was able to get in, and at least he was able to pull it far enough away before it blows up. But no, Posa will get picked out as Gen G is starting to come alive.
Gen G is coming alive, but Anyone's Legend is surviving after the last game where they held that middle section of the road for so long. They're picking up 6 kills so far in this match, and it should put them in a qualifying position for a team that, if you go back to the group opener, seemed anemic. This is a big opening day for them in terms of these first 3 games.
They have been surviving this game on that eastern edge for so long. We haven't really talked about them because all the action, the western edge rather, all the action was going on the east. And now they finally managed to make it up to the compound. Now Anyone's Legend, to their credit, have managed to get their man back up to 3 strong. Pong still working around on this high ground. Unfortunately for him, everybody from Gen G looking over in that direction as they work around on that ridge line.
Yeah, but Pethempong has been the European spoiler in the past game, so now it's like, well, let's spread the love a little bit. I'm going to see which of you two I can really knock out in this one. And it's so committed. Blows himself up. So again, this comes back to, I think teams are getting smart. They're denying things really quickly now because they know how close it's going to be at the cutoff. It's smart. I loved it. I know you hated
Deny the point,
fans, but I love it.
It is what it is. Strategy is what it is. You got Salute and D working the rooftops here of Anyone's Legends compound. They know that they've got at least one below them, and it looks like Salute has spotted out the other duo in the other building as they're playing around this compound. Gen G, it feels like they are just collapsing the fist on here. It's going to be really, really tough for Anyone's Legend unless they can catch one of these guys out. Look at this flank angle from Bean as he's playing around the tree.
Good vision. They're spreading their hand like fingers around this, and when they close that fist, you're right, it is going to be a knockout punch. They look very, very good. This might be the confidence boost that we needed them to get under them to see this roster start to take off. Like you said, big rebuild, a lot of expectations, hasn't lived up to it yet. This could be the moment. The computer seems to think they have a dominating chance of winning it over 70%, and part of that maybe is because Anyone's Legend is sort of just tucked in behind this smoke in the car. The second that smoke is gone, Bean's going to make a play.
Yeah, that's the thing, is the only way that Anyone's Legend can really dig Gen G out is if they send this duo around the wall to the outside. But Bean in a perfect position, but now he will get spotted out. Sololzi, nice spray from him, and that's going to be the follow-up from Himass. Beautiful grenade, put it right in his pocket, and that opens up a little bit of a window here now for Anyone's Legend.
Anyone's Legend got to try to make this pool. They push it to a 3v3. Bean is unsavable, so that's what it's going to come down to. 3v3 with a nice push by Gen G starting now.
Look at Salute crawling up. He manages to make it to that vehicle without Himass seeing him. So this could be a sneaky, sneaky little push here from Salute. Reload the smoke cannon just to have it ready to go just in case. Himass still has no idea, but he will finish off Bean.
Smoke behind him. Sololzi trying to get that left side peek. Salute really going to be the move here.
Oh, look at that. That was actually, I think, Himass shooting out his tires. He still has no idea that Salute is over here. And this might be Himass thinking, okay, maybe I move up to this next car, use that as cover. Because you can see from his perspective, he's still just holding the corner and spraying down onto D.
He's actually chain flashing to try to get the flank, but he wasn't ready for it. Salute pops up and gets cooked in the head. D is out there trying to make the play. It's a 2v2. He lays down. D goes for the spray. Down to 1. Anyone's Legend walks away with the win. From laying down in a ditch to grinding it to the win. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. The Pandas come away with a huge victory. That was sick.
Wow, blink and you miss it. Himass was being just such a distraction over there, and it looked like Gen G, they were trying to hold the line, and then eventually they tried to make that push, but Anyone's Legend was so ready for it. And man, Gen G, remember, Thomas, you pointed it out, the computer, in all its wisdom, said that Gen G had about a 79% chance of a victory right there. And look at that. I think they feel like they should have had that one, and you know what? They might have should have been.
I mean, they stacked up for that push. They knew that they were getting chain flashed. Like, I don't know why they came around that corner, right? Like doing that corner put you in a sight line that when Salute stands up, you're sharing the same vision on even any red dot, any scope, right? Like there's no ability to stop the flick instead of trying to push around the right side. Questionable choices. That said, it was more than I've seen out of Gen G so far, so I'm gassed up that we got a little something. Let's bring the lads back in here. It's Avenger, it's Hylaris, it's the highlights.
That's right, of course. So, surprise, surprise, the winner chicken dinner percentage goes awry again. As, of course, we have Anyone's Legend who were in here since minute 11, so there should have been a big convert here from them on this game, Avenger. Very important to make do so.
Yeah, it's great. The only thing that I'm sad about it wasn't Anyone's Legend versus Crazy Raccoon, just so we could hear the Americans go with all the Trash Panda references. But this one, with the Anyone's Legend, this one was massive, right? Himas actually had a great angle, but this it kind of felt like a throw a little bit in my book here. You guys pointed it out perfectly here. But was it a toothless tiger? Was that the reason why? I don't feel like it. It felt more so that, as you guys pointed out, you should not have waited for it to be a time where you could only push one angle. You should have made a move where you could have, pushed around two angles same time instead of it having to be a utility in game. It could have been a smart play in game because they were 4 versus 3 for quite a while.
Isn't that the definition of toothless tiger? He was stealthy, he was smart, he moved without being noticed, and then when it was time to attack, it just fell apart. He gummed them.
Sure.
Like it was unfortunate. Right?
I mean, I gotta wonder. I gotta wonder what their utility situation was, right? Like they were 4 alive, pushing into that compound, and at the end, it felt like they just had nothing left in the bag to throw at them. So I'm wondering if we missed the early part of that fight from them trying to clear out Anyone's Legend with utility, and none of it apparently worked. Anyone's Legend doing a hell of a job of just making sure one knock onto AL and they're done there. You got to imagine, right? So it was just a really good job. I'm having a seizure right now. I don't know what's going on.
Did he?
I think
the mix.
There's no coming back.
I don't even know what's going on, man.
I think.
Thanks, guys. I appreciate it. I was in the middle of a great thought, I felt like, and you're all there to help me always. Where's my mug? I need this.
Everybody to the mugs. Hey, match leaderboard. That's lovely.
From 4 mugs to other mugs. Yeah, we've got 20 points going the way of Anyone's Legend as they were able to hold down strongly in this compound. I think that they didn't have that many challenges going the way of that compound, though. And anything that did come along, they'd already expended so many nades their way. And they do get 35 points so far to get things rolling, Avenger.
Yeah, congrats, Anyone's Legends. You're into our final stage this weekend, coming on tomorrow. Falcons actually got a big amount of kills here. I think it was 9 total. That puts them at 31. Congrats to those guys as well. And at this point, I would say, with 2 games to go, Twisted Minds, there's no way they don't get a few points. Even Gen G after this one here. One more decent game for them. They're actually also in. So pretty crazy game so far. It should have been a Gen G win, this one in my book, but Anyone's Legend, they are turning up to, the legends that they should be.
I bet Shrimsy gets MVP. I want to see his stats because, like, okay, so I suck at mortars. I know you do them a fair amount, Martin. Is it harder to hit a mortar from the top of those pillars? Like, do you have to change the way you do your math?
Yeah,
or is it not? Okay. Oh, look,
I mean,
it was actually
you're higher up. You're higher
That's what I
up,
thought.
so it makes it, yeah.
Well, Kickstarter had that high ground spot, so it makes sense that he would be able to do a little ADR and kill farming from up there.
He should be. But I will say this, the play that he did around the smoke and around that rock, almost getting 3 of those kills. He got 2. He got 2 confirmed. He got, I think, like 50 or 60 damage on the second one here. That's absolutely insane. 1 kill him ass here. Knockout him at with 3 kills stolen. It's good damage, but still, that's kind of crazy. So Lulzy turning it up.
Yeah, not bad at all. Not bad at all. I will say, aside from, I think it was really Tiggleton and Shrimsy in the previous Erangel that were really kind of doing numbers and stuff like that, but Kickstarter's had some great moments throughout these past couple of days here. I think really Kickstart has kind of really pushed on forwards, and he's going to get the MVP for it, Toffees.
Absolutely. So a team that wasn't even in the top 4 when you talk about the end of that match coming away with the MVP. And a large part of that was they had a really good rotation, honestly, that high ground. Like we saw this with the old Falcons when they were on Vikendi. We're seeing it here. Look for something in the air and just manage it. And as TPP format changes, those spots become even more undefeatable. So the Kickstart up there was just raining death and doom down, and it's not shocking.
We're in those the room with the coaches there. I was gonna exactly ask that, Poro. There's got to be some kind of concern going through the mind of teams like Team Liquid at the moment.
Well, I mean, look, again, we're a 5-game day. So now that we're 3 in, we've got 2 remaining. Now we got to start looking at that cut line. And as Martin's saying, I mean, anyone's Legend, Team Falcons, Twisted Minds, I think you're safe. Beyond that, I don't know, man. It is real tight down there, and Gen G they've still got some work left to do. E-Arena as well, and then from there on, I think even down to Liquid, they still have a shot at this.
Anyone has a shot. Yeah. Even Crazy Raccoon if they win a game.
Even Crazy Raccoon if they win a game.
Even Day Trade's here.
Day trade, and it's going to end on Miramar too. So
that's true. That's true.
You know, any of those teams that think that Miramar is their map, you got to show it.
The problem is, I think the problem for me is this creates a really big issue between 6th to 10th, right? This idea that if I go into the last 2 games and I'm close to the cutoff, I'm still playing my style. But those guys on the bottom know that if they get a chicken dinner, they advance, right? So like they are going to start playing really aggressive, early rotations, some pretty hard group crashing, and running in duos so they can always res. And I think that might catch some of these holds off guard, right? Like we saw some pretty massive spreads by anyone's Legend. We saw Cerberus doing it. We saw Twisted Minds with a huge spread early on in game number 1. I think they could get punished as we sort of see teams looking for the chicken now.
My question coming into Tego, Martin, is that I'm concerned for 2 teams that are kind of in danger positions, which are Virtus Pro and Crazy Raccoon. They technically are 2 teams that would go towards Yongchong. Do one of them deviate away? Do they not go for that drop? Do they not go to their normal spot? I think they should absolutely be avoiding those early fights.
James, the answer that you seek is in the name of the Crazy Raccoons. They do crazy things. You cannot decide and see or define anything that they do, but you have to think that anything they do is crazy. So I'm not expecting anything coming out of these guys here. I'll say this though, this last game one here from Virtus Pro, they managed to salvage quite a bit, a decent amount of kills here. That actually puts them quite significantly within this striking distance here. Only 3 points to get into that top 8 quite easily here. And as you saw yesterday, it's gonna end up somewhere probably between the 24 to 28 point mark. So just get 30 points plus and you're safe.
They've had a lot of crazy drops, and will it continue is the question. Be it on Erangel, be it on Miramar, and now maybe even on Tego. Well, Toffees, Poro, thank you for joining us. Me and Martin will take it away for the Korean Peninsula as we are live from Seoul, South Korea for all of the games. We're at home, having a good old time, having a chill day here for what could be an exciting moment for some of these teams to try and get into that top 8, Martin. So let's get it rolling.
Yeah, it's going to be the Tego, the only time to tango, and Tego is the same time here. And James, with the northeast plane down towards Coastland Prison here, that's going to be a rough one because a lot of teams cannot get into the spot. Sure, it does go through the middle here, but it's Parto Yang, it's Bronx, some of these other spots. You're going to have to get the parts, you're going to have to get some of it. We could see some hot drops going on, and you're saying, oh, what does your eyes see? I bet it's something crazy.
It's some kind of raccoon shape going up against some kind of polar bear-like entity up in good old Yongchong, my friend.
Yes. Uh-oh. Well, this could be the qualifying moment for either of these teams, but we'll see what happens here. Does VP expect this? Probably. Are they ready for it? I don't know. But Crazy Raccoons, they're coming in here like the trash pandas they are here. The prison outfit is already going on, and it's crazy. I love this. I actually love the commitment to all the fights here. It's going to show everyone that they're not going to be bowing down. And VP actually ends up going outside of Yongchong and taking the alternative loot. Oh, never mind. You put your head out too fast, you're going to get
8 times.
Oh my God, 8 times K9, just immediately knock and flushes PO. That is beautiful.
That is bonkers to drop on that and just say, hello. to one of the legends of the game. So sad for you, Pia. The thing is, though, his chip is like right next to a res station.
Yeah.
So, and I think Virtus Pro here, they angled being on the edge as well as securing cars fast, so that they know that there is not that full engage. Right? They're just kind of doing some chip damage there, and then from there they should be just disengaging, surely.
The thing is as well, though, that they don't have info on the teams west of them because they're trying to see Yongchang info, right? So they probably don't know CGG is here. They probably don't know that the compounds somewhat west of them, in between CGG and themselves, are free. Because that would be an obvious kind of spot to go to, maybe in a 2-2 to some of the two big compounds, so there's plenty of loot for them. But yeah, we'll see what they end up doing here. So that's cool. We do have a somewhat easy circle here, James. We've had a lot of these kind of southwest Hosan circles throughout the times here. We always end up somewhere east of the swamp, but it's not an easy circle to play. We have these extremely good compounds that are so hard to breach. When you, especially in TPP, you have this high vantage point. We have the walls around it that are around and south side of Hosan here. But yeah, we'll see what we end up doing here. Nixie finds another guy. They're trying to go for the rest, and he's still just holding it down with the 8x. Gas goes for. Oh, okay, just flush him already. That doesn't matter. They're gonna go in on this. Surely it's a 4 versus 2.
I think this might actually be incredibly important from Glaz, what he just did. He knows that he can't get him up, so he does that, picks up the chip, and they're trying to get out of there as fast as possible. That said, though, they are on the chase. I think that's an amazing play by Glaz, but if Virtus Pro can actually finish this off, they know that they're super wounded. God, this was so cool, actually.
Chase them down. It's Grand Theft Auto.
This is crazy. This is insane. This is insane.
Up tires?
Like,
easy, no? He's got nothing to do.
They're dead. They're dead, surely.
Oh my God, correct.
Oh my God.
Destroys him out of the car. And here we go. Crazy Raccoon getting absolutely insta-punished here. To go into a spot like this, Inonix is going for the res here, James. They're just like, oh, I'll go for a res, I guess. And yeah, gets one of them, but not the other two, because that's what the other were sent out to do. So very unfortunate here for Crazy Raccoon. And they see this, by the way. They see this res on the minimap. So they
know who it is.
They can just immediately just chase him down and knock them out.
Oh, man. I loved the decision making.
Dude,
I really did. I thought it was so...
With the bold action 8x, James. Like, can you believe it?
Yeah. From both teams, I liked the decision-making overall. Like, of course, yes, Crazy Raccoon kind of put themselves in a very vulnerable position, and Nixie was just able to exploit that to the fullest extent. But I loved the idea that Glaz was going to go for, but they just chase him down off the back of it. I think, what a cool little interaction. These kinds of things, it's like, brilliant stuff.
Yeah, absolutely lovable to see this. I mean, this is what brings out the goosebumps on your back and your arms when you see stuff like this. It's just... executed like that. And on top of that, remember, like, Beamy is a bolt god, Corexi is a bolt god. I've seen Lukaruk with some crazy bolt shots as well. They should just all pay bolts if that's what's happening, you know, just get the knocks straight out and center just to get it done. But yeah, currently these 3 kills here put them across this qualifying line, James. They're on 16 points, and Molotov calibrated him on
be careful.
the roof. Yeah, it can flip quite easily, but if he gets it off here nicely, it's gonna be another one here. But let's see. I think there's maybe a little bit of a replay. Yeah, there we go with replay. Okay, yeah. Previous match. What are we seeing? I don't see anything. No, I didn't deter anything. We also have some replays from last match down bottom right here. But now with this going on here, with this south of Hosan circle here, a lot of the teams are already in there. We do not have Genji inside yet. We do not have CGG. We do not have a T5. We don't have VP, that's 4. Twisted Minds, that's 5. Vitality as well, that's 6. And then Falcons, another slow rotation on the far side of the map here, James. So 7 of the teams that is whole right now is trying to get in there, and then there's Inonix that's getting red zoned back to Narnia.
Yeah, tough for Inonix, because I mean, he's heading towards another res station. I don't think he has the other chips, and I think Virtus Pro might have just gone back into Yongchon and decided to, well, hold them hostage or blow them up or whatever they want to do. So tough stuff there for Crazy Raccoon. Not only are you also waning in the points gained so far, you're also waning here on Tego to get things rolling. It's been crazy stuff, but they do have one more coming in for Crazy Raccoon finally now. The only problem is that you're dropping so far away from the rest, from just Inonix alone, I guess. So gonna have to rendezvous up somehow. If you go all the way north, I guess you could, but you won't have some meds for a little while.
I feel like it's somewhat doomed already, right? There are 2 guys left.
Yes.
The other chips are gone. They have 4 points. This game, it feels like it's unwinnable. I don't feel like
I think it's a blowout entirely for the 5 games, right? I think like coming into the next game, unless they do something insane, I think that their mentality is going to be defeated pretty hard.
I will tell you this though, James. You know what? On the bright side of things, they have 6 days that they can go back to the hotel and chill because they're not playing.
Hotel? They're in Seoul?
Yeah,
They're
I
at
mean, they
home?
can go home then. Yeah, sure, that's right. You're right. They can go home and they can chill for 6 days because they're not playing until the next survival stage, which is actually in a full week from now on next Friday, right? Because they're not playing the winners bracket, which is on Thursday next week. They're not playing the final, likely, which is in this weekend here, starting tomorrow in a BO10.
Definitely, it's a tough one if you have to just sit on the sidelines for 7 days unless you can get some really good practice in. But of course, now Gen G is having not too many problems at all. They've already been able to take 2 scalps themselves here from one of the other South Korean teams representing in this survival stage. And Twisted Minds, 25 points so far here for the boys. I have a very, such an important question to ask.
Oh, give it.
Molodoct has hair now. What do you think of it?
Hair?
Have you seen the picture of him?
Are you suggesting that he was not just a toothless, but also hairless tiger?
No. No, Molodoct, no. But I just liked the kind of shaven look of when they won PGS, you know? I thought that was cool.
He had hair before, but you're saying it's because he grown it out a little bit. So he's got a hairstyle. He wasn't bald before.
Right, okay,
It's
yes,
like
he hasn't
a
had a hair
military
transplant
buzz
or
cut
anything.
to what he has now, okay.
Correct.
I get you. What I like it. I actually think he's a extremely handsome man. Like he's got that rugged, look, and he would easily be a Hollywood actor. Yeah. I can bromance him all day. That's all good. I think it's super handsome. I think he's got that rugged 1990s Hollywood look. Yeah, you know what I mean.
Okay, I'll go with it. Yeah.
Do you disagree? You think he's an ugly fella?
Nobody ever said that. I didn't say that.
I'm just saying. Do you like he has hair? Like I'm pointing out. Yeah, I think he looks great with hair. I think he looks great without. He's a handsome lice. He's a handsome lad. And a nice guy.
Lice.
Yeah. Handsome and nice became to hands nice.
Ah, okay. I see. Yes, but I think maybe we will see that head of hair, that luscious head of hair. Give him some powers alongside Twisted Minds. But again, when they did win that tournament, it was clean shaven. And let's see if the Theron 5 can shave a few more points off of this game as they're coming way across the bridge now. They're not going to be able to center up too easily in a circle like this. A lot of the locations are already taken here for this team.
Yeah, I think it's time to run it back. In PGC 2022, we had a questionnaire for every single player where they had to give a vote to who was the most handsome player at PGC 2022. Do you remember that content? That was great. There was
a lot of Gustav votes.
There's a lot of, and Clip was second. So Denmark won, both first and runner-up.
True. Weird that, because I don't rate Danes highly at all.
No, but it's because you can't see us from down there.
Whoa. There's like 50 Danes in the world. It's like the smallest country in the world, all right?
That's true. And Clip is smaller than you, so...
Yeah, exactly. That's weird.
He's a tiny lad, but I miss Clip. He was a great player and a bald god, too. Can't believe it. Now we see example, though, here from Twisted Minds. I love that he's much more into the content now. Back in the day, we only got yes and no question. Now he's actually having fun, and I actually really liked to hear the interview we had with him and Bella. It was fun to hear some of the insights from him and from the team. And especially now that with him and playing with Molotov, it's not much of a difference now in the survival stage. I don't want to give it and put it on Molotov that them not succeeding in the winner stage. I think it's just purely down to them not being ready enough for a BO5. In terms of maybe prep, maybe the mindset that you need to go into it with a BO5. You need to win one game, and you need to do it fast, because otherwise you're probably going to get focused. Or if you're a team of the caliber as Twisted Minds are, a lot of teams, including Falcons on screen, does benchmark themselves towards it. But as we heard from Tickleton, he would rather beat Twisted Minds than win the whole championship, just because that's a success in their mind.
I mean, yeah, if you're beating Twisted Minds in a tournament, in a
You should be
championship,
winning.
likely you're going to be high in the leaderboard anyway, because they're always high. So you're kind of win-win situation in that regard. But they're already 31 points at the moment, 25 points against Twisted Minds right now. But these teams should be making the run into that final stage, which will be obviously starting tomorrow across the best of 10. Which will be getting things going. So, here's the question, Martin. Twisted Minds, with their previous BRDM, did pretty well. Now they've got another one. What are you thinking?
I will say this, though. In this exact scenario where we are on the map, it's actually extremely difficult to get a lot of points out of it. So they're playing it extremely passive. They don't want to get too much shots on it. They want to kind of lock it down. Here they are in a pretty central spot to kind of set up for what they suspect to be the kind of later stage of the game. The problem is that we have these god compounds that are on top of hills with walls all around them. And if players are playing like they should be, they're out on the walls. They're out defending every single angle. It's extremely hard to get close to. And also, BRDM's driving slowly across all these plains and fields. It is gonna get shot at really, really quickly because it's very, very flat here. The terrain is hard to kind of play by. Pio now and Crazy Raccoon, they're down to just a 2-man. I'm pretty certain we're not gonna see them with more than 2.
No, I think they're going to get rumbled here, unfortunately, very soon. I think that with the BRDM as well, especially on this map, as you're pointing out, it's a tool you want to reveal as late as possible, right? And they're very mindful of that because of what you were saying. Everyone's just going to shoot at it. So the later you can reveal it to the rest of the lobby, the more use you can get out of it, which is always going to bode well for even just at least placement points, never mind some potential kills and potential forts you want to make along the way.
Right, and can you remind me again, who was your 2 picks to go through to the top 8 here?
Well, I had what in my mind was a confident one. I think it was Crazy Raccoon, and then a not so confident one in E-Arena. However, the E-Arena compound coincidentally is a very good one in this circle. So, and they're already in the top 8.
They are in the top 8. They're looking good here with 21 points, and I feel like it's very likely with where they are in the current circle that they could be getting the few extra points that they need. Now, Twisted Minds and the rest of the lobby is just full sending it for this compound that Team Liquid is kind of splitting right now. So it makes it a little bit difficult for them to kind of set themselves up. I'll say this though right now, Twisted Minds sending it to the end here. It's gonna get a lot of damage from the Famis in the hands of Purdy Curdy. Full 3 gear in hand, MG3 from Luke 12. That's exactly the setup you don't want to run into when you're driving a BRDM.
MG3, what can it get done? As the Kraken taking down Rossetted on the other side of this map because they were also going for a mad dash on the west side near Swamp area. Luke 12, when are you going to spring the trap here with this gun? What RPM are we set to here for the MG3 to start blasting? But doesn't look like Twisted Minds is too keen on even moving at all just yet. Doesn't want to go into the firing lines of anything that potentially comes their way.
Let's see what's going to be ending up happening here with them. Full 3 gear now. Famis in hand, that's a dangerous one. But I actually hate this compound for so many reasons, James. Because it's a 3-way kind of T-section compound. And even on the other side, where it's kind of close, the compound is so long that it's impossible to defend as a full 4-man. Because you kind of have to have 2 guys in the north side, northwest side, and 2 guys on the south side, and then people can still crash in the middle. I really hate playing it. You get crashed so often here, but it's just a matter of try to get in, try to survive, and maybe even disengage, and don't try to get too much out of it now, because you're almost guaranteed to get late game. Wait for everyone else to kind of die out with them not being the compound, because it's so central as it is right now. But yeah, we'll see how we get this next circle here. If we do end up getting a central circle on this this compound here, it can be crazy.
Important.
Yeah, it's huge.
The thing is that so there's 2 factors here. One is that Team Liquid is sweating right now because their 2-2 split across this is just so disjointed from one another. They can't reinforce each other. But the second thing actually that exists is that sweat kind of is swept off your brow a little bit by the fact that now these teams are in this weird symbiotic relationship that if anybody else tries to crash on this and the circle does narrow down on it, everyone's kind of defending everyone.
Right.
You could get caught in some of the crossfire of that, but it's all completely occupied now. Every inch of this is occupied. Anybody that wants to come close is going to get battered.
Yeah, you go from single cell life to multi-cell life because you want to defend everything in that compound. And yeah, we have Twisted Minds and there's 17. We have Vitality too, and of course Team Liquid. So it's a 4-team defense because now on it's kind of a mutual agreement now that we need to be in there. But we did have a new circle pop. It actually ended up going super far north. The entirety of the compound is still in, but eventually Twisted Minds is going to have to move through Team Liquid's southern split, as you see in the map here, to try to get away with it. It would be sick if we had another fight or another crash, but I expect this, though. I don't see anyone else trying to crash this compound anymore because it's not prime terrain.
No. The feather in the cap for Twisted Minds, even though they have to be the one to move, is that they do have that BRDM. But here comes the move onto the rocks on the western side here at the moment. Luke 12 actually does get taken out by a nade on the other side of that compound. So we move away from it and something happens, which is ridiculous. But there's going to be a lot of movement elsewhere. So there's a lot of things that are going to have to be prioritized as Fury is trying to drive alongside anyone's legend. Here goes Cerberus, actually, clearing out the rest of CTG that found themselves a center position, and Cerberus has been able to wrestle it away, but it's just a small shack. This could easily be dislodged.
And this shack is dead center. Someone's going to have to send it to them. They must have that information quite easily now. But Quedpa here on screen with a 3 gear in his body armor and a couple of nades, some 8x here. It's a good setup for S2G. Currently inside the top 8. I love to see it from them. 19 points. That first big game from them was actually massive. CCI next, taking some shots with the mortar in the distance.
Did you see the distance on it before?
I did not,
but
okay. It's going to be right around where Falcons is, I assume.
Yeah, I guess so. But way too short by the looks of things.
Short, yeah.
Yeah, so not
doesn't have the finger tattoo, James. He doesn't have it.
No, I'm going to be honest, I'm a little concerned for S2G because aside from that first game, they've not done a whole lot. They did survive late into one of those games, but beyond all of that, didn't really get too many kills with it as all said and done. Tambu takes BL down, but he does fall behind the car, so that should be a res there for Furia, who's dividing themselves alongside this field side.
Right.
Anyone's legend still does have some steam left in them, with Delwyn and him are still alive.
A blue zone that's not on the shack. Like, that was
it's weird.
Probably hit something on the way or anything, but that should have been on the shack. That would have been an easy, probably extra knock there. Xiaowu finds Explosive. Lilgos finds Purdy Curdy, fighting on multiple sides. This is going to be the big fight that's happening in the compound. It's currently evolving. And Onyx also finds Clarice here. Crazy Raccoon kind of instigates a little bit of a fight here, even though they're only a 2-man. Maldos finds Purdy Curdy with the confirmation here, and this means that Twisted Minds is 27. It feels very, very confidently to say that they're now in the final stage with their current performance.
Twisted Minds still being very cautious about this push on against the Team Liquid position because they don't quite know, I don't think, exactly where all of Team Liquid is. They will have heard the fact that Alo got a knock, which was a little further away than this building earlier on. So that means that maybe they actually do know that they were quite disconnected, and maybe that was the trigger for them to be able to push onto that position after the first knock. Oh, but that kind of takes out a lot of that compound here, Avenger.
Yeah, we're basically only left to the northern side here, and Liquid, why? They would have hoped that they were a full 4-man to defend that southern side, because there's a lot of kills that's about to be had. Vitality has to push their side. 17 has to push their side. Twisted Minds has to decide, are we going to try to get some cars here and maybe disengage on the west or the east side? That could actually be a quite easy setup here. H-Win now. Look at that. 420 meters. That could be kind of on to where VP is right now. It looks like that's the direction he's going for. And they kind of have an open side here.
Towards Furia, I think.
Is it Furia? Oh, yeah, it does look like Furia. You're right. Could be Furia. Okay, nothing just yet.
No.
Okay, so in the middle, but a little bit off to the side. Okay, a little bit short. That actually might be close then, but I don't think he had more than 4 or 5 of the total mortars.
Yeah.
So yeah, we'll see. But Fury actually had a pretty good setup here. With the 11 points they have, the 2 kills they've gotten already, if they can get placement points and some kills more here, that could mean that they could push into this top 5. Top 8.
Arena doing a little bit against Genji as well. Opons and Pathompong doing what they can. Salute is gone as well, though. PO's be able to take a point or two. They need as many points desperately as possible. Tian going for the drive on through, though. Oh, crashing all the way through against 17 Gaming, but it is Arena that's doing a lot of the work against all of this. And seeing if they can get even more against Lyrics in the nade. Getting cooked up. Can he post it on through? Goes upstairs. Not going to be connecting.
Confirming here, Arena, your bet for who's going to be going through to the top 8 here, that's confirming them. And I would say basically at this point here, with the more knocks that's also happening here, they could get 2 more easy points from this one, putting them on 27. That should be enough for them to go to that top 8. More nades coming in here through Xiaowu on the ground. That's also a knock that's going their way. Tian above. We've seen some crazy plays from him before. Can he clutch this one, though? That's the question.
Oh, Tian jumped. Oh, he saw him through the window as well here. He's going to have to try and peek it. Pre-fires through the window. See what he can get done. Goes through the right hand side, but Tian shuts it down. Great stuff. We've seen some great things from him over the past couple of days.
We have indeed. Now Twisted Minds have actually decided to crash on the other side here off into Team Liquid. Cowboy finds one. It's example down and flushed immediately. The MG3 in the hand of Lou needs to be enabled and unlocked immediately for this to turn their way. Cowboy finds another one. The young Prodigy finds the last one too. Gedrox actually got Halo, so now Vitality is pushing onto this third party here. It's a great opportunity for them. There are 4 guys alive, and Twisted Minds is down to just 2 with a knock on Petulance.
Yeah, I mean, Team Liquid has also gifted Twisted Minds effectively quite an armory with this. Taking the MG3 away from Luke 12. There is a FAMAS in here somewhere, but Virtus Pro is going to have something to say about that. Lou, though, starts off with the MG3. Hello, my bag goes down. There's going to be the reinforcements trying to come through against this. Vitality knows that they've got a timer above their head here against Twisted Minds, as Lou is going to get a heal off as well, so that's going to help out quite a lot. Flash currently has to move on back. Knows that he's a bit vulnerable. Second flash goes through. Good stuff from Gedrox. Brilliant, and shuts Twisted Minds down.
Oh, that's insane. And Hello My Bad actually might be resable here too. I think it's savable for them, and that means Vitality is full form and alive. The circle did move away, but this is the only team that's currently in the south. They could have an opportunity to move on to this ridge that is playable ahead of them. So let's see what happens here. Virtus Pro also, this could be their game to get good points from. They're full form and alive. They're in this northern side, and they're inside the circle. They have Twist. They have the Expendables pushing to, and Lucarux have an off angle with information to Expendables, so this could be the setup that VP was hoping for.
I feel like, despite Team Liquid being down, this might be in a good game for the Americas, right? You've got Furious still on that field. Maybe they will get crunched down on some teams coming in from the west as well as the north in just a little bit of time. But Falcons has been undeterred for quite a while in the northeast. Maybe they can do something with this. There's crates ahead of them as well. But Lucarux is moving through these fields. You can see him here, down on your bottom right. Virtus Pro trying to sneak on into this position and put some damage up against the Expendables when they eventually have to move.
4 nades for him and a Molotov here. This could be big points to be had for VP, and also that could secure them the northern side of this circle, which could enable everything here. He actually only goes for 1 nades and then makes a run for it to the rest of his team here now. Tian down to blue here. That's 11th place for him. No placement point to get for him.
Deployable cover goes down for Lucarux as well. Just trying to shore up the defenses here. And it looks like that is falling just within the circle. Yeah. So if it had fallen outside, I would have been a bit disappointed by that, but it's just fortifying this position even more. Imas against Tambu as well. I think all of these teams in the north know that TE has got a very, very tall task ahead of them in trying to move away from there.
Yeah, I mean, if they had a safety off for them to get into it, it would have been a different case, but nope, they don't. Timas finds Tanvu here. The PNC 25 winners teammates gets onto each other here. Doc Juice finds Delvin, and Doc Juice is down now. And this means that Himas needs to rest Delvin, and he's actually outside the zone. He's going to make a mad dash for it. He's going to try to make something happen. Look at this, though. This means that VP has an open door for this northern side here. They can push straight on to Furia. Furia actually gets knocked from H-Win here. This opens the door. That's a point for Nixie, an important one for VP to solidify themselves inside this top 8 here.
Yeah, with only 1 more game remaining after this, you need every little bit you can get right now, and doing some good damage against Furor as well. Really forcing them to tuck in just against that little situation, or at least the milk flow that's coming on in. Himas, though, is going kind of crazy here. He had the MK14 in hand as well as this M4 to try and do something with the nades forwards as well. Virtus Pro really up against it at the moment. Quizzy down, Gedrox down. There's only 1 remaining to try and make things go their way. Down towards the south, but it's not going to work out at all, as Himas is just blasting.
S2G helps that as well. Vitality's kind of falling apart a little bit with this circle here going exactly onto the middle of this road here. It is enabling Furia to make a defense against VP. Nixie's down. Lucarux is knocked. Cest finds Kraken. It's multiple teams fighting each other here. This Molotov is going to hit the car, but it's not going to confirm the Vitality player. He's going to have to confirm that with M4 in hand here. 3 kills now for Himas and 4 total for Anyone's Legends, putting them in total of 40, securing themselves this final stage spot for tomorrow.
Moments like this for someone like Himas are what separates him from just your average players, because he will be able to linger around for quite a while and just get these salvage points he needs. They're already in number 1, and he's already number 1 in the kill rankings here for the survival stage. as we move on towards where Furia still is, still recovering, still laying low, still up in these fields.
Furia back to full form and here with the Kraken actually getting the heal off as well. This means that VP has a tall task ahead of them for this push onto Furia here. Both smokes is coming in. The 4 and 8s that we saw Lukarux had earlier is something that they could definitely have used now that they don't have too much utility to be thrown here. S2G throwing a lot of nades towards Falcons here. They have to split out and have to try to get behind the smokes here. More nades coming in close here. Correctly finds Shrimpsy. The push on third party for VP onto Falcons is paying off.
Yes, it is. What's the way you actually respond to this as Falcons? You have to throw nades back. You have to try and do more damage than your opponent can, but whilst you're also taking it. And of course, Virtus Pro just shooting them from behind is just such a thorn in the side here of Falcons. And this rotation from Beamy. Perfect opportunistic play to try and get himself a few more points here.
Molotov into the smoke is not going to be accurate. There's 2 knocks to be had here now. He's going to have to try to find one. He finds a headshot immediately onto Tiggleton. And now it's down to just the multiple members of Furia looking at him. And it did turn the other side indeed. Not sure if Tickle is resible here or if he's going to get stolen. But a great effort from VP in this game here. Shrimpsy gets found by S2G as well. This was the second game we were asking them to have to get some points on board. They had the win with the 15 total points. They had 2 games with 2 points. Now this one here, they're top 6. They're 3 alive and they have 3 kills already. Great damage being done here by CCI next.
He has one more nade, and he does know exactly where his opponent has transitioned to here to try and get that res off. He's going to go for it, but on the right-hand side, there's 2 barrels that may be looking his way in just a moment's time. There it goes. Boom. And it's perfect from CCNX. He gets the confirmation. He gets H-Win. And now the other members of Falcons are going to be scrambling.
Furia putting out so much damage. Them being able to survive for so long is so important here. Tickleton's down to 1 HP. H-Win is bleeding out. Kickstart's trying to survive for as long as possible. The S2G is going to have to make a move as well. And as we were talking about it, Cerberus has just been surviving for so long inside this shack here. Stan's been found. Tickleton finds BL as well. Now Kretpa puts on damage onto Falcons here. H-Win gets found by the bleed out from CCI next here. The nade that had an impact continues to make damage onto Falcons. Now shots coming in here too from CCI. He has 6 bullets left. Now he has to swap over. Oh my god, he had to reload. It didn't happen. Cess finds him and S2G is kind of falling apart here. Left to just Baron now.
Cerberus, somehow, some way, 22 points on the board here for them. They're being able to pick at some of these teams brilliantly here to try and secure themselves. I was critical of SGG before, but they've got quite a lot of points off the back of this anyway. This might shore up them for that top 8. That nade doesn't connect as it's on the other side, but this is going to blow, and he is going to be gone. Tiggleton with a few more points here for Falcons.
Kickstart finds Baron 2, and this is securing Falcons now the #1 spot with 42 total points. The rest could be happening here. Now Furious are making a move here. They're making a move onto Cerberus. They're going to have to get them eliminated to secure this win, James.
We said it before. The Americas looking rosy in this one with Furia still surviving, still have 7 to their name. Cerberus is in the shack. They've been here for a little bit. And it worked out for them. They've put themselves in the top 8 from it.
And now with the Americas being the ones left, someone's going to have to shake this shack, that's for sure. But Cerberus being 2 alive for this long, that's crazy. I expected more utility being thrown, more blue zones, or anyone crashing it. But no one has been able to topple them.
No.
And now,
look
at this. It's going to be difficult. Kickstart's just holding and locking this one down. There's absolutely no way for them to get out of this.
Not at all. They're going to have to hope for some absolute miracle here going down. Kickstart it lands those shots straight away alongside Tiggleton here. Furia, they have the man advantage, but it's not going to pay off at all. Tiggleton with some amazing shots alongside Kickstart from that Mini 14. Now they have to continue to move on forwards here and lock in Cerberus.
Oh my god, Cerberus just getting absolutely... Oh my god, he got cessed as well. Falcons being able to survive this is just insane. Furia should have put more pressure on them. SUG tried, but they didn't topple them, and this means the Falcons has a 2 versus 1. It could happen. They could lock this one down here. Could they do it once again? Could they get another win? That's a great name from Kickstart, and he gets it. It's Falcons. It's 10 kills.
What a game from Falcons. Coming in from the northeast side, I thought they were going to have enough room to be getting there unscathed. However, they took fight after fight after fight, survived the bombardment that came in from S2G, and got themselves the #1 spot. I've got Toffees and Poro joining me for this one. That has got to put a smile on your face, Poro.
I mean, after that one, just seeing Falcons back to being Falcons, right? But so much movement on the leaderboard after that game. S2G kind of securing their spot. Furia jumping all the way up into 8th. Like, so much movement just based off of the results of that one game. This leaderboard is going to look absolutely nuts.
Toughies?
Ah.
I think that the problem we have for the Falcons is they're tired of 3rd place. They're tired of Martin making fun of them, James making fun of them. They said, I have to go out here and dominate. As much as I'd love Furia to get through here, I'm not going to allow it.
Oh, okay, fair play, fair play. We lost you there for a moment, but we got you back in towards the tail end. Good stuff. And I think that watching this game, though, this was a brilliant Tego, Martin. I was loving this wall-to-wall, be it what was going on in Yongchong between Virtus Pro and Crazy Raccoon, be it Falcons just surviving and surviving and surviving, and then hitting some world-class shots to round it out. It was awesome.
Man, the utility was on point here. The shots was on point here, but I did not expect Falcons to survive an onslaught from S2G with all the nades that they had. With VP trying to pull up and third party, we saw a few knocks here and there. And then Furia deciding on, okay, let's take out Cerberus because we're just going to hold out Falcons. They're not going to survive that. And then they just destroyed them on the headshots when they tried to drive it. Sure, it's a slow car, but like that was just absolute destruction from Kickstart and Tiggleton. I love to see that. The way that they executed that late game was insane. The biggest winners of this game, though, I'll say this. Cerberus should not have been able to get 2nd place with just 2 guys alive in that shack from minute 18. They survived in there for 10 minutes or so. That was insane. Someone should have pulled up. Someone should have third-partied. Someone should have blue zoned. That was 2 free points and a free placement for someone if they actually sent it in there.
I think you make a good point, Avenger, because Poro, for me, for my money, I think it's great that Cerberus has been able to make the top 8 here, but off the back of that Hail Mary against CTG, to be able to have that shack and have it exist in that circle for a long time, they are one of the teams that I'm very concerned about staying in the top 8 in this last game.
That's definitely fair. I mean, it was they haven't looked fantastic at all through groups and so far through this survivor stage. But you know, one game can change your fortunes, and that's exactly what happened to them there. It's exactly what happened to Furia. I mean, how is Furia able to survive in the spot that they were at for as long as they did? I mean, mortars do exist in this game. Apparently, they don't exist to get sent over towards them. But you know, they capitalized off of it though, and that's what you have to do in these short format type situations. You have to capitalize on the chances you get.
Of all times you catch Tiggleton on screen, I know he hates being caught with a banana.
Oh yeah, eating.
Yes, so good. I'm going to message him right after this. How's that banana, mate? But Toffees, this is what you want to see from Falcons. In the final stage, right? This kind of play that they've been able to work on with the survivability, the kill potential, everything is going their way.
Here's the thing about that. Yes, this is what we want to see, but today is a good kickstart day. And to me, this is where Falcons have sort of lived and died in the last year or so, is if you wake up and it's a good kickstart, they're unstoppable. If it's a rough kickstart day, they kind of are fighting in this middle of the pack. So I don't know what you have to do to make sure that good kickstart wakes up. Like, you know, good kick, bad kick. This is the good kick, and when he's good, domination follows. But I think that's going to maybe the metric for the year is like watching the first game or two and saying good kick or bad kick. Which one are we going to run with? Because I'm loving good kick. He is getting more consistent, and I would say good kick days are up to like 80% with this roster, and it is phenomenal to watch his growth. 100%.
Yeah, and all the components are firing on all cylinders here for Falcons, it's fair to say. They're going up against Twisted Minds, of course, and they say that the success is beating out Twisted Minds. Well, let me tell you right now, they are. Of course, it's not a Twisted Minds at full force here, Avenger, but with the numbers that they're able to put up, we're getting some big names into that final stage, which is making it all the more exciting for those next 2 days.
Yeah, it's honestly... again, the final stage here, it's honestly a next level of the excitement we get here from the teams that we expect. But I'll say this though, when you see him as he's being the first guy, you know, he's up there, you know, doing numbers on the big wall where it's basically all the thousands of kills he's had throughout the last couple of years already, right? And he should be in here. I was sad to see them not be able to perform to the level that we expect them to, but them being able to come in here, him has popped off.
Yep.
We have Falcons, we have Twisted Minds, we have the teams that we expect to do so. But I'll say this, with just one game to go, for me, in my book, I think there's still three or so spots up for grabs.
Horror, what you
I mean, as it should be, because right now I'm shocked that 17 Gaming and Virtus Pro are on that right side of the leaderboard.
Yep. True.
The Expendables down there. I mean, Liquid is what it is. Crazy Raccoon is what it is. But I think 17 and Virtus Pro were two teams that we were all expecting to see make that top 8. So one game remaining. They got a lot left to fight for.
Look, if there's anything in my defense, I'd ran out of names to pick when I picked Crazy Raccoon. Okay, I'm the youngest apparently. I had to pick last. Anyway, we are going to go to a break, and when we return, one more game for the survival stage. What a banger of Tago we had, and it turns out the secret to success is potassium.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed
We all chase that one more game. With Lenovo Legion, it's always within reach.
When everyone strive to reach the peak, Zoe is here, participating in every frame, perfecting the view for every battle. From Seoul to the world, Zoe strives for perfection, knowing that every frame is crucial to victory. As the tournament rages on, Zoe stands with you.
Battle, every frame, every frame, every frame, every frame, every frame.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac 2 technology. New Fast TN panels with Diac technology provide clearer and sharper images, helping you focus and avoid the distraction of unwanted after images caused by rapid motion. This new TN panel differs from the previous generation in its faster electrical conductivity. The increased liquid crystal responsiveness reduces overshoots. Moreover, it enhances color performance for more vibrant colors and better enemy identification. The latest Diac 2 technology provides players with clearer visuals in dynamic aiming and spray control, while also being more friendly on the eyes. Players can download and apply various FPS game color settings developed by Zowie through our software, XL Setting to Share. Also, you can import settings from pro players to see what they see. Furthermore, you can utilize the new
All right, one more game remains, and we will be on Miramar to decide which 8 teams will be moving through into that final stage here for PGS 1, and which are done for a week's worth of time. So, of course, they will have to sit on the sidelines and bide their time watching everybody else have lovely fun, have a great time, and win some great money as well. My name is Claris, your host here for everything that's going down. We got Toffees, we got Avenger with his very basic mug, and we've got Porosaurus here with a lovely sad mug. But you don't need to be so sad, Mr. Porosaurus, because good old Falcons are doing you proud.
I don't. They doing me proud, and then Fury also stepping up in that one as well. So the Americas will be well represented in the top 8. But job's not done, Furia. You are so close as they are sitting. I think. That's the match leaderboard.
That's the match leaderboard.
I got thrown off a little bit there, but yeah, that was a huge win for Falcons. Obviously, happy about that one. 51 points overall on the day for them so far. 20 placement points, so 2 wins. Okay. But so going into this final game, I'm waiting for the overall, because that's what's important here. The match is over, man. We moved on. But there we go. The top 8 is all that matters. 21 points for Furia. That 25 and 25 for Gen G and Cerberus looking a little bit precarious, especially if you got 17, you got VP, you got Vitality, and Third on 5. All of those teams have shown some signs of life here going into the end of the day.
Yeah, technically, as we look at this, as we look at the cutoff point, as we look at that right-hand side here, Avenger, even Crazy Raccoon, even with a win, could make it in. So there's still technically a lot to play for here.
It's possible, but we were talking a double-digit banger win for it to happen. But anyone it's still open for anyone. And I would say at this point here, Finhay and Gen G, 25, not safe. Fury at 21, not safe at all. And there's going to be a target in their back. The other ones, when we were talking Arena at 28, we were talking Twisted Mind at 28, they know that they just need a few kills, right? They need to just get a little bit, get across that 30-plus point, and they're safe. I love that everyone is in this. I love the squinting from H-Win as well in this picture here. It's great. 0 kills from Shrimsy is a questionable one, but the man of the match is going to be Tiggleton. It's very deservable here. Now that Kick got the other one, he can get this one. It's fine.
Could they have asked anybody to do other things other than the normal esports pose?
I think they asked for all of them to do the same thing, so it looked like they were in sync, to be honest.
I hate that. No, we don't need synchronized esport pose. We need like messing around with their hair or pointing
at camera.
Or thumbs down. Anyway,
heart hands.
I don't know why you're making fun of that. All right, guys, serious time now, because 8 of these teams are done after this one. It will be our last Miramar, and of course, Toffees and Poro will be bringing you the Dusty Juice to figure out which of our teams make it on through. Let's do it, boys.
Let's go. And the big question for me, Toffees, with the one game remaining, you got Team Falcons and Anyone's Legend that are basically, they're fully secured, right? They kind of ran away with things today. What impact are they going to have on this game? Are they going to go crazy?
You asked.
Go out there? What do you got for
Because
it?
here's what's happening. We said it was going to happen next week, and it's happening already, all right? Himaz, Tig, Nurens, all of 17. The old gods are waking, Poro, and that is what we are seeing. They're going to have a massive impact because they're back on form. They're starting to light up. They're making big moves, and they're going to impact not only this game, but probably the entire PGS series going forward. And I think everyone else needs to be very, very worried about that, especially when you talk about Falcons. They are being, what's the words you would use? A-holes to the other teams right now. They're having a wonderful time, aggressively surrounding, pushing when it feels right, and playing like it doesn't matter. And when the Falcons play like it doesn't matter, because they're so comfortable, because they're in a dominating position, they become really dangerous for the entire map.
They do indeed. They do indeed. Well, Gen G and VP, remember last time we were here, we saw some early scrapping between those two, and it looks like they'll avoid each other for the time being when the circle will pop and will center up just off of Power Grid. So Twisted Minds fans rejoice. They will have their choice of what they want to do around that area. Team Liquid, not been a tournament for them so far. Let's see if they can turn it around with one left.
And there's a good chance they get messed up here, right? Like yesterday, the teams played at the top to maintain that point advantage when they go to the grand finals tomorrow, right? You wanted to get that 10 or 8 or 6 or whatever it happens to be for your team, bonus points in the final. In this one, it's not the same. Here, all that matters is making that top 8 position, right? So you go to the grand final, which means that solidified teams don't have an impetus to say, better stay in first. They can make weird choices. They can make aggressive pushes. They can do things like keep. Normally, I'd say you want to keep Team Liquid out because they have a potential of winning the finals. I don't know if that's the case, but they can take out a team that is a risk in the next stage.
Yeah, no, for sure. And it's been a slow start. It's been a slow start for several of these teams. You talk about the old gods returning. Well, Crazy Raccoon are about as old of a gods as you can get, and they are sitting dead last right now, 6 points overall. I think Martin brought it up. Yeah. You know, he brought it up the last time. It's like they are playing a little bit crazy, and unfortunately, you know, sometimes that works out great, and sometimes it gets you 6 points in a day. So it's just two sides of the same coin. We'll see if Crazy Raccoon can have an impact here with one game remaining. S2G, meanwhile, I don't think had a lot of expectations on them, but especially with that last game, they've now put themselves securely in third place. We are most likely going to be seeing these guys in the final.
Yep. I think, you know, I think it's funny. Crazy Raccoon, we've mentioned they're crazy. They're just pub strats, right? Like there's a couple teams on the bottom that are running pub strats, and pub strats are awesome in your region when you're just playing with the boys, maybe even when you're scrimming to a certain extent. But here, all it does is get you an early ticket back to the lobby, and we've seen that over and over and over again. A team that did deny us on that one last time around, Cerberus, this idea that they managed to somehow gut it out using the old papaya system of laying down in a shack for 40 minutes, or, well, you know, that's a little extra, but you know what I'm saying, like there for so freaking long, and putting themselves in a position where they can actually hold here. If they can do the same, and that is crazy for me to say, and just get themselves like 4 or 5 points, and they will be able to make that advance. So that is something that Cerberus, I think, is in play this very different than every other team on the map.
Yeah, and to be fair, I mean, this is just a huge victory for Cerberus, for this roster of pretty new names, all things considered. Tombin, Stan, I mean, Zest has been there for a while, but again, another team that I just don't really think too many people had high expectations of, now find themselves one game away from making that final stage of PGS 1. We'll see if they can pull it out. Furia, meanwhile, big performance from them. They have so much to fight for here, Toffees, as they are currently holding the line.
Yep. This is a South American super team redesigned for this year with the intention of being strong in the first couple of PGSs because they have that invite over most other South American teams. This is why they were able to sort of go out there and cherry pick what they wanted. The first couple of days was rough, but I chalked that up to 3 new players learning a system. Now they're being a little bit better, but I'm still struggling with their transitions and their movement into position. The late game Poro has been falling apart for them. So I think they need to clean that up a little bit, but I like what Furia has been showing today, and it glimmers for the future.
Yes, indeed. And again, it feels like, I haven't broke down the actual percentage, but it feels like 75%, maybe more, of the teams here at PGS 1 are operating with at least one, if not more, new players on their roster. So a lot of learning to be done.
I think there's only 2.
Survived.
I think there's only 2 without any roster changes. Maybe 3, but 2 last I checked.
2 or 3, yeah. I think third on 5, Falcons, Twisted Minds, might be more than that. But
change. I think it's just Falcons and
Virtus Pro.
Well, it's Falcons and VP. Twisted Minds did not have a roster change, but because of visa issues, they're traveling with a roster change, which brings it
sure. Yeah, that is true. That is true. But okay, already teams getting close to again as PO finds himself amongst change the game. They currently sitting in 13th place overall with 13 points, still have a shot, but they cannot afford to lose somebody here early to a Crazy Raccoon who's got literally nothing to play for other than sending it at everything and hoping to win fights and gain points. PO will reveal himself, finds that first knock, but goes down as Peking will be the one that takes him out.
Very, very nice. Just a quick follow-up. The other team is Full Sense.
Okay. Yeah, obviously PGC champion.
Right.
Not really going to make any roster changes there, are we?
No, I mean, I wouldn't. But you saw it, Falcons won a major event and made a change, and it ended up working out great for them. So, yeah, I don't judge post-win changes anymore, but I'm glad Full Sense chose to stay together to show us that they really are a team to be watched. And, so far they've been interesting to watch. They made it through, right?
They have been. They've made it through. That is, you cannot say that they have not made it through. It definitely left it to the last game both times, but job done. Gedrox, though, again getting spotted out early. Unfortunately for Vitality, they just keep losing Gedrox in rotation in C1, it seems like today, and it just feels bad as Anonix, yet the rest of Crazy Raccoon decided that they wanted to keep taking that fight.
Cerberus has found the winning strategy, Poro. Fight the Crazy Raccoons.
Just follow Crazy Raccoons.
Just follow them around. They get your 4 points. Sorry, Crazy Raccoons, but it is like that. It really is frustrating.
Yeah, it was a little weird to say. I mean, you see Pio go down and you think, okay, well, Pio was all by himself. Just give him up. Maybe we can come back and get his blue chip later. But Crazy Raccoon sent another one over there, and Cerberus just backfills and they spot him out. And now they're down to 2 again. So just kind of the way things went for Crazy Raccoon here in this PGS 1.
If I could send them any message, I hope they hear this. It's get better. And you guys in chat, you can send your message too if you so desire, but you have to be nice about it. All right, Twisted Minds in a night. Is that a spread? Are they? I can't see the icons up on top, just the color.
A little bit, yeah. A little 2-2.
Little 2-2. I love that for them. Very, very wide, but easily coverable. Good retreat should one get crashed or the other. Twisted has been using that real estate very effectively, but with 28 points, I think they're pretty comfortable doing that.
Tell you the other thing is there is not, most likely, not a single team in this lobby that does not know that Power Grid is Twisted Minds territory. So you see 17 kind of creeping around on the south side here a little bit, but nobody really wants to invest any serious manpower into trying to push into Power Grid completely, knowing that the Twisted Minds that really has kind of gotten their spots secure is going to be sitting there. So you'll see a couple of teams kind of get over there. Cowboy down from Team Liquid just driving by. But nobody really wanting to take it right to Twisted Minds just yet.
Take a look at S2G up on top of the hill. It seems like high ground is the name of the game when it comes to Miramar. Every team sort of locking up their facilities. A nice circle going from Opozo to Los Leones and all the way north to water treatment means there's a lot of real estate for this phase 1. And we should probably see some pops and some pickoffs, but not a lot of action early.
Yeah, I think I'd have to agree with you there. Falcons, looks like they were thinking about making a move, and they spotted out Gen G just ahead of them, making moves as well. So maybe they'll stick around on the edge. The edge has been working out a treat for them so far here today, as they have 51 points, first place overall, which is all well and good. They did really well on that day of group stages too. So we've got one good day, one bad day, one good day. Let's see what grand finals holds for those Falcons as the new circle pops, and it will take us just off to the west of San Martin.
Nice big rotation from the Falcons around the north side. Furia trying to cling to the north and hold as much points as they can. This is a good strategy for them. You got Luca throwing some nice smokes out there as they get into this conflict. This is a big one that VP really wants to win.
Oh, that's a big knock too. Wenbo will find Luca Rux, and that should be him down and dusted. The rest of VP not really in a position to help him out just yet, as Wembo will finish him off. And now Virtus Pro will have to figure out how to get a few more points here with only 3 left alive.
And it's not just the few points. They also have to sort of survive the 17 onslaught, the T5 push, the TE run. Like, these guys are all playing aggressively. 17 is taking the fight to their opponents. They're actually banging it up right now. Nixie ends up getting a nice burn down, but Xiao Wu turns it back around and drops Nixie. Beanie from a distance, trying to catch the man over the top of the car. Down to 2, but it's Tian Tian and Xiao Wu, and Xiao Wu throws a very nice attack here. Beanie trying to counter it. Looking for love, getting the heal. Smoke launchers in full effect. Can he go back and try to get this res? He can't. A nice pop at the last second.
Airburst grenades causing damage, but not enough to take down Beamy just yet. Nixie still bleeding out as Tianchan making that push through the smokes. He wants to get up close and personal, and he has been having himself a banger of a day here so far today. Will swap out for the shotgun. Knows he is right in the middle of them. He's got Xiao Wu with the high ground. Keeping eyes on everything, and the shotgun will come in, and Corexi goes down as well. Virtus Pro about to find themselves out of PGS 1.
Nixie. No, it didn't work. It worked for Tiantian, though. All right, Nixie, you can do this. If there's a player who can pull off the 2, he's got the double barrel. He's going for the push. Og's out. He knows the reses are probably popping. He's got to cross over, however, as fast as he can. both reses going out. You got to push now, Nix, or you got to run. Which one do you do? Quick, Poro, run or fight.
He's got to lay down the smoke wall, though. He knows that Xiao Wu has the high ground, and the second he tries to make a run, he's going to get spotted out. And yeah, Xiao Wu immediately sprays him down. Doesn't get the knock, though, but that's going to be enough to pause him, enough to get the res here for 17. Wembo should be back on his feet here shortly, and yeah, it's going to be a full 4v1 here for Nixie. He is capable of some magic, but this is asking a lot.
Xiao Wu playing the high ground and holding off the third party at the exact same time, basically giving Nixie a 3-1 inside of the building. They got the stack up. I think I saw Tianchan's, switch to a S12. They are about to breach here 3 strong. Nixie has to go double barrel and swap to AUG to try to hold this, and it is going to be very, very difficult. Here it comes. Double barrel, double tap to open. Boom. Boom. Switch to the AUG. Hope for the prayer and nothing to show. He tried his best, and there was honestly no way to win that I could think of.
Yeah, I mean, it was going to take something magical, and he even got Lil Ghost pretty low there, but in the end, just too much to deal with. That position for Xiao Wu was absolutely huge for 17, and you know what's bad news for Virtus Pro and Virtus Pro fans is good news for 17, as they now find themselves just below that cut line, 4 kills already in the south side of this new circle, as everybody's still fighting their way in from the west.
I really want a Nature Boy Ric Flair soundboard, so every time that he gets a good play, we can hear a shout, woo! Because that was awesome from the high ground, as he just held him off. And then I don't know if it was who it was that was trying to come over to get a little bit of that action, and he just turned around and popped him a few times and was like, these are our points, you guys get out of here. And I love that.
Yeah. And honestly, that was huge from him, too, because Gen G was definitely up in power grid. They were sniffing around, looking over in that direction, but the shots for Xiao Wu enough to keep them at bay and allow them to get back up to full strength and clear out Nixie and fully reset. Now, you see Furia trying to make the move from the far north side. They're going to take the E pickup and send it right to the city. Looks like Twisted Minds in a building just below them. Does not look like the building that they're going to go to, but Twisted hears the shoots pop, and they will immediately start spraying. A lot of damage laid down, but no knocks to be found. Furia kind of getting away with one here.
The jungle cat slipped through. Furia makes it into a compound, and they're just going to tuck in here. No one can dig them out at this point, so that may be the key that they needed to get themselves into the grand final. They should be able to tuck up and at least get themselves probably into the top 6 and some placement points if they just secure that location. Great jump from them, super risky, but you got to make those high-risk plays.
High risk, high reward. The name of the game right now is Zest. Will find one, but they'll find the bumper of that Bronco right in his jaw. Is Tan Bin now changed the game? It's not been a great week for them so far, and yep, they'll be sitting this one out and watching the final stage from the hotel as they get wiped here. Cerberus can try to reset. They all the way up into third now, Toffees. 5 kills in this game from Cerberus. Again, got to give them all the credit in the world for this roster. This was not a lot of expectations placed on them, but they're delivering.
Quick reminder, how many of these Cerberus players have you heard of? Zest, Tanbin, Stanel, Udirt? These are Brian. Like, these are guys who are out here just doing their best, right? Brian's technically listed as the coach, and he's out here putting in some work. So Cerberus living well beyond any expectations of this new roster in their first PGS showing, and I kind of dig it. I didn't love how they did it last game, but this one, a little more action.
Yeah, if you're looking for an underdog to root for come final stage, not going to find too many underdogs better than Cerberus. Team Liquid already on the hunt, man. 3 kills. They know that they need to do a lot if they're going to find their way into the final stage as well. They've got the whole west side to themselves. You got Alo keeping eyes on everything going off towards the center of the circle, while the rest of the team hunting points there on the edge, and they get a nice shift in their direction. This goes hard northwest, so San Martin's still in, but everything off to the east will have to make their way over here.
That's a great circle for the Furia lads. They try to hold out and keep those points as theirs. Doing a little peppering across the street towards the Expendables, but not too bad for them. E-pickup going off and completely ignored. Understandably so. Had that shift gone south, I think it was a great call for S2G to have that on standby. So good, smart, proactive play, but they're going to stay locked into a pretty good spot on the north side of the circle.
They are indeed. They've got that high ground, and they are smart enough to know that they should be expecting somebody to wrap around here from the north, and they might be actually hearing the shots ping around from Falcons as 3rd on 5 is sniffing around trying to make a push up there. But now they have just kind of been locked in place. S2G will hold off, and Falcons, well, Tickleton back on the mortar once again.
Trigonometry. It was a joke when it started, and it became rapidly real. That man loves a mortar. And I love watching him mortar. That sounded weird.
There you go. Fluky is going to find one right in his pocket as Tickleton's like, oh, that was the right direction. Let's go ahead and send a couple more over there just for funsies. See what happens. As you see the kill feed, Tanvu going to find Irina's lyrics. Irina trying to make their way in as that one's going to fall just short. Oh, no. Just off to the side. So 3rd on 5 survives a little bit of an onslaught here, and now they have to turn their attention over towards making their way into S2G.
That was definitely a sentiment. They said, we have to leave Tig. And so he just threw the last 2 and jumped in the car. I don't think they realized just how close Tig was. If they had given another 4 seconds to line that up, it could have been a wipe. It's awesome. Yeah, might have been. S2G sending a couple over here to see if they can hold the line a little bit closer, but the smoke wall going to force them back. Yeah, this is S2G deciding just to play this from hard cover instead. We'll see how much utility 3rd on 5 still has left in the bag. Good news for S2G here is that they can put their full attention over towards this push. Nobody else is shooting in their direction just yet. Let's check back in with Team Liquid. Cowboy with the arm in hand. So as we watch this unfold,
there it is.
Let's talk about run stats. Team Liquid's got 4 up. Cowboy with the arm, but they need to pick up at least 10 or 15 points on this match. So we'll continue to track them down. Cerberus eliminated, but they are comfortable. 17 at 20 and Vitality at 19 is fine. The problem is Furia is so embedded in that building that you really want to be chasing Gen G most likely in terms of the points you need to plan on getting in order to advance. So that is a really rapidly increasing order for both of those 2 teams.
Yeah, you mentioned Gen G. They're fighting their way in from that power grid. It's half a Team Liquid looking over in that direction. Vitality just looks like they might be letting others know that this building is occupied as they have Falcons on the other side of the street. Everybody just kind of claiming their own little bit of real estate here on the western side of San Martin.
Starting to look like a pretty packed neighborhood, though. I think those house prices are about to skyrocket as the buy-up is full. There you go. EA's the first example of that. They try to find a little bit of real estate. They cannot. And Opons is deleted by Tanbu and then stolen by Molodok, because that's just how we do things here in PUBG.
Indeed it is. Nurin is now the last one left alive, but he's about to have company here. 17 going to crash on him, and E-Arena will go down, and they will have to watch the rest of this game play out, biting their fingernails, hoping that they've done enough with 28 points to make it into the top 8.
It feels like they should have. I don't really see a huge push by more than 3 teams here. That said, though, you never want to go out mid-game or lower when you're in that position, because that is points that you're just leaving on the board and someone else is now in control of your destiny. Baron in control of T5's destiny as he's getting some nice moves up here. S2G waking up, man.
They sure are. They've been looking good on that high ground. They've all really have to do is get rid of 3rd on 5 and they'll be clean, but there you go. 3rd on 5 eliminated, so S2G will continue to hold on to that high ground. Team Liquid trying to find their way in. You saw 17 make their crash onto E-Arena. They've lost 1, but they've got a spot to play now. Twisted Minds holding off anyone's legend here.
Anyone's legend down to 2 players and 1 just limping, but again, they are in second place. They should be pretty comfortable going forward. Twisted Minds moves up to 30 off the back of that and will be confirmed to be going to the grand finals. And while the losers bracket, or I should say the survival one, we were like, this looks like one of the big, like a huge lobby from 2024. The teams that I needed to get out of here, the teams I expected to go to the grand final, are doing it right now.
Well, Gen G in trouble. They have to make their way in, and they're getting shot at by just about everybody in the lobby. They're going to run right into 17, and immediately they are getting roasted. Bean and Soul down. Salute tries to trade one out. He will find Xiao Wu, but that is the last player left alive for Gen G. Actually, no, he's got another one in the car with him. So they will have 2 alive, as now Liquid getting in trouble here from range. I think that's S2G with that high ground. They found an angle down here onto Team Liquid. Cowboy might be able to be rezzed. We'll see what happens.
Crazy Raccoon shooting at some pandas, hoping to get that fight going. Meanwhile, you got to remember 17 is now down to 1 player after that chaotic push, and they they haven't broken the cut line yet. They need to get back up and running here. Gen G survived that too effectively, and I don't know if 17 has the manpower to keep going. Now we go back to the fight with Crazy Raccoons or Liquid. Cowboy looking to the sky. I don't really know what we're doing.
Well, they're getting mortared,
there
I
it is,
think.
it's the
And
mortars.
Liquid is trying to push over. They wanted to take advantage of 17, knowing that they had just gotten crashed, but they were getting shot at by everybody else that has some kind of high ground or angle onto this. So you saw them take 2 knocks. They cannot get over there to take advantage. So 17 getting defended by S2G, getting defended by Falcons, as now you see the situation they're having to deal with. The mortars continue to rain down.
This S2G, as you said, watch out, Purdy!
No.
Oh, that was stressful. I thought they were going the way of Scoop. Here comes a couple more grenades tossed out from the guys down at 17, pushing them backwards. Team Liquid cannot catch up break as Purdy is going to ultimately get flushed. Liquid locks in, and that bought 17 so much time to build defenses down there. They're back up to 3 strong. They were limping, 1 at half health, and because of S2G, they're back in a qualifying position.
Yeah, it's not even just S2G. You saw the Expendables, Falcons, everybody has vision on Team Liquid right now. They just keep recycling these smokes for as long as they can, but you see what they have ahead of them. Anybody that's outside of off of the first floor, basically inside San Martin, can see them, and these circles are just not doing them any favors. S2G finally will have to leave their high ground, so that gives them a little bit of a reprieve, but there's still just nowhere really for them to go.
I think they need to change their bath soap because these circles slide off of them every single time. I don't know what Liquid's doing, but they cannot catch a middle to save their lives. S2G getting aggressive. They figure they got 33. Let's have some fun. They saw the box drop. They're going to move over to this little hill. They dodge almost all losses. They get 1 knocked out by Duck Juice on a really great shot, and that is about it.
Yeah, I think that's Duck Juice actually stealing that one away, which is huge for the Expendables now, up to 5 kills as they continue to climb closer and closer to that cut line. You can see the log jam that's happening right there around 8. As a reminder, the top 8 go on to the final stage. The bottom 8 will watch the rest of this thing play out from home as Alo gets knocked. Cowboy, grenade in hand, just sending every bit of utility they have over towards 17, trying to find some way to get themselves in. Tian will go down and get flushed out by Cowboy's grenades, so that's at least a little bit of an opening here for Team Liquid as Salute goes down. Yeah, gotta go for that res onto Alo.
Good rescue. Lou actually saved that spot. Cowboy was gonna have to shoot him to try to get the res off on Alo, but the work to get him up has been insurmountable. 17 still under furious assault, I believe down to 2 after that exchange, but now with the blue closing, Team Liquid in some serious trouble with just a Dorito.
Does get the knock on a Baron. S2G, this is the spot that they found to play, and Cowboy making that Alm sing. Gets that initial knock on Ashilla and an immediate re-knock on Ashilla from Levante. They got him back up, and he didn't get to do much of anything. As Alo, this is Dorito just not providing enough room for 2.
Alo had Dorito dominance. He peaked, and Cowboy stepped into the middle and actually got Alo knocked the first time around. The second Alo gets rezzed, he takes middle and forces out Cowboy off to the side. They're just nudging each other into the fire distance. That's rough.
It's like they're trying to share a twin bed right now and get some sleep, but nothing happened. As you see, Twisted Mind's going to have to make their send across the road. They will lose Batu, but 3 at least will get right onto the doorstep of the Expendables, but they're losing everybody else. Alo gets knocked. Alo gets flushed. Cowboy hits another nasty arm shot onto Keppa as Lou, suddenly the last player left alive for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, and I believe that is going to be the end of Team Liquid. Like when 2 fat kids fight over a Dorito, no one really wins in the end. Cowboy going to try to make this happen with 3 bullets and a prayer. I don't know how he makes it down this hill.
Yeah, but look how much room he's got now to work around.
Yeah,
he's got so much more space for activities.
He did it. He got a second Dorito.
He does have 2 Molotovs as well. He's got a little bit of offensive utility that he can try to send over towards 17. He's also got eyes on him from the Expendables, though, and that's going to force Wenbo out, but nice grenade from Wenbo will put Liquid out in the bottom 8. So the Expendables, they're still looking over in that direction as well. S2G gets cleaned up. We'll pick up another point for Cowboy on the flush, but again, just not going to be enough here at the end for Team Liquid.
You know what's exciting though? God, it sucks to see him out again. I don't know what they need to do. Apparently, Cowboy looked good though. I think he's fitting into this roster. Give him 2 more weeks. They're going to be great.
Ooh, Levante thought that he could make that cross with no smoke, but unfortunately,
you thought
the Falcons once again 4 strong.
You thought you could cross with a Shrimsy and a Tiggleton on the high ground? You thought you... Come on. Come on. Vitality means life. That's the fastest way to death. Don't expose yourself to Shrimsy.
They were, I think they were maybe misinformed on the angles that were being covered by Falcons right now. But Hello My Bad and Quizzy, they are going to go ahead and try to send it as well. Tiggleton will throw a Blue Zone grenade over there to probe just a little bit. Quizzy, you can see him trying to spot things out. 17 somehow, some way, Xiaowu and Wenbo still alive in this one, and that's going to be great news for them as they have managed to climb up into the top 8, right where we hope to see them. Furia, though, still have 4 alive. They still now have to fight their way in, though, with that new circle, and the Expendables are on the clock.
That 17 attack on Gen G I thought was going to cost 17 and maybe keep Gen G in. It did not. Gen G is now on the cut line. 17 has passed them, and Gen G in very serious danger of not making the grand finals. Falcons and Vitality, this doesn't matter for the Falcons. They're just being mean. This is everything for Vitality. If they can wipe this too and pivot, they actually have a shot at salvaging points by using the north side of the road inside the circle. They have to win this.
Absolutely. I mean, you can see it right there on the leaderboard. Furia, the Expendables, Vitality, all trying to fight for that last couple of spots. 17 continue to pull themselves away. Vitality, they're going to go down, and they will not make it. Gen G also now has been passed as Furia finds themselves back again in the top 8.
Atterbury comes on. They did not, in fact, manage to do it. And Vitality will go to next week and wait for their chance to win again. Expendables, really the difference maker here. The only team that could knock out Furia or 17. So we're going to have all eyes on the Expendables in the circle, in a compound. These 2 above them have to do battle. And here's the thing. Whichever one, Furia or 17, survives the longest is going to advance to the grand final.
Oh boy, 17. All the credit in the world, man. They had a lot to get done in this final game to put themselves in the top 8, and they have delivered 9 kills so far, and they are surviving. Expendables, though, they're fighting Furia. They're fighting everybody. They have the compound that's inside the circle. 17 does go out. Will 28 points be enough? Furia and the Expendables still in it. They can still climb, and they can pass. They can pass 17. So even though 17 did everything they could, might not be enough in the end.
If Furia gets 1 more kill or 1 more placement, they get that advance. So that's all we're watching for. Furia, I don't know if they're good enough with the math to have tracked that. So they are going to have to still play this pretty aggressively, coming from behind on the Expendables. Expendables now distracted by the Falcons, has to try to hold them off as the fight continues. Furia loses a 2nd player. They have not picked up their point just yet, but there is a reality that we could see Falcons get eliminated, and that point would go to Furia for placement. They're down to 1. Just a Kraken trying to make a move here against Expendables. Can he do it in time? He does. They made the pass.
And he's going to get that res as well as the blue zone slowly collapse. You can see the ammo situation for Furia starting to look a little bit precarious. Get him in. Oh, yeah, get on the move quickly. Got to get in. But look at the Expendables. They get the compound, and they're getting the kills. They came into this game, Toffees, in 14th place, and they have now clawed and climbed their way up to 5th. 1 big game is all it took. And Crazy Raccoon, they're staying alive by the grace of the smokes.
It's how they won their PGC. It's how they'll make the grand finals today. Is there anything more expendable than these guys going off at the last possible minute? The high ground by Juck Juice is just too strong as he finishes Guyon. Z-Kraken is still making plays over there for Furia as he gets Clories. The Expendables at 15 kills, and we can confirm dominating.
Absolutely huge for them as he will spray through, and that will be it for Crazy Raccoons. A Kraken gets spotted. Duck Juice immediately coming over and spotting out the last player from Furia, but it's a 1v1 for the win here. Duck Juice with the high ground versus Draft King on the low side.
Pad those stats. Pad those stats. Duck Juice up on this high ground. Unstoppable. What do you even do, Draft King? Are you going to try to heal him off? I mean, essentially, I guess you could try to go middle and just hope for the best, but at this point, you got to go for the peak. He's got TP advantage. Duck Juice, what are you going to do? Tries for the air burst. Doesn't get it. That's noble effort.
It's a peak battle, and yeah, he's gonna lose that one every time. The Expendables delivering in a huge way with one game remaining to secure their spot in the final stage with a 19-kill win.
What a game, what a push. 19 kills when they needed it the most. That is what PUBG is about. It is about that you are never out as long as you've got a chip in a chair, or in this case, some lead and a roof. The Expendables play it, win it, and advance, and so does Furia. Two great games from two teams.
Absolutely nuts, guys. And we bring back James and Martin. And, you know, for all the movement that we saw in that leaderboard, all the ups and downs, in the end, we only ended up swapping one team. Gen G gets knocked out and replaced by the Expendables. Even though 17 was up there for a brief time, there was movement just constantly. It's absolutely crazy.
Yeah, Gen G just didn't do enough throughout all of these games, and it really does show in some of the sends that they were going for. But yes, thank you for welcoming us back, because what a ginormous game by the Expendables here from this compound. Martin looking fantastic, and Duck Juice going radio rental at the end.
Yeah, I'm just sad he didn't get one more kill to get that 10-kill victory for himself. That would have been crazy. That would have been a 20-point total. And also, what a crazy stat is it that they win this game with 19 kills. And that's enough from this single game is enough to put them in the top 8. Like that, it's literally one game qualification here. It's crazy to see. And awesome to see it in the last one, right? There were 13 points. They were third from the bottom here in the spot before the game started, and yeah, just jumping all the way into that top 8.
You know,
yeah, ginormous.
Well, there's this temptation, I think, and I think you're right. This is, in this format, one game, chicken dinner, you make the advance. But I do like that it's not a full caveat. It's not just one win gets you through like the old days, right? Like, it's one dominating win. And I personally believe that if you can win a game with that many kills, 19, 21, whatever it is, you deserve to go to the next round, right? Like a 1 out of 5 and you completely thrash an entire map, kudos. Let's take you to the next level. The question is, can you repeat that more than just once? Because we're playing 10 in the grand final, and that's going to be a lot harder.
And it's an especially good question for the Expendables, because it feels like every tournament we get one of those big banger games where it's 19, 20, 21, 22 kills. And then beyond that, what else are they doing? So we need to see that kind of tweaking of that system, I think, a bit, Poro. But also, Furia here, being able to make that run towards the end of the day. Brilliant stuff as well from them.
Yeah, I mean, they obviously had their biggest game in game number 4, but that was such a brave emergency pickup into San Martin, and that could have gone incredibly wrong, but they managed to get everybody down to the ground. They managed to even cross the road over to the north side into the complex, and pushing that Expendables compound was always going to be difficult, but they did exactly what they needed to do, survived all the way up until the end, got a nice little stack of kills to go with it, and congratulations. Welcome to the final stage, Furia.
Yep. Yeah, there he is. Duck Juice throwing the punches out and throwing them out in-game as well. It's crazy new hair from Duck Juice. We were talking about the hair of these players before here, Avenger, and look at that from Duck Juice. Whoa!
29 points.
Next level, 29 points here, and 9 of the kills coming from Duck Juice. That's just next level, and especially after Expendables losing their star IGL in Delvin, right? That's really the next thing for me. Is sure they did have the apartments that kind of set them up for this victory, but sometimes an apartment victory is just a passive one. A 19-kill victory puts them at second place after being third from the bottom in this one here, and it's amazing. It's good to see. And the Vietnamese teams, all of them, come in at the top 8 for this one here.
It was 28 points again as the cutoff, and 17 Gaming, despite a big push in this last game, Toffees, is not able to make it on tiebreaker alone.
I mean, honestly, like, that's probably I'm gutted about VP not going, okay? But honestly, 17 and watching Tian today and yesterday, I'm like, I really wanted them to go through. This new 17, PGS 1, our whole narrative, out the door.
I know. 80 points in group stages, and then they just fall
insane.
out. I can't believe it, Poro.
Yeah, it's heartbreaking, honestly. Like, they looked so good on that first day, and this, you know, it really felt like they had done enough in this final game to survive. But one 1 point away, and E-Arena will hold on. But congratulations to E-Arena. I mean, that's a team that, I mean, they lost their big fragger in Jacob, and yet they've still managed to kind of fight their way and make their way into this final stage once again. So congratulations to them. But again, 17 not there, Virtus Pro not there, Gen G not in the grand finals. Some big heavy hitters that we're not going to be seeing this weekend.
And there it is. We confirmed Duck man of the match here for him, Avenger, to be able to make this huge, ginormous pop-off. And it's good because normally when we look at the Expendables, it was either Tamvu that was getting the pop-off, or sometimes Glories, or Delwyn even in the past as well. So Duck Juice has had his day.
We did have that one pop-up game with Duck Juice where he came up and talked to us. I loved that. That was cool.
I liked that pop-off.
Yeah, that was pop-off. That was a good pop-off. But it looks like we're about to be ready with an interview here.
Let's see if Bella is able to execute perfectly.
Hey guys, it's Bella. Yes, Tickleton, we are here for the post-match interview. Good day for you guys. It seemed like everything was working out, every call, each mortar. I think everyone was just having a good day. Are you satisfied with the team's performance?
Yeah, absolutely. Can never be upset with first on the day. A lot better than yesterday for sure.
A lot better than yesterday, right? Speaking of, I mean, you seemed like you guys were back to your original, the Falcons that we know. We saw you smiling a lot, eating a banana or two in between as well. Well, can you tell us what the talk was like yesterday for you guys to be so resilient?
I mean, we've suffered a lot of losses before, and that's kind of like just PUBG. So we went back to the hotel last night and we did our review, and we kind of looked at the games and we were like, how do you do that better? Like, they're just tough games, so easy to bounce back.
Sometimes just acknowledging your losses or faults works, right?
Yeah, you win some, you lose some.
Yeah, man, word. Okay, well, I mean, the final stage awaits for you now. Are you confident? And if so, how confident are you to make sure you bring the momentum over? Because the last 2 days, I feel like we were trying to expect the unexpected, like predict the unpredictable.
I mean, going into finals, it's a bit of a crazy lobby, like especially with some of the newer players on the Chinese teams. I think that they're absolutely insane, and like I just don't know what to expect out of these guys yet. So we'll see how tomorrow goes.
Who's the one guy that you have your eye on then?
Winder from 4am. I think he's pretty cracked, and I like his username.
All right. Well, hopefully we see a 1v1 from you guys tomorrow.
Hopefully not.
Hopefully not? Oh, yo, where's the confidence? All right, thank you, Tick, for the interview, and that is all from us. Do you have anything you want to say more?
Shout out mom, dad at home. I love you guys.
Hello. All right, well, thank you for that. That is all from us for the post-match interview, but we will be back with more for the final stage. Say bye. Bye. Bye.
She said hello to his mom and dad, then told him to say goodbye to the crowd.
Bye. That's right. Yes, okay, so thanks to Tiggleton for joining us for all of this as well. And respect paid to the newcomer Winder, as I think all of us have been impressed by what he's been able to do so far, Toffees, and rightfully so here on the Battlegrounds.
Yeah, I mean, I think showing love and respect is them in a nutshell. I will say, in that interview, though, Tig seemed way more comfortable. I don't know if it was because they put him on the other side of the trophy, so they didn't have to like be shoulder to shoulder, or because the domination of today means that they are comfortable going into the finals. Here's my question, though. At PGC, they said they believed or didn't like the group stage curse. I felt like they had a little bit in that back of their head. Is coming out this strong in this stage, do you think, going to bring them down in the final, Martin? Or do you think it's good when they're this far up?
Getting the extra games in is definitely what you want, right? The more games, the merrier. And if you can do it in such dominant way as they did today here, we're talking 60 points. We're talking a 12-point average over the course of 5 games. That is a grueling set to play when you have to make it happening here, yeah.
Well, with that now, our 8 teams are confirmed into that grand final. I assume after these highlights, we will be looking at the 16 teams that are going to be playing in our final stage here for PGS 1. And it's going to be a good lineup here, Poro, considering what we saw from that winners bracket to see how those teams were playing things out, and now joined by some big heavy hitters once again.
Yeah, and I mean, look, if we go back to group stages, we go back to winner stage, I think the story going into the grand final is China. How much are they going to bring in? How are they really this dominant? Are they really this far ahead of everybody else? Or was this just they were that big going into the first day of play, and everybody else now has knocked the rust off, and they're going to be able to keep up with everybody? So that I think is the question I have. Is Petrichor Road, after getting that win during the winter stage, are they for real? Are 4 a.m. for real? Is Shen and Winda, are they going to be the ones that everybody has to keep their eyes on? A lot of questions.
And we lose a lot of big names. 17 Gaming, of course, a big name to go out. Genji with the roster they put together, a big name to go out. Virtus Pro had such a good year last year, Toffees, to go out. So there's going to be a lot of back to the drawing board and trying to figure things out for next week.
I mean, I think for me, the biggest one is, again, Virtus Pro didn't change their roster. Second best team in the world. Literally, when this tournament started, there's no one in the world who would say they're not guaranteed second. A lot might have said even higher. This is shocking to me, and I don't know how to explain it. And I'm sure that if you asked them, they wouldn't either.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. You have any answers to it, Martin? Or because I mean, you probably talk to these guys quite a bit.
Yeah, I honestly, no answer. The big thing for me is that you come in here and with the first PGS, the mindset that you have going into this is ever so important. But let's look at the participating teams for the winner stage here, guys.
Yes, of course, as those winner stage teams deserve a lot of kudos indeed. Petrichor Road and 4 a.m. looked maniacal at the top of the leaderboards when it came to this. So a revitalization of China, but not the way you might think, with 17 Gaming not making it, Petrichor, 4 a.m. and JDG Poro making it through to that final.
And you know what? Also, shout out to Vietnam.
They recovered.
Three teams that ended up in the survival stage. I think had a lot of fans a little bit nervous, but they definitely recovered here today. They managed to get all three into that final stage. So we got 3 Vietnam, 3 China, a couple of Korea. I think the missing out on some of these Korea teams. I was hearing a lot of noise over the offseason about how Korea was going to come in here and just absolutely dominate everybody. Yeah. And it does not look like that's going to be the case.
Still, though, 3 China, 3 Vietnam. I think there was 3 Thai. Like
Thailand.
The beasts of the East are here to destroy PUBG, and that is a very obvious. Our Western teams, if nothing else, have to see the signal fire in the air and say, we got to fix something, because if this continues for the entire year, we're going to have a PGC without any Western representation.
Yeah, definitely with some potential handicaps, of course, with Twisted Minds not having the full roster. Na'Vi, a brand new roster, but very exciting in itself. It's Falcons to try and maybe fly that flag high after what they've done here in the survival. But here are the 5 matches that will be coming your way tomorrow. We'll be starting things on Erangel and ending on Erangel. But bear in mind, it's no longer best of 5s. It's no longer best of 3s in group stages. Best of 10, Martin, to figure out who's going to win our first stage.
Yeah, and starting on a Wrangle, of course, here we're going to have 2 Wrangles and 1 Miramar. And then on the final day, it's 2 Miramars. So I'm actually pretty excited. We're back to having this majority of the old and known maps. And that's really where it comes to fruition for the top teams, right? There's a huge amount of money in line. We're talking $100,000, $10,000 for the MVP, $1,000 for every single chicken dinner here. There's PGS points to lead your way to PGC once we come to the end of the year too, which is also super important. And it's obviously a long set of games we have throughout the year, but these first 10 games is going to set the tone for our 2026 season, it feels like.
I want a pitch or a sell. One team name that you are looking out for in the grand final that you think is going to be able to do well, take it all. Oro, I'm going to start with you. Which team you picking?
Well, I'd have to say you'd have to be crazy not to go with Petrichor Road, a team that's going in there before we've even played a game with a 10-point lead. So if you, if you can't make something happen with that, with only 10 games, you gotta maybe look in the mirror a little bit. But we'll see if anybody's able to catch up to them, because that's a huge benefit for them going in.
Toffees?
You say look in the mirror, I say stare through the window, because I see Shen through that window and I see 4 a.m. absolutely dominating. They look good, they look strong. The East is a bunch of beasts, and these guys are going to beast their way to the top.
And Martin?
So should I just take that 3rd place? You know, the next one in line that has gotten the
only if
next
you can make the seg with a
advantage.
really good joke. Just saying.
Okay, no, I don't want to do that. But I will say this: I think the Intuit is going to do well. Let's do it. The 5 points that they're getting, even though they have lost Salute, I think they look way better than the Gen G roster that we just saw failing at getting to this final stage here.
For sure.
That was a failure.
Let's see if they can get that 5 points mattering. Jumin has stepped up to a whole new level of in-game leading and fragging at the same time. I hope that's going to be able to continue for them for sure.
All right. And I can't believe I'm saying it in 2026. But 4 a.m. Toffees is on the money. 4
They were
a.m.
spooky.
What is this world we live in here in 2026? PUBG, right? That does it for the survival stage. Tomorrow we are back for our final stage for PGS 1. Join us, same time, same place. 10 games will decide who is going to be able to take the crown here for this first week. We'll see you tomorrow for more PUBG action.
What I said.
They wanna see me in a shiny flash. Who got this hella pretty face? Got us something dope, heard you mad. I don't really wanna understand. Got a missile aim, got a pretty face. I don't partake with them fakes. I don't like that, you heard me say. Repeat again. I don't partake. I don't bargain, sat him down and raise a bargain. I beg your pardon, caution. No flame, I make him nauseous. I'm all in this, my homie, never auction. One of them breaking necks, make him get the double take. When I dictate, so straight, no debate. The pressure elevate, ain't got no time to negotiate. Never chase, I set the pace. I'm a 5-star click from the cradle to the grave. They wanna see me in a shining flash. You got this hella pretty face. Got a son dope, heard you mad. I don't really wanna understand. Got a missile aim, got a pretty face. 열심히 뛰어봐 나는 놈이 구며발치 앞에서 해줄게 인사 반응도 못해 다 쓰러져 dominant 원인 I'm fair game yes I'm a 신사 기상 pack it up 팀사 kill it shoot it up 비상 산책하듯이 누려 티 탐이 판에 so boring 내가 할 말은 peace out locked and loaded like my gun and toted take me to the battle not a team to know it skies pitch black till we pull up and glow it I'm all day with it no I never get off it everywhere I go is drama all the boys I give the trauma diamonds spoons are up to pot pretty face don't let it fool ya they say I paid making me really wanna and I gotta pave the way they'll never walk got a missile aim got a pretty face I don't partake with them fakes I don't like that you heard me say repeat again
We all chase that one more game. With Lenovo Legion, it's always within reach.
When everyone strive to reach the peak, Zoe is here, participating in every frame, perfecting the view for every battle. From Seoul to the world, Zoe strives for perfection, knowing that every frame is crucial to victory. As the tournament rages on, Zoe stands with you.
Battle, every frame.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac 2 technology. New Fast TN panels with Diac technology provide clearer and sharper images, helping you focus and avoid the distraction of unwanted after images caused by rapid motion. This new TN panel differs from the previous generation in its faster electrical conductivity. The increased liquid crystal responsiveness reduces overshoots. Moreover, it enhances color performance for more vibrant colors and better enemy identification. The latest Diac 2 technology provides players with clearer visuals in dynamic aiming and spray control, while also being more friendly on the eyes. Players can download and apply various FPS game color settings developed by Zowie through our software, XL Setting to Share. Also, you can import settings from pro players to see what they see. Furthermore, you can utilize the new Auto Game Mode feature, which automatically applies different color settings based on a player's usage scenarios. This monitor has inherited the XLX monitor stand design. It has incorporated industrial-grade bearings into the height adjustment mechanism, allowing easier and smoother adjustment to the exact desired height. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games. This is a brief introduction to the new XL2566X Plus monitor. Feel free to DM us if you have any questions.
Arctis Nova 7 Gen 2. The app called the biggest cheat code in the industry is here for PC and console. It's got real-time audio control to do crazy things.
Okay.
So use it and abuse it, you crazy person. It's the new gold standard.
For the first time ever, you get next-gen power in gaming earbuds, giving you flawless wireless. That's plug and play. Now you've got 100+ audio presets at your fingertips. So you can hear bad guys better, hear whatever you want better. That's a giant leap for earbuds and a new way to play for glory.
Already? That was fast. Name tag, please. $30 damage? That's it?
Yeah.
Number 12, state your cause of death, briefly.
I wish I wasn't the first one out. Coach, can you let me for that? Seriously? Why is everyone dying so fast? All right, let's hear it.
Hey man, how'd you go out? I don't recognize you. Rookie?
I got too hyped up and rotated early.
Keeping on the move and finding a safe path into the next circle. Isn't that a good thing?
I pushed up too fast, ended up completely alone. And of course, the enemy squad rolled up onto you, right?
Give me the gun.
Hold on. I don't recognize ya. Where are you from?
I'm Rakip high on leaderboard. But this is my first time in esports.
That explains the look on your face. Everybody's not somewhere, boy. Just watch and learn. So, sir, how do you die? You went on even faster than I did.
It cannot be much fun to get eliminated this early. These folks need some help.
Let's roll the footage.
Our movement felt fine during the game, but no, it wasn't good play. We just kept rotating around non-stop. All we really did was broadcast our position to everybody on the map.
At that point, that's no strategy. That's a field trip.
Cause of death, chronic over-rotation.
I died fighting over a compound.
Fighting over the compound?
Yeah, I called dibs on the spot. But the other team settled the argument with better aim.
A tournament isn't a first-come, first-served seating, man.
Cause of death, disputed reservation.
Please tell me this is just the first tournament jitters.
Oh no, are you about to show my death clip? Not again. I mean, the whole game just changed. We've got to rethink a few things.
We have to play more tactical, more organic, less panic.
Yeah, survival is key. Let's reset for the next one. Come on, let's go.
All right. We take the lesson and we move on.
And the tournament goes on. It always does. This is a new chapter for PUBG Esports, and we're just getting started. Get out there and